Stress relief. Perfect for today. Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah. All right. I'll be right up. Thanks. Bye. Wife made me a drink. You dolls, get ready. Get on Streets. Go to Streets. We're going to start on PMC. So just bring whatever. Go to Streets. I'll be right back.
YUHYUHYUHYUHYUHYUH. Let's fucking go.
Ugh. All right. Look at this. Oh, it looks like diarrhea. Fuck. Hold on. I'm telling you, this is a badass drink. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Yeah. Kind of still doesn't look good, but some sort of spice chai tea. Chai something. Fuck, what was it? It's like a White Russian mixed with chai or something, some sort of cocktail. It's got some vodka in it. Jesus Christ. How's everybody doing? Yeah, this shit's awesome actually. I have something in my teeth. Nah, I'm good. I have shit on my teeth. Is there what are they called? Calcium deposits or whatever? They're there for life. Can't get rid of them. Sorry. Sorry if they inconvenience you in some way. Anyways, you guys, how are you guys doing? This is drops apparently. Did I put drops in the title? Hasn't started yet. You're not gonna get drops for 8 minutes, months. But we'll be fine. Anyways, let's go to PMC Streets. Wait, do I even have anything for that? I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. You start throwing out some names. I've been honestly doing all right with the with my wife so far since the last stream. I've been doing fine, and I anticipate you guys are you're gonna do me proud today. Yeah. No ammo? I got a stack of ammo in my pocket, dude. Hop off my sack thinking I ain't got no fucking ammo. All right. Let's do a refresh here. Now that we got the new huge hangers, has to be in there, dude. For all my homies with a big saggy tit fetish. Fuck yeah. Did Huge Hangers fucking ignore me? Did he decline my goddamn invite? You get in here, dude. Is the audio still bad? I'm assuming you're talking about the audio of Tarkov. It is fucking horrific. I don't understand what the hell's happening. But I can't, like, people will sound like they're a mile away and they'll be right around the corner, or people will sound like they're right here and they'll be 40 feet away. There's no people will be above you. They'll sound like they're right next to you. I don't understand. It's so fucked up. It's fucked up. Shard on me. All right, on. Shirt on me. Ooh, level 20. Double the amount of effort I put into this wipe. God damn, come on in, dude. Look at this guy. He's beefed up. He's got an AUG. He's got some sort of welding helmet. Pretty badass. Anybody else? Poo takes peas. Poob takes peas. Nope, Poob takes peas is not in here. Giga Chad Timmy. Nope, not in here. Hold on, I'm gonna refresh just in case. Giga, nope. You're lying. The lightest N-word. Thank you. Come on in. Spooter. I wonder if... Come, man. No. Johnny. No. Oh, wait. Wait, on. I saw a guy say Rabba earlier, so I'm going to invite him. Linus the Rat. Boom. Look at that. We got the dream team. I think we're going to do all right. The guy on the far left is putting up bad vibes for me personally, but I think we're going to be all right. Oh, that new Z-Chum video is hitting hard. Did Xfil get drops? Yeah, I haven't seen the new Z-Chum video, but I respect anybody that just has a good idea and then like goes in on it. You know what I mean? Because the idea is the hard part. The follow through. Oh, the follow through is also hard. But I mean, he hits on every level. He has the idea and then he does a good edit and everything like that. And he's got good people because he gets Omid and Devin and somebody else to be like his slaves and stuff for that, which is good. I think I'm a parrot here. Everybody has said this, but like imagine Mr. Beast videos if they didn't have Mr. Beast. If it had like an actual funny person there, that would be badass. But that's like what watching a Z-Chum video is like. He's, you know, those guys all have good chemistry with each other, and he's got good ideas for videos. When am I going back to Idaho? Oh, man, I don't know. We landed in Idaho, the whitest goddamn state in the union. And it was cool. It was a cool place. We immediately left Boise and then went out into the woods. But it was beautiful from what I saw. Not my kind of place, though, if that makes sense. There's no rhythm in that state. You know what I'm saying? Like... Where's the culture? You know what I'm saying? You can tell everybody's got fucking boiled potatoes for dinner in that goddamn state. That place fucking sucks. No offense, like the countryside's beautiful and everything, but there's fucking nothing else there. Yeah, Idaho was it was all right. It was fun because of the people that I went with. Oh, 18B? Yeah, dude, those redwoods. Northern Cali, everybody talks about SoCal. Everybody loves SoCal, which I get if you're into the beach and shit. SoCal's great. Dude, seeing the redwoods, Northern Cali. Once you get past the commercialized butthole that is Napa Valley, California gets fucking badass the more north you go. It's rural. There's nothing else out there. We did find a town that the sole occupant I could find was basically, I think, Wilford Brimley. I think he faked his own death and is hiding in Oric, California. Because there's just this guy selling redwood dog shit. And he looks exactly like Wilford Brimley. It's pretty badass. Let me close out of this thing real quick. I'm bad on the organizational side of streaming. Let me close out of this. Oh, look at that. Now I can see all these little bits. EXIC, thank you for cheering 1 bit. He says it's all he can afford. Big prayers for EXIC in 2023. Big prayers. Oh, Cam Bam, thanks for the 1 bit. I'm thinking every bit that comes in. Anything 1 cent and above, I'm like the Michael Caine of Twitch. I don't give a fuck, all right? Like, I'll do anything for $1. I'll be a star in any movie. I don't care. Silky Schlong, thanks for the 100 bits. Whoa, this guy's big. Cam Bam, thanks for the 2 bits. That's what it's all about. Negative 198, thanks for the bit. Hippie Killer, couple bit here and there. 193 bits. Damn, dude, this is it. You guys won't get bored of this, right? I'll just keep thinking every bit that comes in here. Yeah, the bits are stacking up. You know what I should do? If I know there's like a bottom limit you can do for donations, I should put an upper limit and then put a donation amount, like goal
X1000
for something that you guys want.
Also small.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That was awesome. Thank you. But basically make it so like max donations like 3 cents or something like that, and then have like some $400 item that I want or you guys want me to have so I can use. We've been waiting for players for like 3 minutes, by the way. We matched a while ago. Yeah. Harry Seward, you're right. 1,000 bits isn't funny. Who the fuck do you think you are giving me 1,000 bits? Oh, teacher's pet. Come on, sit up here near the front. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's your fucking nose around my asshole. 1,000 bits? No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. All right. Oh. All right. Turn up this goddamn music. We got shit to do. Actually, you know what? I'll just turn it down on my end. It'll be all right. Yeah. Oh man, it's loud. I might turn that back down. Oh, hello. How's everybody doing?
Boy, howdy.
Howdy.
Coming. You
What?
Yeah.
Where's the other 2?
Where are our boys at?
I don't know.
Damn Ivans. Poor guy.
I'm going to turn down the game a little bit. I feel like it's super loud. I'm going to turn it down. Just a smidge. Oh, wait. They say they're coming. Should we wait?
Oh, one of them just flashed right here for me.
Interesting. Wait, what's your name?
I'm Linus.
Okay, Linus.
Hey, bro.
You stay here because you talk. Guy with the... Rabba, you don't have a mic. Go over there into that train and make sure nobody comes over here and whoops our ass around the corner. Did I just get shot at?
Oh, boy. Hey.
All right, don't shoot that guy that's in the train. That's our homie. All right, where's the last guy? Don't shoot him. That's our homie. This guy, the new guy, looks like he's about to gun this dude down. Okay, you know, that seems like that's everybody. Let's just get going. Let's get going. Where's Poob? Oh, Poob, I think he's down south. I think he went down to Florida. Or, like, down southern Florida. That is. All right. I guess we can just clear out the car place, right? The dealership? Sprats.
Forgive me, General, for I have coomed.
Oh, thank you for the resub. For 2 months. Who's the guy running to the left? I assume that's one of our homies. Is this one of our homies up here?
Cube was streaming an hour ago.
Is that one of our homies? No, that's not one of our homies. Oh, God. That was so pathetic. That was the worst goddamn first round. That's fine. You know what? We all need a warm up. I haven't played in a couple hours, you know? Yeah. Well, I stopped for a second to answer a question or something. I get sprats off a table, and I thought they had ran ahead of me. And so I was like, oh, and it looked like the guy with the welder's mask. I was like, oh, it's welder guy. It wasn't welder guy. It was a fucking different dude. It was a completely different guy. Was it Miss Vex? It wasn't Miss Vex. I'm gonna have to call that bitch. Did she fucking kill me? God. Let me turn this on. I need to watch out, dude. I got people's first and last name on this phone. Okay. There we go. I do have a possibility is Aqua. Aqua might be dropping in. We might do some duos, but I don't know if he's going to be around. Should we warm up on a scav, maybe? Maybe a little scav run? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a scav. I'm just going to start inviting randoms from the thing, so I hope it's you guys. Streets, scav. Oh, wait, I'm going to refresh, see this bitch fill up real quick. Oh, man. Do I need to keep this window open for auto-claiming? Going to bed soon, but I want to milk Sam for drops. I wish I could help you there, boss, but I have no idea what the... There they are. There's my homies. I have no idea what the rules are for drops. It could just auto-claim if you have it open. I think you need to have it not muted. I think when it's muted, they know. So you guys want to milk me? Is that what you're saying? How many people are in here? Sorry, babe, I'm leaving you. There's 1,000 people online that want to milk me so good. Wait, there was this guy. His name was like Big Titty Fucker. And then I also found Peg My Hole. I can't just keep going for like people with gross sex names. Hard Splooge Sock. These are also great though. Critical Cream Pie. I feel like some people made their accounts dirty because they like know. There's some guy that he had like Abby's foot porn or something was his name, and I was like, I can't not have my wife's foot porn in here. Come on. Ash Stretchum? Are you kidding me? Ash Stretchum is a fucking awesome name. Ash Stretchum fucking rocks. I'm just going based off name. Full pony jar. Let's go. We got Jaeger's butt plug. I'm not gonna go for that. That's gross. Immature. Ranch pants? No, yeah, that's shard on me. Certainly high. Certainly high. That's pretty good. Wrong kid died. Spooter dude. Tickle my pickles. Wait, should I go for like a poor person at the bottom? Let's do that. Let's go all the way down here. There's very little people with Edge of Darkness. Without Edge of Darkness. Let's get Omid live. Oh, wait, we can't. We're at full. Sorry. Fuck you, Omid. I'm leaving. I'm scramming. Sorry. I forgot about yeah, we're doing scavs. I had a couple drinks with dinner. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm tip top. I know exactly what's going on. Am I streaming till the drops end? No. No, I'm not. Nope. But I can guarantee, here's my solemn pledge to you guys. I will 100% drop your asses off onto another stream that has drops. I'll raid somebody with drops. So if you do go to sleep at 3 a.m. or whatever, and you're like, man, I hope at 8 a.m. it's on drops or whatever, still, I'll drop you off on someone cool. Don't worry. Do predictions? Oh yeah, I can do that, can't I? Hold on, what do we got here? Let's see, what would my prediction be for this one? I could start just like a killed by player, killed by you want just like a regular like poll? I could do a poll. And if you guys have like funny poll questions that you want to gauge with the audience, let me know. You guys had some good ones. Like we got to find out definitively whether or not people like boobs or ass. Turns out a lot of people are ass guys. Boobs are not very well received around these parts. You know what else has an ass? Men. You guys are gay. No, I just happen to be a boob guy myself. Ladies, if you have breasts, that's awesome. Oh, shit. I'm going to fill this up while I'm matching still. Be right back. You guys keep voting. I don't like you guys seeing what the votes are because then you're just going to make them worse. I'll leave it up for now. I'll be right back. Get a little fill them up real quick. I don't know if you guys caught it, but on the official Battle State Games or whatever. No, wait, never mind. I wasn't on that. Somebody else, I don't know. I got invited to like a Tarkov Twitch thing. It's, by the way, if you're wondering, it is loading loot. Is this Limp Bizkit? Fucking Boiler rocks, dude. This song fucking rocks. You guys don't remember this song from like the 90s. You better get a goddamn crash course, all right? No, I was on a Tarkov Jeopardy earlier today with Junker and two other people. And what the fuck? I thought it was going to be like quirky little questions or whatever. It was so specific. It was like, in patch 0.12, what foregrip was added to the roster, completely changing the game in terms of optics on submachine guns or whatever? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I thought this would be like, which streamer smells like shit? Now it'd be like, bzz, buzz, Aqua FPS, right off the bat. Bzz, I know exactly what you're talking about. No, but instead it was just bullshit about the game, and I wasn't prepared for that. Damn, dude, this map running like shit. Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up, my guy?
How you doing? Is nobody else around?
I don't know if anyone is. I just spawned.
What do you have in your stash? You got anything good?
$2, but not too much.
Word. You got medical supplies? All I got's a bandage.
Yeah, I have a bandage and a cheese.
Cheese kit. Put that in your pocket just in case. I'm not saying something's going to happen, but just in case something happens, you know, I want to be able to find it.
Oh, yeah, it's in my pocket already. Don't worry about it.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. We'll leave these guys. They'll find us. These people, they paid for action. They're going to get some action, all right? I'm here to provide. And by provide action, I mean just go into this room and loot it. That's really what I was going for. All All right, I got some rules, by the way, for people that I asked to play with me. You got to get at least 6, 7 kills per raid. All right, anything less than that, and you're gonna be in trouble.
Alright, I can.
If you can work that in. Ooh, an IFAK. Ooh, and a plug. Hey, I got an IFAK on me in case I die. Not that that's gonna happen. You would never let that happen, but. What? Do I still have all my stuff? Yeah, okay. Oh my god. You doing this to me? Oh my god. Aqua's from New York. Sam is from Florida. It was never meant to be. That yank. He just can't get it right. He don't get us southern folk. We got a different culture down here. Yeah, this shit's fucking esports ready and a half. I can't move. Can you move? What the hell? What servers are the... I'm the one that invited. I can't blame servers. We're gonna wait here until it calms down for a second. When is Sam Hyde coming on Forehead Fables? Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't think he would come on there, though, but that would be awesome. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Sam Hyde's. That guy's a goddamn genius. He's a comedy genius. I also like that he just... Oh, my fucking God. All the way back here? It's like a 20-minute walk. It's not really. It's like 12 feet. What's happening, man?
I think it's getting better already.
It's not getting better. I just whipped back like 40 feet.
Yeah, it's pretty bad still, but I finally...
You know what I think it is? I think it's those other people that we invited. I think it's our homies coming in. They're lagging us up, I think. But what's your name, by the way?
Yeah. I'm Full Pony Jar.
Full Pony Jar, of course, naturally.
Of course, yeah.
You know what I've noticed about those people that put figurines in the jar and then fill them up with cum? Is that some people get kind of a small jar and a large figurine, thereby kind of shirking their cum duties. You know, they don't have to put as much in the jar to fill it up. And that just takes the spirit out of the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, it kind of ruins the whole point of it.
Me?
If it's all pony and no cum, what's the point?
Now, what's the point? What's the point? I do, you know what I do? 55-gallon drum, and then I put a Funko Pop in the very bottom of it.
What Funko Pop do you put in? That's a big question.
Mr. Beast. I have an Andrew Tate Funko Pop that I put down there.
That's the only thing you would be able to do with Andrew Tate Funko Pop. Is drown it in semen.
He would love that. That'd be so masculine. All right, yeah, run around. Can we run? Are we game?
Seems fine, yeah.
Yo Sam, when do we get the day off to J off shirt in the shop again?
Yeah, I have the day off to J off shirt still. Like, it's a funny shirt. It is. It's funny. My mom even thought it was funny, and she hates everything I do. So, when you get a chortle from her, that means it's a good idea. But I just didn't like the previous design, so I'm gonna redesign it, make it a little bit more funky, maybe a little bit more fresh. I want someone when they see it to be like, that guy's jacking off today. You can tell. He's got his day off to J off shirt. And, which, I mean, you're supposed to just wear it in your house. It's not supposed to be an out and about type shirt, but it's in the works, trust me. The problem is I have my wife working for me, and I was like, hey, could you, like, design a day off to J off thing? And she's like, she's a woman, right? So she, like, did a very just, like, it's just a nice looking... If it didn't say take the day off to J off, I'd be like, oh, this is something that would be in Target. Like, it's just like a nicely done shirt. And I'm like, you don't get me. It needs to look like shit, first and foremost. That's the point, is it looks like shit. It needs to look like aesthetic, but ugly at the same time.
Brown paper brick cheered. X500. I will absolutely be caught in public wearing it.
Oh, thanks, Brown Paper Brick. I saw you in the list, the lineup last time, by the way. If you pop in for PMC, I'll make sure to get you. Hey, I'm out back, by the way. Hey, let's go beyond this construction area and then take a left over here. You haven't played this map?
I played it once and I got like 50 FPS, so I didn't play it again.
That's just part of the charm, dude. That's the streets. That's what the streets do to you. Follow me downstairs. Yeah, 50's pretty decent for this map. Uh-oh. Because I'm not going to lie to you guys. There's going to be, at some point, some complaints from you. Like, oh, what the hell? The server's getting all laggy or some shit. Yeah, that's the map, dude. I'm sorry. Or the stream's getting laggy. The middle of the map, for some reason, just kills my FPS. Oh, hey, what's up, dude? Are you a person? Yeah, you're a person. You're an actual scav. Yeah, person-controlled scav. Right? Guy with the Santa hat?
I think so, yeah. Players.
Yeah, he ran away. I would think there would be like at least some loot down here, but so far I'm not seeing much.
Yeah, it's pretty bare bones.
This part of the map is... Was that in here?
No, I think that was upstairs somewhere.
What the hell? There's another toolbox in here. Come and get it. Santa? Santa loot? I'm not gonna go kill Santa. Santa gave my kids a beautiful dollhouse on Christmas. You think I'm gonna go murder him in cold blood after he broke into my house, ate my cookies, drank my milk, put down a fucking $120 dollhouse and walked back out like he owned the place? Yeah, I will fucking kill him. I'm gonna find this guy. Oh, that ain't working. There's another man here, dude. You hear him shooting? He's up here somewhere.
Definitely heard that. Somewhere here.
Whoa, look at this daycare. Hey. Did you see that other guy?
No, I didn't.
You enjoy the
Like in
cringe.
other
That was my
building,
Phi
right
Sigma
that
Tau
way.
Honor Society invitation.
There's the second
Oy
one.
vey, bruh.
I did see that invitation on the... Oh, fuck. Oh, he's at the end here. Yeah, tell me when you want me to poke out and shoot him. Ruh-roh. That guy fucked me up. Hey, did you get him? I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me run over there. What? It's too... I can't... I'm coming back. Are you hurt?
Yeah, I'm about to die. Don't worry about it.
I can't do it. There's so much fucking rain. I can't hear shit. Come on, let's push him. Oh fuck. Yeah, my hat doesn't fit my head. Are you kidding me? I'm on the last goddamn rung here, dude. This thing's barely holding on. Yeah, that guy's getting reported. Cheat use. Killed me.
Pen 15.
Oh yeah, you guys kind of voted right on the killed by AI. No, I was killed by a player. So, did my shit just freeze from that? My game's frozen. My stream's frozen. Holy shit. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, hey, Bone Paste. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Man. I think that actually, like, that was such a bad... Now, let me deactivate and reactivate this. There we go. There's no delay. There's like, every time I get out of a match, it freezes for a second and then fucks everything up. Yeah. That's why you don't go to streets. Fuck. Should I go beyond streets? Should I spread my wings? Should I do like a customs run? No. That's dastardly. Yeah, I'm going to do a customs run. That seems more up my alley right now. Bring one of these, put this on me. This should be all I need, right? Or should, wait, hold on. I have like actual guns. I should go with a fucking gun. Put this back. Here we go, PS rounds. Who the fuck just, oh, 300 bits. Thank you so much. 300 is a little bit excessive. I mean, who you showing off to, but thank you for that. I'm more of a 1 bit at a time kind of guy. Where? There they are. I've been looking for these little guys. They were elusive. God damn. All right. So I have 3 mags. No headphones. Can't afford them. Times are tough for me, by the way. I just wanted to mention that. I think it's pretty obvious. Can't really get much done here. So let's go customs. Hey, Josh Creed's here. Look at that. Yeah, I know I got space in there, dude. I got space in the Gamma because I want to pick up shit and put it in my Gamma. You know what? I would agree with you normally when you say headphones would be helpful. But the sound has been so deceiving that I just don't even fucking care anymore. I've been fucked over too much this way by sound that I'm just kind of going in blind. I just don't care anymore. Oh, let's do, there was that guy, Brown Paper Brick. See if he's on. He's not on. He left. He's gone. Ass Gumbo's on, though. I don't know if Josh Creed is waiting for me, so I'm going to see if he wants to come in here. He's good. Doctor, stretch my nuts. Wrong kid died. I saw you earlier. I'm going to get you. Wrong kid died. Oh, Krispy Kreme? Let's do it. Does binaural audio off really help? I've heard they fixed it, but I'm direction. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. You see conflicting tweets every day. Like Clean will tweet one thing, and then One Peg will tweet another thing, and then fucking Pestily will tweet something else. And I'm just like, I'm too fucking dumb to figure this shit out myself. Can you guys just get a goddamn panel together, a tribunal or something, come to a consensus before tweeting shit out so I don't look like an idiot when I spew the same, because I just parrot what other people say. You know, I watch Tucker Carlson and then I go to dinner and then I just parrot what he says and I sound smart. And Ben Shapiro, women actually can't get wet, is what I say at the dinner table. Ben told me that. And yeah, it just pisses me off that they just they'll just say shit. Like, I don't know. Clean said he thinks the audio's fixed, but I don't know now. I'm doubting. I'm doubting is all I'm saying. I'm a skeptic finally. Tarkov has turned me into a skeptic. Before, I would believe anything. All right. There's a lack of people here. Let's see. We need 2 more. Cosmonaut? I like cosmonauts. Let's get this guy in here. Dix Enormous. That's a funny name. Eddie Spaghetti is a cool name, though, too. Go with Eddie Spaghetti. Hit me up, boy, Eddie Spaghetti, dude. I invited you, and then you typed it in chat. That's how awesome your name is. I went for the name first. There we go, Eddie Spaghetti, and we're gonna get some Faye Purry Gorn in here. Faye Purry Gorn. I wonder what that means. Let's do it. He's got the same mask as me, too. Look at this lineup. All right, hold on. I'm going to redo this one. We're going to close poll. This time, this is a PMC, different map. Different map. And we'll redo that one. And we'll get a more accurate consensus, because this is a map I know. Wait, this isn't the fucking right goddamn poll. This is a different poll. I made this one earlier. Yeah, what color was Jesus? Was he, you got 3 options up there. Let it rip. There's only one right answer, by the way. Or is there? I don't know. I mostly just put this one up here to piss off white people, white Christians. I was hoping to get them. That's kind of it. Yeah, actually, this guy's just like, I didn't realize Jewish was a color. Oh man, I saw this. Jesus was Muslim. Oh shit. Isn't that like backwards? Isn't that like the wasn't that the like events after his death by like hundreds of years? Oh shit. I got way too much condensation on my desk. My as they say in the South, my glass is sweating everywhere. It's sweating all over my desk. Yeah, it's gonna sound like some nerd shit, but the best desk I've ever had is this one. And I got like some, well, I went down to Home Depot and I bought some butcher block and put it on top of like a 2x4 frame that I built. But I just get some wood, some plywood or something. I don't know. Put something up under it to support it. And then get epoxy and just pour it on there. I can pour whatever I want on this thing. It is absolutely fine. I can spill shit. It's fine. It's epoxy. It's waterproof. I can beat the hell out of it. It's fine. Epoxy is the way to go. Don't do colored epoxy. All those ugly ass river tables and shit people do. Ugh. I'm talking just like a bar top. You know? Actually, that's what this stuff was called, was bar top. It was just epoxy that you're supposed to flat pour level onto a bar. IKEA sells a pre-made one. Yeah, IKEA does, but I fucking hate IKEA. It's a problem. I'm tired of their stuff breaking on me. I keep having like stuff that's supposed to be structural fall apart. Awesome. How's everybody doing?
What up?
All right, dude, look at this big ass helmet. Oh, it's not a big ass helmet. It just looks like it is. Where do you guys want to go? Somebody lead the way that knows what they're doing. I really just feel like tagging along.
You want to get dorky with it?
This guy with the green helmet, P helmet, you're the squad leader. Lead the way.
All right, any spaghetti. Sounds good.
Oh, Bradical, have a good day at work, dude. That sucks. I never even thought in a million years that... it's not that I didn't think in a million years, but I just never... imagine, like, I'm at the point in my day where I'm winding down, you know? I'm just vibing. Imagine having to get up and go to work at this hour. Oh my god! What the fuck? That is like the third raid in a row. I've just been headshot. With just a top of the head. Not even close. I have no idea where that guy... He was off to the right somewhere. With M855. Wow, these are fucking rough. God damn it. You guys betting against me? That was such a... That was like a... You know what? I'm going in quiet. I'm going in by myself. I'm sorry, people. But you guys are weighing me down. I have to go in by myself. No, I feel like I'm just more on the noodle, you know? I got my mind together when I'm there by myself. But I will say, I will admit that it is important for me to have headphones when I'm by myself. Otherwise, I get... Oh, there's no way for me to get headphones. Let's go in. Raw dog. I'm just going in fucking streets, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea, dude. I should exclusively scav reserve. I forgot how easy it was to just drop in there as a scav and just go like, let's see what happened down in the tunnels. Because there's always a party down there. Oh, Prapor sells headphones? Ah, I'm already loading. I'm fine. Street scav is easy money. I feel like I'm killed by people on the streets more often. I kind of want to wait for streets to settle down and people kind of know the exits. Because I don't want to lie and say I know the map, but I definitely understand like the lines of traffic. And I feel like... Because naturally, you just get settled into like a rhythm. Like, it's hard to explain, but you know, an extrapolated example of the idea I'm talking about is like DayZ. You know, like sometimes when you're heading into the woods, as you're leaving a town, you sit there and think about spatially where you are on the map and where people usually travel. And you go, I'm going to put a little weight on my W key or do auto run or something because, dude, I'm not going to run into anybody out here. I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I feel like Tarkov there's areas and maps where it's like, you just kind of close that area off and go like, people aren't there. That's just not a place where people go hang out too often unless they're lost. And right now, streets, nobody knows where they are. So it's just like this fucking spaghetti of just like, people are everywhere in every little building. And I just find it kind of chaotic right now, which I like, but my survival rate's also tanking here because of that. Reserve, on the other hand, when I spawn in as a scav, I know where people usually will be and where fights have happened. And I go look for the hot spots. Yeah. Hey, this guy's like, I can't... Have you guys ever seen someone's name pop up and they give you the color of dark blue? Well, my Twitch thing is black, so it's like I can't see what his name was. But it was his first time watching the stream. What's up? How you doing? Sam, do you support Kanye? I mean, I think he's funny to look at. It's awesome to see someone that's like at that level just fucking firebomb it and lose it all. And so I'm rooting for him to just keep saying wild shit because I want to see how far down he can get. I want to see Kanye like homeless. I think that would be funny. He's going for like his homeless arc. No, I failed all those objectives. Damn it. Yeah, I support Kanye. Is basically what, if you were asking, yeah. Not for the same reasons you think, but yeah. Mostly because I want him to just, I want to see how far that rabbit hole goes. How crazy can Kanye get? I gotta see. Then again, I mean, like, do you think he's like radicalizing people? Do you think people will look at Kanye and go, this guy's got it figured out. I'm fucking listening to him. You know they do. People suck. All right, can I run around yet? Sort of. Getting some running. All right. Wait a second. I know exactly where I am. Oh my god, this is such a bad spawn. I think there's someone that spawns over there, as far as I can tell, and catch it over there. But who knows? This map is insane. It makes no sense to me so far. Is that Kavinsky? Hold on, let me turn it up. Is it? Oh yeah, the song before, yeah, it was like, I forget what the fuck it was. I don't know. It wasn't the Drive one. It was the other one. The band that has like 3 songs. It wasn't the one from the Drive guy. It was, oh my god. I fucking laid him. Excuse me while I put some shells in. I think I got a stupid fucking friend too. Oh man. All it takes is a little bit of Magnum Buck to make these two bitches look like Magnum cucks. You know what I'm saying? Look at these fucking saps. This guy had a Vepr, body armor, he had headphones. I told you I'd get headphones. Damn. Don't mind if I do. Thank you, sir. What a gentleman. AI2 kit. Take it. On to the next one. What in tarnation? General Sam. Dude, imagine you getting killed. And you have to fucking see that. Killed by General Sam. That hurts. That's like the ultimate slap in the face. That's why I play like shit. It's all a ruse. I just want to hurt you. Uh-oh. Oh, excuse me. What the heck? Fuck, I'm getting out of here. We're crazy, man. Shooting at me. We're gonna be all right. Oh! Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Yeah. I thought those were, I thought that was a scav up at Cinema. I didn't think it was someone hunting me down. By the way, like, is it the rain or something? But I'm not hearing, like, anybody run up. Oh, I just want to see. I only got 13 hits. Goddamn. Yeah, we're gonna be all right. It'll be all right. Sam, I don't need friends to help me along. I just killed 2 men. Who, by the way, had the drop on me. And I stood my ground like Wyatt Earp. And I said whatever he said. I think he says, no! He was always known for his silver tongue. Wyatt Earp stood in the middle of that river at the Oasis, and he goes, no! And then he unloaded with a shotgun and killed a bunch of people. And I was trying to get that kind of energy going on. Yeah. Yeah, people that are fans of the American West, they know what the fuck I'm talking about. Wyatt Earp did some badass shit. Have you guys seen Tombstone? If you guys haven't seen that movie is a bop. And well worth the time to watch it. Oh, I thought the PSTs went in here. What the fuck kind of bullet goes in this thing? This guy says pay me out. I don't know how to do that. Is there gambling on here? How do I do a payout on here? Say when. Yeah. Predictions, payout, channel points. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking do the payout part, though, is what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to convey to you guys. Like, you guys are demanding shit of me that I don't understand. PPT, that's my jam right there. I don't actually know if this is any good, but I'm just gonna get 300 of them. Where's the other? There's another stack around here somewhere. Oh, they're there. Sweet. All right. You know, you're supposed to go in with a lot of bullets. A lot of bullets. Good stuff. There's no way I'm like out of water or anything, is there? Is this? Oh, is this Sinead O'Connor? You gotta put your lighters up in the air. That fucking, I just turned up my music. That fucking song's a bop. Empty my gamma. I did have gamma stuff in there. You guys are gonna have to keep an eye on me, dude. I am not fucking fully tapped in yet. I should probably cool off on these chocolate things. Abby's so concerned about turning me into an alcoholic, and then she makes me a goddamn chocolate cocktail. All right, on. I'm gonna get one from Prapor. You said like earphones are from Prapor, right? Don't lie to me, guys. Oh, there we go. Now I should be able to hear these dudes. I got a gun that just spits bullets. Spits them. I don't know how to pay out the fucking... I don't know how to pay out the channel points, dude. There's this guy screaming about it. I don't know how to do that. If you guys... Is it like exclamation payout? Is it like... Is there a fucking thing? The points, channel points, does anybody know? Just get a mod to do it. The guy's screaming about it. I'll make you fucking mod. There, Peanut. You're mod now. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up. Mod, vilified Peanut. You're such a good guy, dude. You're so awesome. Thank you for doing that. You're mod now. Go ahead and fucking pay the people out. Do the thing that they're saying. Mm. God damn it. Yeah, now you have to do work for me. Me and Wubby. You're constantly working for somebody. Yeah. Yeah, I died. I fucking died. All right. I got shot right in the goddamn mouth. But I killed 2 people, dude. I killed 2. Yeah. Yeah, you got deputized, dude. That was pretty awesome. We should have a whole ceremony and everything. All right, I'm going to do another one by my lonesome because I feel like whenever I have you guys with me, you guys say you're not a hindrance, but I feel like I'm being held back by waiting on you guys to load in. Yeah, give me a false sense of security. I always get tapped in the head regardless. It's annoying. Sam has given a child a loaded gun. Let me tell you something, Peanut. Why is this prediction still up? This is, hold on, let me turn that off. Hold on. Close that poll. By the way, you guys think Jesus was Jewish. Good choice. Let's do a different poll. Let's do how tall is Peanut? Peanut, don't answer. Option 1, 5'3". Option 2, 5'7". Or option 3, 5'5". This is huge, Peanut. All right, everybody. How tall is Peanut? Immediately 5'3". 100% of the votes are on 5'3". All right, and Peanut. See, this is the beauty of the thing, right? Like, Wubby, I'm sure, he seems like a mean boss. He seems like he's always pushing you around and stuff, but not me. All right? I just set up a poll in your name, and everybody that insults you by giving you the wrong answer, ban them. I want them gone. I'm giving you power to defend yourself. Defend your own goddamn honor. So all those people, 155 votes that voted for 5'3", take them out with a pistol with a sniper scope on it. I don't know if you can just mass ban people somehow, but that would be kind of funny. I don't know if you can do that. I get the feeling you can't. Corruption! Oh, by the way, we are waiting for players, by the way. We're loading in, for those of you concerned. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's not like a midget. He's just compactly shaped. I think it also doesn't help that everybody else that I've, like the group that I met Peanut with, like they're freaks. Everybody else is way over 6 foot tall. Because usually I'm like the tall person in a group, and like I was just of normal height. Bizzle can kiss me on the forehead. Give me a little hug. Maybe. A little kiss on the forehead. Oh my god, that'd be so nice. You know, like imagine like if you close your eyes and like Bizzle carries you away in his arms, you know? Something like that, maybe. Or Devin. Devin's also tall. Oh, imagine being double teamed by Devin and Bizzle. Okay. You just keep fucking sexually fantasizing about my tall friends. Oh. And then Poob shows up with the lube and towels. He always knows when to come in. Like everybody else is super tall for some reason. Oh shit, we're in. Peanut's 5'6". I have no idea how tall he is. I just made up numbers. I was assuming somewhere around 5'8". I have no idea what the answer is to that. Peanut, how tall are you? I'm saying 5'8", 5'9". I'm waiting for your answer. I'm looking. Scanning. Everybody else fucking don't type in chat. Damn, he gave me too much credit. You're 5'4". You're not fucking 5'4", dude. There's no way you're 5'4". Yeah, on your tippy heels. On the, what's the opposite of tippy toes? On your goddamn flat-footed feet. Do you wear like pumps in your shoes? Like, you're not 5'4", you fucking liar. You're like 5'7" or 5'8" or something. You're not 5'4", are you? If you're actually 5'4", I'm gonna fucking beat you up next time I see you. I do not talk to people that small. Tricked me into talking. That's the ultimate trap. So when someone talks to you and befriends you and then you find out they're short. They're actually short. Sickening. I'm not just being a supportive friend. I think Peanut, on a good day, you know, if you had a good rest and your back was able to decompress as much as I think it can, you could probably be 5'11", you know, maybe 5'10". Oh, wait. Josh. There's definitely some bro over here in the... What the hell? What the heck? Snickers? What the hell? Talking game? Ah! Nothing. Oh, he shot. That might mean he might know where I am. If I find something valuable enough to offset the amount of gear I have, I might go absolutely balls to the wall trying to get this guy. But as of right now, we're going to go ahead and keep everything in the old gamma. What if there's a LEDX in here? GPU on the ground? What the hell are you talking about? You've made me turn around. You've made me come and scour the earth a second time. You have lied to me, good sir. Peanut, fulfill your duties as mod. Get rid of that man. Destroy him. Or, I mean, like, if you're probably busy or whatever, you don't have to. But if you feel like destroying somebody, now's your chance. By the way, you guys are going to have to be kind of patient with me. I don't know the loot layout for this map at all. Keck tape. That's the first time I've seen Keck tape this wipe. I have a feeling this stuff's hard to find. Let's go in here. You actually banned him? Hell yeah. No, just give him like a timeout. Like, if you already banned him, then that's fine. But I actually don't ban anybody in here. I mean, if they've done something grievous, like actually bad, then yeah, they get banned. But for the most part, we do little timeouts around here, little paddles on your bum, and then you get back out on the schoolyard. Very light with our punishment here. We're like the Sweden of Twitch channels. Dude, I keep hearing like some tiptoeing. There's somebody around. It's scaring the heck out of me. Wait, that was his only... he was a first-time chatter and he gets fucking destroyed? He speaks up his first time in chat. Gets fucking banned. He's just gone. Wait. Hold on. That's actually kind of a Naughty Dog spot. Just kind of like, you know, I mean, you're not going to lose this fight. Just aiming down a hallway, but... You know what? These apartments remind me of the pawn buildings from Reserve. Whenever I come in here, there's trouble afoot, and I usually die. So I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I don't want to go through construction either. This side of the map just fucking sucks, dude. Like, I really do like the cinema area a lot more. This fucking reeks. Hold on, there's an exit here. Let me check my exits real quick. What do we got? Sewer River, Damaged House, Klimov Street. Now let me, okay, and I am currently at Sewer River and Damaged House is what I said, and I'm currently at the Collapsed Crane / Sewers. So I need to travel down this road until it reaches the main road and then cross it and then go down that road by the cinema. Excellent. Have you guys seen that? I saw a plugin someone was using earlier on Discord where it's like you can just hit M and it's called like Overwolf or something. Hey, who's in there? You a scav or a human being? Pussy. Woo! Watch this. Nope. Thought I could see him or something. I forget what I was talking about just a second ago because of that whole like hearing that guy thing, but I'm sure I had something incredibly insightful to say. I was waxing poetic for sure. What the hell? Hello? Oh my god, is this a rear sight for a fucking Gen 2 Magpul thing? Whatever. Did I just see a purple laser? No. Hello? There's a guy like right here and down. If I could throw a grenade up and over that window, that'd be badass. Ooh. I think I need a drill for something. I'll drink this. I'll put the slickers up there. And then I'll have room for the drill. Eventually, I'm going to get a... What, that put me overweight? I'm overweight now? No. Thank you, Mr. Decibel. With like, but spelled with all numbers and shit. Thank you. All right, you ready? Let's go. Shut up. So, thank you for the donation, but shut the fuck up.
209 cheered. X500. Lots of loot in Tarbank and Fathers and Sons on the 3rd floor where the jail cells are.
Thank you.
Omid and Z-Chum it a few days ago.
Thank you.
Israel or Pakistan?
Yeah! Fucking both of them! Thank you. There's a fucking guy around here. I can't hear with all this shit in my ear. Hold on for goddamn 2 seconds. Calm down. Am I streaming the full 12 hours? Do I look fucking insane? I'm a grown-ass man. I'm 31 years old. I'm not staying up for 12 goddamn hours. I'll be up until I get cranky. That's like 2 a.m. or something. There's a fucking guy here, dude. He's around here somewhere. I hear him turning his body. Where is he? How do I... God damn, I was like, I can hear this dude just swiveling in his Jordans. And I'm like, where is he if he's making that much racket? It's not me. It's not my own sound. That's illegal. They wouldn't let me freak out about that. Ooh, an ornament. Yoink.
Mr. Cush Bags cheered. X500. Can you hear someone? Get him, Sam. Get him.
I already got him, dude. You're too late. Too late with the credit card swipe. Put it back in your mom's pocket, you know? I got him. No thanks to you guys. I'm just kidding. You guys fill me up with spirit and life and good warmth and stuff in my heart. You guys rock. That guy's a pussy. He's not going to shoot at me. This is a special little hidey hole that has all sorts of goodies in it, so you guys are looking for stuff like that. I dumped a mag on the floor. It's gone, never to be seen again. That's a damn shame. Oh well. Ooh. We're not your patrons. You don't have to suck up to us. Oh my God. Thank you for saying it. Shut the fuck up. Shut up until I'm done. All right. You guys just sit there. Just sit there for 2 seconds. Let me do my thing. That's me in bed, by the way. I'm just like, shut up for 2 seconds. I'm fucking, just let me do my thing. Should I chuck this drill? I feel like this thing, I don't care about that. I want it gone. And I want to grab other things in its stead. Like, what's a drill running right now? Can someone hit me with an auction house on that? Anybody know what this is? Anybody? 80K? 100K? God damn. It's 25,000 a slot. That's pretty good. I guess the morphine doesn't matter unless it's found in raid. These are tough. These are tough little problemos here. Drop ammo? Yeah, I should do that, honestly. I'm fairly certain there's a guy, like, waiting outside the medical area. Uh-oh. Hold on. There's a guy. That's a dude. He jumped. Ready? No? You didn't come here? It's not the scav that yelled at me. Dude, the scavs don't jump. That's against the rules for scavs. Oh, that might... No, see, this guy hasn't moved yet. So it's definitely not him. He's still here. I just heard him jump again. He's around. Scavs can jump. That guy was in the same fucking position he was in 2 minutes ago. It wasn't him. And I heard a jump after he died. I need. Yeah, I'm just fucking dumping mags on the floor, apparently. Everywhere I go. Shit. There's no way I'm gonna keep going through these. Okay. Oh, I hear him walking behind me. He's in that building. Ooh, what's this? Can I open that? I didn't even know this was something I could loot. Oh, nothing. I hear scavs. Is this a dumb way to go? This is the dumb way, isn't it? I'm doing it. What am I doing? Alright, guys. This is where I got that double kill. I can recreate the magic that happened. This guy has a backpack. See? And he had glasses and a hat. The glow up's real. I think there's someone not only to my right, but outside as well.
Oh, yeah.
My God. Hey, Cool David is cool. Thanks for the raid with 24 people. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hey, you guys, David is cool people. Come on, sit down. We're currently in a weird little sandwich between two peeps, I think. One's a scav on the left, and one might be just a guy in there. I don't think the scav's coming in. I don't think that's a door. So I'm just lying to you guys now. There's no way the sound was from this far away. I know this door opens. If he's in here, then the sound is truly fucked. Okay, we're good. Sound is only half fucked. Only half. Ooh. Look, he's replacing all those mags I lost. What a nice guy. Yeah, I can't trust the sound at all, dude. I stopped even... Like, I usually don't even bring out headphones because of how bad it is.
Wolf 96 cheered. X500.
Oh, thanks for the 500 cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Was that like $5? Oh, wait. Oh, he's got rip rounds too. Damn. What's that? Is that a cricket? Okay. What's that? D-bat? All right. I think I can actually get out of here now, dude. This is like a sizable chunk of loot for me. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm backing out, and I'm going down to Damaged House, I believe. Is the exit I have on? Let me check. We got Sewer River. Oh, wait. Damaged House, Sewer River. I can do either, but Damaged House is closer, and there's technically a guy to my left. He's like through this wall over here. If the sound can be believed. Yeah, he was back there in the alley somewhere. But suck my nuts, bro. I'm getting out. Don't fuck with me. Okay, everybody starts sweating. This is where it's probably going to go downhill. These are easy to camp exits. Which, by the way, if you get... Oh my god, that lightning flash I thought was a muzzle flash, dude. I'm jumpy. Look at that. Imagine if a grenade just followed me up. See? I don't need you! Hell yeah. Bye-bye bits. Yeah, I proved you guys wrong. That's what it's all about. All right, it's not about proving like or doing well for the sake of doing well. You know what puts the pressure on, the positive pressure, is knowing that I'm keeping you guys from getting channel points because I know you got it stacked against me every time. I'll sweat on here. Hold on. You guys have to see my survival rating. Last time I streamed, it was 11% at its worst. I think it was 11%. It was the worst goddamn stream like of luck I've ever seen. But oh, see, Terminal Killer in solidarity, brother. He voted for me. He got 1,000 points. Hell yeah. Shut up. Shut up, Lettuce. You got timed out. You got timed out by Peanut, the mod, my new mod. There's a new sheriff in town. His name's Peanut, all right? If you didn't catch him, it's because he's about yay high. But he's got a big iron, bitch. And he'll mop you up. He'll take you out in a second. Oh, man.
Just for that song.
Oh, for what song? Hold on. Thank you for the $5 for apparently some song Bizzle put in this playlist. I'm benefiting from Bizzle, yes. Peanut's probably attractive. Dude, he's hella handsome. What are you talking about? You seen this guy? And, dude, you want to talk about someone that would make an awesome serial killer? You would never assume he would be capable of violence. He'd be the perfect man for it. Absolutely perfect. He's got like a kind face, you know? He's unassuming. And then he piano wires you in the Uber. Are you kidding me? You won't be able to get him off. Someone that small, you know? It'd be like, you trying to reverse choke him from behind. No, I can't be a serial killer because you would assume, like you just assume that this guy's probably capable of that. I'd be prime suspect, I think. But Peanut, you'd be questioning a lot of people before you got down to Peanut, I think. Poob for sure. He's too inviting. Yeah, that might be true. I bet you Poob would be a pretty good. So you know what I could see Poob doing? This is Poob's style of being a serial killer. I could see him murdering someone and then being like, "Ew, I don't want to mess with the body." Like, so then he becomes one of those people that's like, "Let's have sex in this grave that I dug." Like I feel like he wouldn't want to do the cleanup afterwards of murdering someone. You want to have sex on the railing of this bridge? It pushes her over. The cleanup's the hard part. What song is this? It's called The Song of the ... because I have the window so small I can't tell what it is. it won't finish the rest of the title. All right, here we go.
Epic Memahaha cheered. X1000.
Oh, I got some morphine. I got this. Got that. Some of this. Wait, did I get rid of my car kit? I kind of need that. I'm bringing that in. And I'm gonna take this guy's
7 months a slave.
header. Can I just put a stack on here? Yo, I don't know if you're gunning to play or anything like that, but I think now that I've had some success under my belt, I think I'm willing to take the casuals out for a spin, so to speak. So if you want to gear up for PMC on streets, let me know. I'll look for your name out there because we're already best of buds. But the rest of you, if you want to come, we're going streets at 7:25 in the AM. What am I, chopped liver? Peanut, you can come too, but that's really gonna get in the way of your modding capabilities. I don't think you can mod and play at the same time. You're right, guys. This song fucking rules. What is the name of this thing? I didn't have the volume turned up until someone said so. It's called Song of the Golden Dragon by Estes Tone, maybe? Tone? It's the name of the song is the name of the artist is Tonetta 777. And the name of the song is Breaking Point. What's the name of that song that Tonetta does? If you guys haven't heard of Tonetta, that guy fucking rocks.
LETSSSGGOOO Sam.
Oh, thank you, Nitro. The resub. Yeah, Tonetta is actually badass. Okay, hold on. Let me go back up here, and I'm going to do a refresh, see if my homies are in here. Oh, my God. Where's my homies? Excuse me. Where's my fucking homies? Lechuga? Is it Lechuga? No, it's Lechuga sucks. You're not here? What the hell? Are you not coming? What the fuck? Peanut? No, wait. What was it like? Omid? Like everybody has like Omid in their names. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are coming. Ugh. But I'm going to go ahead and invite 2 people on the off chance that you are. Oh, we're Streets of Tarkov at 7:41. What are you talking about? That's where I am. Good guys pull out. That guy's coming in.
Pete Rock Shuey cheered. X500. How much to play around?
How much to play around? No, you don't pay to get in. It's just luck of the draw. This good guy pulls out. He got invited. He's not coming in here, though. I'm going to invite him again. He's getting a second time because I want him in here. Chatty McThickums. He declined? He's a bad guy. Chatty McThickums, what the hell is this? He just has a Mosin. That's it? What's this guy's? Camelot Funhouse. I see him at the top here. I want to get Fat Doinks and Amish, but okay. You know what? Lettuce is taking too long, dude. If he is coming. So I'm gonna go ahead and get Anal Bead Bob. And Ash Stretchum is such a good name. Ash Stretchum. Fat Doinks and Amish, I guess, is getting in here. This gaslighting crazy. What the fuck, Lettuce? Like, I asked you to get in here and you wouldn't fucking show up. Hold on. I did the thing. I didn't even see you. Yeah, you're not here. I don't know if you're actually trying to get in here or not. There's no goddamn commute. Let me see. Let me check my text messages. You have my phone number. No text or nothing. Hold on, let me check my... Oh, I do have messages on Discord. It's not from you, though. Here we go. Yeah. Let me go back up here. He says, I've been here. What? What? You were not there, dude. He's not there. You're on my friends list. You would have been at the top if you were there. Every time I asked, he said he was there and I was refreshing. You didn't hit search. Oh, 5 seconds after I typed your name, dude. Well, be on time next time, all right? I'm on East Coast time. We get shit done out here, okay? We wake up, we do stuff. You guys are just little lazy bones. You weren't there. You didn't get the hustle like Ash Stretchum did. All right? Ash Stretchum got your place. Okay, dude. Okay. Oh. Okay, dude. That's all you can fucking say. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, we're doing a new poll. Hold on. Is Lettuce gay? That's going to be the new poll. I don't think you can do that. How will Lettuce die? Option 1. By my fucking hands. My bare hands. Option 2. He is immortal. Because there's only one way that motherfucker's going out, and it's me! No, I guess I can't threaten violence on here, can I? Twitch is really a stickler. You can't cause public panic. You can't, say that you've like released a virus or something. You can't do insane acts of violence on stream. This place was literally 1984. How tall is Lettuce? Let's see. I'm going to put all the options under 4 feet. Have you noticed how like Peanut towers over Lettuce? Makes him look so small. What if I just turned on the stream? It's just like, I have released a virus. Yeah, and then that's it. And then I just turn off the fucking stream. Didn't BSG like 2 years ago they got banned or something like that for like a guy like acting like he was gonna blow his brains out with an airsoft pistol? And when I heard that, I was like, holy shit. Good thing I've hidden a lot of my VODs. Because those mail time streams, people keep sending me guns, and that's the first thing I do is crank them in my mouth. Usually. Yeah. But don't send me any more of those. It's because I have an oral fixation. I just like sucking on the barrel. Yeah. They got banned this week again, too. I talked to someone that knows them, and he was like, they have no idea why they got banned. Yeah. I thought they got banned last year for pointing airsoft guns at each other. They got banned again for doing the airsoft gun thing? Those people need to learn. Yeah. That's why none of Landmark's guns face him. Oh, because it's considered dangerous. That's what you should get. You should get a semicircle rack where they're all just barrels facing his head in a semicircle. That would be kind of badass, right? That'd be a cool set, at least. Hold on a second. I'm going to go get the remaining bit of this stuff. We are loading in, by the way. It's not even showing the game. So what can I tell you? Oh, fuck. I can't get any more. Never mind. Yeah, the Game of Thrones chair, but with guns. Hello. Hello, everybody.
Shalom, friend. Shalom.
Hello. This is the worst spawn. I hate this place. We're back over here again by construction. Somebody that knows this map, take lead and bring us to like a less crappy area of the map. Over here, buddy.
First time on this map.
Guys, I got a GL.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
The fucking wreck shit.
He's pimping. All right. Yeah, you lead the way then, Mr. GL.
What?
Lead the way.
You've now
All right, let's
nominated
go,
yourself.
boys.
This is no
Let's
longer
go.
negotiation.
We got a
I
GL,
don't know where I'm
fellas.
going, not really.
No, this isn't going to be a shit show, dude. There's no way we're going to lose this early if we got this
What
much
most people do,
sauce.
Make it up as they go.
Hey, let's get over to that rooftop. There's like a little mini rooftop across from Pinewood Hotel that I think the GL would work like magic from.
The Concordia is to our left. Construction's right there.
I think we just need to go this way, out the front of this place, and across the street.
The Pinewood Hotel, I think, is over there. Oh my god.
We got a player to our left.
He's not real. He's not real. Just ignore him.
Oh shit, on.
Where's Sam?
I'm trying to find my way to the front of this building, and I'm stuck.
Oh, come with me. Maybe. That's the exit. I'm fucking wrong. It's this way.
Found it. It's a, don't shoot me when you come through here. It's this way. Hey, there might be somebody in like the actual. Oh yeah, he's at the far side. He's looking in. He closed the door. Oh! Clip me. My own teammate clipped me in the back. Why would he do that? Why would they just unload? I'm pretty sure that was just my own teammate. There was another guy? That shot he got me in the nape. His name's Glukar. What? That wasn't one of the guys that I brought in was not Glukar. So there was another player that was behind us. He was on the left. Okay. Yeah, I definitely, when I play solo, I seem to do a little bit better because I'm, a little bit. Come on, there's a guy with a GL. Are you kidding me? Got me a Magnum Buck. That fucking sucks. Okay, this time, lettuce. Put your shit in the little list. Every time someone dies, they do a Batman investigation on their own death. Yeah, I don't. I usually just report the guy that killed me. It makes me feel better. That's it. I don't care if they're actually cheaters or not. I don't know if that's against the rules, but if you kill me, you're getting a report, probably. I'm so fucking pissed off at the time when I get killed. Especially if I didn't like see you or anything. You're getting reported. It makes me feel better. I'll report people needlessly on League all the time. At the end of a match, if I get my ass kicked, you're getting reported for hate speech, and I will make up the most disgusting sentences and say that you said them. Be like, this guy, I think he's some sort of white supremacist. You wouldn't believe what he told me. And then I start typing it out. Vile stuff. And then I'll get on and they'll reward me with the blue stuff, the blue essence. Because they're like, hey, a person that you recently reported got banned for toxic behavior. You were on to something. Here's some good boy points. I've never reported anybody that deserved it in any way. So it's just luck of the draw, I guess. All right, hold on. Lettuce said he added me. Let me look. I remember his name was something crazy. Something about lettuce. Lechuga sucks. I sent you a friend request, if that's you. You accepted it. Thank you. All right. They don't read anything. It's just a system catching out a blacklisted word. That's awesome. I still get good boy points for it. That's what matters, right? Okay, you're going to have to wait while I gear up with some real heavy stuff, Lettuce. This is going to be insane. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. Wait, I might bring some headphones. Yeah, I will. What am I doing? The MP18, I'm not going to be able to kill nothing with that. Lettuce is going to die in the first 2 seconds. Let's see. I'm gonna go with this. You know what? I'm gonna put some bullets in this. I'm gonna bring that out. The first mag, 45 rounds of BP. That's how you know I'm coming out mad. And then if you survive that, oh, that's when we start getting into like a little bit regular stuff. Like, what is the cheapest possible bullet I can put into this? BP, BT, FMJs, PRS rounds? I think PRS have good, like, flesh damage, right? What's, like, the best dog shit round I can get? Probably PRS. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Wait, this guy says PP. Hold on, let me look at PP. Can't buy it. Try again. PRS. FMJ, cheapest best. Let's do it. Cheapest is best. And it's silver. That's how you know it's badass. Awesome. Okay, so the first mag does the damage. Or breaks the armor. And you guys complaining about my armor here. It's 25 out of 25. That's good stuff. I'm gonna bring a Santa hat. Maybe, hold on, we need some sort of face covering. Glasses kind of add to the swag. I'll bring some of these. Oh, or I could bring I'm gonna bring the Emercom hat. I feel like that's, oh wait, I can't use that. Shit. It's a good look. It's even worth insuring this. I don't even know if I have enough money to insure this thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's funny about that oh yeah that you hear? You can hear me click and like turn off the recording of me going, oh yeah. Like you can hear me turning on and off the recording button. Oh, there he is. Thank you. All right, wait. Okay, he's just starting it. What about Peanut? It's fine. Wait, hold on. Let me go find this fucking guy. Lettuce, you want me to call you? Huh? You want me to call you? Want me to call you, man? He's not answering. Oh, he's calling me. Okay. Hey.
What's up, Sam?
Not much.
Yeah, it wouldn't show me on yours, but I could see you, so I
Okay.
invited you. And then I was like, I don't know if anybody else is coming.
Yeah, so you weren't like mad at me or anything. Like,
Oh yeah, no,
yeah,
that
you were
was my
definitely
passive-
not showing up. Hold on, this is my stream, so I'm gonna turn you down so they can barely hear you. So that if we get into an argument, I can just be louder. Because if you're louder, you're right.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I can't steamroll you if you turn me down. That's
Yeah.
fair.
You're wrong if the slider's really low. So
Somebody, I was playing with Omid, and somebody last night goes, "Just let us know his voice is just an inaudible bass line," and it hurts so much.
my grandfather would have a hard time hearing you for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
My aunt has like one of those high octave voices that's like, "Oh my god, hey, how you doing?" And he sits there. It was so funny. He would sit there and just shake his head and like go like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome. How are you doing?" And she would answer and stuff. And then one day he looks at me. He just goes, "I haven't heard her speak in 20 years." He's like, her fucking octave is something that I just don't hear.
He tunes it out.
Yeah, he's like, I can't fucking. He was in, I wouldn't say World War II, but like the Reconstruction era of Europe, and he just was by jets taking off a lot, and so he like all the high pitched stuff is completely gone off of his hearing. I'm not saying, I don't know why I'm saying that like it's now. He died like 5 years ago, 7 years ago now, but oh, there's desync on my camera. Ah, fuck it. I don't feel like fixing
fuck
it.
it.
Every time this game like loads out of a raid, there's desync on the camera. Hold on, let's see.
Ever since the update, my shit's been fucked up. I got streets to run decently, but
Was this
that's about
buffering?
it.
Buffering, when enabled, buffers video audio to ensure the smoothest and most accurate playback possible. Don't do that. I'm gonna put it on auto detect. Let's see if that helps. Is it faster now? Oh. Who was your did you have like a you know, like a badass father figure in your life?
Yeah. He was pretty rad. I mean, he's dead. I've said that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, he was he was dope in his own way. There's a video of him getting in a fight at a Denver Broncos game that like lives in infamy with me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because we were Raiders fans growing up, but we lived in Denver, so it's like rivalries and shit. I don't give a fuck about football, but people fucking
But I'll fight over it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I
don't know what they're doing on that field, but
you'll be talking shit, bro.
I go strapped to every game.
I bleed.
Yeah. I'm there for my own goddamn playoffs in the bleachers. I you know, dudes that are bigger than me, I don't go for them. I go for their women because I know I'll still inflict damage. I'll hurt their pride. That guy's like 6'8". I'm punching his fucking wife. I know I'm not gonna win against him.
You get that one hit and just back away, just like, yeah, got broken up, you know?
Yeah.
Really.
Man. Yeah, it sucks being like, how old are you?
40.
You're 40, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Old.
Coasting into middle age, the generation that raised us is now dying. This fucking sucks.
Yeah, dude. I was supposed to be taken care of, dude.
Yeah.
This is bullshit, dude.
My family's like looking at me like, you're it. You're like you're supposed to lead us. And I'm like, lead what? Like, what the fuck are you talking
You're the
about?
head of the pack, dude.
I'm still a child at heart. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I always talk about that. They're like, yeah, it's like I have fucking Pokemon tattoos, bro. Like, what the fuck do
Yeah.
you want from me, dude? Like,
You should tattoo, like, once you become like mature.
yeah,
should-
once I grow up.
Yeah, like tattoo little beards and shit on them, on your Pokemon. Well, like,
Yeah, make them gray, give them like
Yeah.
fucking crow's feet and shit.
give them like a little checkbook in their pocket or in their hand, you know, like little adult things.
I still have a tattoo gift card just sitting around here that I won in a Smash Bros tournament at a bar.
You know what
I
sucks
just
is
don't know what to do.
I would love a tattoo, and I got some cool tattoo ideas, but I just don't want to go take the time to sit in a fucking chair.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you definitely dedicate a few hours to being miserable. It's definitely
It's
an
the
interesting
it's the
thing.
chair, not the anything else. Like I just don't want to sit there like an asshole for that long.
Laying down isn't too bad, but it's usually like I compare it to driving, but with pain. You know,
Oh.
like you just put on a podcast or something, put it in your ears.
Oh no, I would definitely talk to the person. I guess
Oh,
they
really?
probably don't like getting talked to. I bet.
I mean, no, tattoo artists will definitely talk to you and like try and make you feel like, you know, comfortable. It just depends on the art. Like both my tattoo artists are like childhood friends, so we just like we just talk about like bullshit, you know. Yeah, but it's also like people like put a lot of meaning behind tattoos or whatever. They're like, oh, fuck it, this was for my dead grandpappy, and I'm like, nah, dude, that shit just look cool, bro. Put it on me, dude.
My
Like, you definitely
brother,
stop caring.
my brother has
I'm here, by
some
the way.
insane ones that he just there's no meaning behind them. Like he just got
Yeah,
them because
they're
his
cool.
friend is was learning to tattoo, and he's like, "Can I just learn on you?" And my brother's like,
Yeah.
"Sure."
Yeah,
And so they just progressively get better, but they mean nothing to him in any way.
here's some loot spots, by the way. Did you drop down?
Not yet.
No, Meat showed me this whole building.
I'm
You get done in
looting
there, come into my
upstairs.
hole. Do my best Bizzle impression. I'm Johnny Hopcock. Come down to my hole.
Come on down.
Yeah, come on down. I'm Johnny Hopcock.
I love
So
it when
in
he tries to like do impersonations and stuff because he just sounds like Bizzle doing a voice. You know what I mean?
Like there's a GP coin. This oven.
A
can
GP
also-
coin? Where?
Yeah, not to the left. So on the floor and in the fucking oven. And then like all around this room is like pretty.
Oh,
good
you
loot.
already got the GP coin?
No, it's literally right there. Sam,
Oh,
just to
what the
left,
hell? How'd you
yeah.
see
No, I
that
left
thing?
it for
It's
you.
so tiny.
Because I know loot spawns there because Omid's a god.
What the hell? Oh, me.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
crazy. Yeah, I know. He's got the routes.
He's got the routes, and you know what? Him and Devin have the community where, like, my community, they'll send me just gross shit from 4chan, or like, hey, look at this fucking, like, ISIS beheading
There's a
video.
badge right here, too.
And then, like, Devin's people, they send him, like, awesome spots. Omid's people send him awesome spots. What's in there? Did you hear
badge.
that
You
shot?
dig it? Yeah.
What was that?
It's outside. We'll be
Oh,
alright.
okay. All right.
Oh, let me go this way.
Do it yourself.
Like hot rods and shit that can spawn on that table.
Damn!
Loot on the
Oh wait,
shelves.
I thought
Yeah.
that was a
Just-
SAS or something, a SAS drive,
Oh.
but it was a.
just a.
It's a Capri Sun.
Or whatever.
That's still good. It still hit.
CPU relay right there.
I've seen this place. That there's been a graphics card here on that.
Yeah.
On that little shelf.
And then in the other stairwell, I'm pretty sure there's like dope shit.
I'm going up to the roof though, because this roof
Yeah,
is
I'm
kind of
coming.
dirty.
Yeah, I got a Mosin. I'll snipe it out, dog.
Have you seen this little spot up here? I was gonna show Devin, but I never got around to it. I wouldn't say it's a good spot, but it is a spot. And that's what's important. So you get up on these sandbags. I'm not gonna do it right now because I'm lazy, and it takes a minute. You get up on these sandbags, and then you get up on this railing, and then you jump this way on top of this, and you can get up on top of that, and then up on
Yeah,
the
they'll-
scaffolding.
They were doing it like this. They were getting on like each other's heads right here and then doing it. Like I would jump here on this thing,
Oh, yeah?
on, like the little lid, and then they would jump on my head and get there. And then Omid tried to do it last night and he fell all the way down and died.
Oh damn!
Yeah, high risk,
Wait.
high reward, you know? What's up?
Behind us in the street. Hello?
Oh, yeah, I hear it.
Oh, he's in the building across the way. You ready to snipe him?
Yeah. I'm peeping, bro.
Hey, go upstairs in that building you're in.
Preferably near a window.
Yeah, go to a window upstairs.
Ever seen the movie Phone Booth with Colin Farrell? Do that.
I think he hasn't moved in a minute.
Yeah, he seems scared. He seems intimidated. He can smell our T count.
There's some people that are like, it's a good movie.
It is a good movie. That movie fucking bangs.
Have you seen the Miami Vice remake?
No.
It had like Colin Farrell in it too. It was like
I'll be
around the
honest,
same era.
I've never seen the original Miami Vice.
What the hell?
I know of
Really?
it culturally, but I've never like sat down and been like, yeah, tonight's a Miami Vice kind of night.
Oh, it's so classic. It brought in a whole
Sure,
fashion
no,
era.
No,
Dude,
that's-
honestly,
again,
by the way, your
culturally
aesthetic,
fantastic.
Your
Is
aesthetic.
Miami Vice.
No, it's not. But like with the tattoos and being jacked and everything, you would look so badass in one of those like fucking tweed suits with the sleeves pushed up and everything, like they wear in the loafers. That would be because you already wear like the low
There's a
top like
right
slip on
there.
Vans and everything.
Yeah.
Like if you wore the loafers, that would be so badass.
I'll loaf it up. I used to wear Sperry's all the time because they're really comfy.
Sperry's.
Sperry's, dog.
My dad dated this bitch that was like, she came from such money that they were like a boating family, you know?
Oh, hell yeah.
And like, every conversation was just like, so anyways, I was on my catamaran going down to the dry Tortugas. And you're just like, fuck off. And they would just talk about Sperry's. Like, I've never heard someone talk about shoes like that.
They're so enthusiastic about the boat shoes.
Except for people talking about like Jordans, maybe.
That's fair. I'm just like a minimal effort kind of person, so anything that slips on, big fan. This is like tech loot here on this staircase, by the way. There can be like Tetrises and stuff like that, just so you know.
This place is full of tech spawns.
Yeah, it's wild the amount of like loot in here. Like this, there's a dead guy here that you can loot, and then another
Are
hallway.
we circling around to the exact same hallway we've been in?
No, this is the opposite side of the building. What's up?
The way we came, I heard footsteps and it's freaking me out.
Nah, they're scared.
Hey, you guys can't put quote marks on that. You're making it racist. When I said people that talk about Jordans, I've heard plenty of white people talk about Jordans too.
Yeah,
right?
no, dude, look at the video of SneakerCon. It's all 16-year-old white dudes. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Or like any of like those sneakerhead YouTube channels. It's always like a fucking fat nerdy guy.
Yeah, I don't know what else is in here.
Honestly, wait, hold on. Let me do a full. This dorm 203 key. That's not worth anything.
No, not really.
855. I'm gonna put this
Oh,
coffee.
yeah.
The CPU in here. Yeah, we should be fine. All right, now it's gotten to the part of the raid where we have to kill 7 people.
Yeah,
Where'd you
we
go?
just
Did you go outside?
I went back up top, but I'm gonna come back down because we were already
Pull
up here.
I'm at the bottom of the stairs.
No, I'm coming down. I'm coming. What's the car from Miami Vice? Is it the Fiero? I would love a Fiero, dude.
Hello.
Little Pontiac Fiero, dude. I'd be whipping them Jones.
Wait. Dorm room
Isn't that mine?
203 is an expensive key?
Is it like a task key, maybe? I don't know.
You guys are full of shit, but I'm gonna put it
Probably
in the
for
game.
like Aquarius or something.
If it's like, wait, to our right, you didn't hear that?
Oh yeah, he's in the window. Are you dead?
Yeah.
After you said to the right, I did see a man in the
What the hell? It's like so fucking quiet too.
I don't know how you heard that, dude. With the rain and everything, I have no
Not
idea
just
how you heard
I have
that.
gotten headshot every fucking time.
You got fucking dropped.
Every time. I've seen you've been in chat for like a minute now, and it's been raid after raid. Doesn't matter if I bring 5 people with me. Doesn't matter if I'm by myself. I'm just getting clipped in the side of the head. Damn. Oh, it's the shaking up teller key. Return to rat roots. You can't even say I'm bad there. There was no time to respond. It wasn't like a gunfight. It was like a...
Oh, I got bodied too. I killed one and then died to the other.
And I let Lettuce leave first. It was like very much
Yeah, I was
enemy
out
at
there
the
just
gates.
like in the open. I
Yeah.
was like, you were like to the right. I had enough time to turn, look at him, and then be like, oh, I should get back inside, and you died.
Yeah, I poked my head out for a second and I got domed.
Okay, that guy's name was Del Doctor, bro. He's tiny.
Yeah, the audio shit.
Yeah, it was when you said guy to the right, I was like, I didn't hear fuck all, dude.
All I heard was just like him raising his gun. That was the only thing I heard. As soon as you left, I heard the gun raise up. I've heard tell that there's like a memory leak. Should I like restart the game? We've done like 4 raids now.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Have you done anything besides streets, or have you just been like exclusively on streets?
Exclusively on streets.
Fair enough.
By the way, there's still people there going like, you stalled when you heard him. I also, it sounded like he was like in the building, if that makes sense. Like it wasn't like he was just, right. Where was he? Was he?
He was in the building to our right, like in the window.
All the way at the end?
To the right, yeah. The very end building, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I heard like the gun raise up like it was right next to us. I looked to the right, I didn't see anybody fucking within 10 feet. Why the hell am I able to? Have you had this problem where like people that are right next to you, they sound like they're further away than they should be? And then people that are really far away, it sounds like they're right there.
Right next to you, yeah. Especially with shots. Like, I hear shots and I think they're like, they got to be like right on me, and it's halfway across the map. So, yeah.
I've been fooled into getting into fights with people with like shotguns and stuff because I'll go like, oh man, they're right here.
Yeah.
And then I'll go chase them down, and they're like little dots on the edge of the horizon, and I got this shotgun, and I'm like, oh fuck, if they see me, I gotta run back inside or something. Yeah. Oh, it's the new audio.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's definitely like super unforgiving, the new audio, and it's like anxiety inducing as fuck. Like I was in this shoreline resort where the audio is already bad, and I was just like panicking. I had like 3 people around me, and I was like, I can't identify like a single step right now.
Yeah.
Like I have no fucking clue where anybody is.
All right, you want to go a down bad run, which is
you want like Glock and sock or what?
I was gonna do a Keter.
That works.
Yeah. Wait, I also do have the MP18. No, let's just go like old bullet hose type things.
Okay. Okay.
And do that. I have nothing to wear.
I told you I got the jacket, right? Yeah, because I sent you a picture of the drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not better than you think, but I already planned something for it for tomorrow night, and I'm really excited to show you.
All right.
You're gonna fucking hate it.
Hell yeah. I was hoping it was gonna be sleeveless, but we'll see.
No, you'll love it. I had to approach a friend and be like, hey, I need you to do this thing with me. No judgment.
So anyways, I saw this movie called Drive, and this guy was literally me. So I got the jacket. I need you to do something with it.
I've just always been kind of a Drive guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. 300 bullets. I can't stand how they put all your everything, it like auto sorts everything up, and so then you have to like
if it
look
did
through
down,
the gaps.
Oh, dude. If auto sort just went to the bottom of the inventory, I'd be so happy.
I'd use it every time.
Yeah, I still use it because I'm lazy fuck, but I would use it way more.
Why do I bring so many rounds? I'm not gonna use all these.
Yeah, I got 2 mags on a Glock and sock. That's what I'm.
I got 4 mags for my Keter, and then I brought an extra like 200 rounds in case something goes crazy. Yeah,
real crazy shit kind of pops off.
Should we bring a backpack? You think
you can? I didn't, because I'm trying to get after people on this run.
We're gonna hunt down someone.
Yeah, we're going crazy
and show them what for.
Yeah, exactly. We're turning over a couple.
That's what older people say. And we're gonna shake our fist at them. We're saying,
get off my street,
this neighborhood. Yeah, this used to be a good neighborhood.
Oh, you bears showed up.
Let's do it. You can invite me again. I like not having to do shit.
Yeah, okay, we're fair.
Yeah. But there's also a guy named Cock and Ball Torture for me.
Ooh.
Nah, we don't need
I would have hit him
go.
Okay.
Guy's a bozo.
Doesn't actually like CMB. What a poser.
Yeah. Oh shit. We go get my my little cocktail thing. Do you wanna entertain the people, or should I just do a BRB screen?
Do whatever. It's fine. Yeah. What's up? Any questions? What's up? 40, dick doesn't work, and 5'3". Shoot, AMA. AMA, dude. Why do you sound like that? Okay, dude. Okay, that's kind of bugging me. When did you start lifting? Back in February. I posted my totals on Twitter. We went from about a 980 total on squat bench deadlift to I'm at a 1340 total now. Just 325 bench.
Some ice.
Shoot, had some ice for what? Favorite cologne? Don't wear it. I rock that Old Spice Fiji. On God. What's in your throat? Not enough dick. I love these questions. Keep going.
I do clinical strength Dove deodorant for women.
That's powerful stuff.
I ran out of my deodorant, and then I was like, shit, I got to use my wife's, and I love it. It is so awesome.
It holds.
Yeah, and so from here on out, I'm just like, I'm buying women shit, dude. The bottles aren't gray, and they don't say like extreme on them, you know. Oh, Abby went out and bought some, what was that stuff? Protein powder. The packaging for protein powder is hilarious. It is just the most over-the-top shit.
It's the worst, dude.
Yeah, it's just a giant extreme chocolate. Yeah. Chocolate protein powder. Pump.
Yeah, I think my mass gainer's like, more sets, XXX. And it's like, oh, okay, dude. Yeah, all right, dude. Dude, that was bad. I was doing my financials for the year, and I went over like how much I spent on supplements, and it like made me sad. I was like, this is not worth it, dude. It's so fucking stupid, dude.
How much is like Tren and stuff like that?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I'm all natty. It's boring, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But,
you don't hook up to an IV for nothing?
Yeah, I'm so close, Sam. You have no idea. I'm like, you have no idea. I'm like, dude, I'm so ready to just put like 3 different needles in me and get weird. Get gross.
What about like testosterone? You don't do testosterone therapy?
No, I don't even take T. No, I'm fully natty right now, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of cringe. I keep getting ads on Instagram though, and I'm like, I could just do a little.
Do a little testosterone? People say that like, Sam, you should get some tests. You take tests and start working out. And I feel like
benefit from it.
I feel like if I take tests, my hair's just gonna what's little is left is just gonna fall out.
I mean, it wouldn't be too bad because like you're like 180 is about right.
What, weight wise?
Yeah, how much do you
weigh?
No,
I weigh 240. I'm fucking huge.
240?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I can't remember. I mean, you're pretty tall, so that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I would just get you like if you're really thinking about like getting yacked and shit or like getting more fucking, getting that fucking shit going. Just the easiest thing is just get your blood work done. Like that was what started my like lifting shit was I got my blood work done and my natural test was in like the mid 800s, which is like super high. So I was like, fuck yeah, like let's get it. But if you go get your blood work done and your test is low, yeah, 200, 300 milligrams of test, like, yeah, you like, again, you should always be responsible when you're like doing hormone shit and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's like, but if you're not already producing it, right, then it's like, that's the risk. Because generally when you use testosterone, it hurts your body's natural ability to produce it. The hair would be less than you'd think. That's like severe hair loss and stuff like that is when you start getting on stacks of like 500 milligrams of test, 50 milligrams of like fucking D-ball before fucking workouts and shit.
Yeah.
You're on like half wicked. But I mean, that's the dude. Do you want to have a full head of hair or like a 7-plate deadlift, Sam? There's options you gotta, Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Those plates are expensive, dude. I'm gonna have to open up another Patreon. Jesus.
That actually is a funny deterrent. If I had a home gym, I'd be like, dude, I'm not pulling heavy ever.
No, never.
Yeah.
I'm fucking, and also I'm scared of like trying to advance at all until I get like form down because when I go to do a deadlift, I go like, am I gonna just cripple myself right now if I fuck this up? Like,
no, for sure.
I'm so scared picking up.
Well, and like there's like, go ahead. No, you're good.
I was gonna say like I got to the point where I'm like, hey, how do you like break past that barrier? And Muscle Bust, that I don't know if you've met him.
Muscle's a great person to talk to because he's way stronger than me.
He's fucking huge.
And
he's just like, oh, just do like like the claw grip where you like do one way and one the other way.
Yeah, reverse.
Because I was like, my finger strength is what's keeping me from lifting more. He's like, just do the clog rip. You can start yanking up weight that you never. And I was like, I don't want to just like surpass. Like, if my hands can't pick it up, should my back be picking it up? Like, it seems like it's dangerous. You know?
Well, you're right. Like, that's it. I mean, that's like always important. Like, people will use like straps at like certain weights that exceed their normal grip, and it's like, yeah, grip strength is super important, and forearm strength, especially for deadlifts, is super important. But like, it's like, you can get a lot more weight with like straps or with a different grip for sure, but it's all about what you're trying to do, right? Like, professional bodybuilder, like Chris Bunt, like dudes you see that look like Adonises, don't deadlift more than like 4 plates usually, because it's just not worth it. It's not a very, like, the truth is, like, deadlifts and flat bench are just a super non-beneficial exercise for the risk involved, unfortunately. But they're super fucking fun, and they're the best lifts on God. But like, yeah, like, you can only do so much with those compound movements to like achieve muscle growth and stuff, if that's your overall goal.
No, I want to be like Ronnie Coleman and in a fucking wheelchair by 45. That's what
I want to be a walking injury so bad.
Yeah.
I want surgeries.
Didn't that guy just do insane weight? Like he would just do insane squats like 3-4 days a week. Like he would just.
Okay, word. Are we in the day? What's going on? Are we in a bad zone?
Yeah.
What is happening? What is happening? What happened? What are we doing? I don't know where we're going. What's going on?
Stop talking to me about stuff. Stop the conversation. We're in a game.
Stupid. What do you
You're the one that led. You took the turn. You took the. You led me out the apartment building and took a fucking left. You were the one that did it. I want Peanut to be done with this video. I want him to come play with me. I want you gone. I want you out of here.
Fuck you, dude. I didn't know where we were going. What are you talking? You're talking about fucking deadlifts and shit. Fucking, what,
I got you. Now I got to pay $1 grillion. $1 grillion to heal up because I died to some fucking sap. The edge of the map.
Oh my god, dude.
You know what? We need to channel our anger towards BSG.
Yeah.
You guys are losing that war, and I'm fucking happy. All right. Fuck you guys. Sniper scav, are you kidding me?
I just immediately.
All the streets look the same.
It looked normal, dude. I was like, I'm just going down the street. It's just the map, dude.
It looks like the map.
It does.
It just looks like the. All right, I'm same shit. Same shit. God damn it.
It's not fair, bro.
That was Peanut's fault. We should beat him up next time we see him. Yeah, it's his fault.
Dude. You punch down, I'll punch up.
Yeah.
We'll get him from both angles, dude.
Just squish him. God. How much money do I have? This is getting embarrassing. $34,000.
Every time I play with you, I lose so much money.
Yeah.
I mean that from the heart. You bankrupt me emotionally and financially. It's fucking crazy.
It's always because I'm just like not paying attention talking.
Yeah, because you talk about like dumb, bringing out muscle bust and shit. I'm like trying to, I'm dialed.
All right. We need to concentrate. I'm going to sell all my Propital so I can afford a... I was supposed to play with Aqua, and I think he usually gets bankrupt pretty early, so it might be...
Yeah, you might be setting yourself up for some poor boy gaming.
Yeah.
He was doing
I bought the maximum amount of this item until restock.
That's not good.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is low. Should I even bother with a P.A.C.A? Like, is it even worth it?
Yeah, dude. I'm doing one, but it hasn't done shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
I'm bringing one. It's early wipe. It'll keep me from getting a shot to the chest with a shotgun or something.
I've died to scabs more than anything else. So at this point,
okay, this time we need to be meticulous.
Okay, dialed in. We're
Chat,
good to go.
If I see another message, I want that shit to sit still until we're done.
Yeah, 100%. If anybody messages lifting, ban them. Peanut, start banning any kind of fitness or muscle terms. I love you have Peanut as a mod, dude, because he just gets it done.
He's a little worker, dude. I like somebody with a good work ethic. That guy's always up to something.
Yeah, as soon as I came to chat, I think I said LOL or something, and he just timed me out. He was on it. No.
He's on it immediately.
I knew you had to have modded somebody that I knew for that to happen. I was like, Muscle would never.
Yeah. I'm like looking like maybe cowboy hat this time, but I think that's even too much. I'm not willing to risk a cowboy hat for this.
I just stay socked up. I don't like my face.
Socked up. All right, I'll get the sock. I'm also gonna get a chest rig, bank robber.
Yeah, dude, that's where I'm at. I'm P.A.C.A bank robber socked up right now with the Glock. And I'm not leading this time. I'm not running. I'm not.
I should have sent you this hat too.
What, the one you're wearing?
Yeah.
What does it say? Hold on, let me pull it up.
It says, "Of course I come fast. I got fish to catch."
Yeah.
And it's my head's too big.
I share that with you though. I have a huge ass noggin.
I am on. It keeps coming undone. I feel like this is that Cumtown bit where Stav is wearing a hat backwards, and his head is so fat that he's on the very last adjustment.
At the top, yeah.
And then in mid conversation, the thing just pops. It pops off. And Nick's like, "You're too fat for hats." That's sad when you're too fat for hats. This thing won't stay on my head. Oh, Shiro's here. Hey, Shiro. How you doing? Shiro's been on that World of Warcraft grind.
Yeah, I play Classic every once in a while, but I got banned for 2 weeks, so it really put like a halt in my sales, and then I got back on a little bit.
Should I just go for like the cheapest possible ammo?
Yeah, I'm running PSD and the 9mm Glicky.
I'm running PPT just because I saw it and it looked cool.
At this point, I brought a dope kit, died. Brought a bad kit, died. I don't think that's the factor anymore. I think
it's not the kits, it's us.
Yeah.
It's not us, it's the chat.
Yeah, true. It's Peanut.
Hold on. Shiro, I might just recommend you leave this because I don't want you to see me this way. All right, I've been yelling. I've been pretty aggressive. I've been down bad. I've been getting murdered.
On.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Peanut's actually, and he's looking tasty.
Oh,
he's looking big.
Okay, hold on.
He didn't get the memo. He's definitely trying to show us the fuck up. It's kind of weird.
He says we need help. He saw it.
Dude,
what a guy. What a guy.
Last time Peanut and I played together, we were just walking next to Sniper Tower and he just got one shot. And I was like, no, dude. It was not good. I'm pretty cursed when it comes to playing with Peanut.
I thought you hated that guy. Who? Shiro? No, I like Shiro. Who, Peanut? No, I like Peanut. Who the fuck are you talking about?
Who do you hate?
Yeah. I hate everyone. Just drop a name. I hate them. No, I don't know. Invite me. I'm in the list or whatever.
Peanut's the leader. He's got to invite you.
Oh, did he invite you? Oh, sweet.
Okay, there you go.
You gonna come talk, Peanut, or are you just gonna sit there in the shadows?
He's in a work call right now with Wubby, just like, well, I'm gonna play anyway. Just fucking
a work call with Wubby?
With Wubby, yeah. You like that? That's a sentence that's probably non-existent. It's not a fairy tale.
$5 towards your tackle box, you fishing god. Tell Lettuce Lowe's I love him and I'll kiss him on the thigh and that he has to smoke for blunt guts bing bing bong bong XOXO.
I have no idea what the fuck. That guy just sent like the longest message for you. And
For
I didn't
me?
catch any of it. He's like, tell Lettuce something or something.
I could try and find it. He didn't tag me, so it's the easiest way for me to find it, but don't do that in general.
No, it was like a donation thing.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck. Okay, I can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peanut. You said where are y'all?
Let me add him.
Y'all isn't a word, dude.
Oh, get him.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
That's great.
Take that shit back to
Damn.
Winn-Dixie, bitch. We don't say those bumpkin ass trailer park words around here.
Tough.
No, y'all is one of those words where it's so efficient. You can address a whole group of people with one word, but you just sound inbred when you use it, and I hate it. So I don't use y'all.
Can't add me to this call. What the fuck? Oh, there he is. Okay.
People who use y'all are cringe. And ain't. Now I use ain't because it's kind of funny. Oh shit. They make a new call?
I think you have to go to the other call that I made with him.
Okay. Sorry, we didn't want you stinking up that other call we were in. What's up? How
Yeah,
you doing?
no, that's fair. I use y'all apparently. So.
Yeah, y'all is a no-go in these parts.
I didn't even in that message. I didn't even say y'all. Or oh, sorry. In the Discord message, I did say y'all.
Yeah.
How big is your delay? Do you know you're on like a huge stream delay?
What do you mean?
You're just on a very large stream delay. When I invited Lettuce, and then from when he said, "Oh shit, Peanut invited me on stream," was like 40 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's by design.
Yeah, and you got so fucking pissed at me for not being in the lobby like 5 seconds late.
Yeah.
I'm on like a fucking minute. It was crazy, dude. I was sitting there just like wanting to smash stuff. He's like, "He's not in the fucking lobby." Wow, Lettuce fucking abandoned me. Say you're gonna. And I'm just sitting in the lobby waiting for your stupid ass to refresh. I wanted to die.
Yeah, I don't know, like not lettuce. I'm sorry, you're brain dead. Peanut, you get
that's crazy out of pocket.
Peanut, you might have to walk me through like stream settings or something, because like I got this shit.
Yeah,
I got mine from like Poob, and I know he hasn't fucking done any research. I don't know why.
Yeah.
This is the blind leading the blind here, but
you know you gotta spice up your chat and get some emote extensions in here. They'll really go crazy for that. They'll eat that shit up.
I think less of people that use emotes, so I'm not gonna put that on there.
You don't want some sick third-party emotes? There's some wild ones on there I know you would like. You could
Really?
get down with some of them. There's some that are just bouncing titties.
Oh, let's do it. Bouncing titties. Wow, you got me. All right, you got me. This guy knows me. All right, so how do we put that on? Let's work on the stream right now. I'm leaving the group. I'm going to desktop. I'm alt F4ing. No. Oh, how's your day been, Peanut?
It's all right. I slept in today. Didn't mean to. My sleep schedule's been fucked up. I tried really hard to get it like fixed. So I was waking up at a more normal time, like 11 a.m.
Oh yes, normal. Yes.
Yeah, very normal. And then I had to fucked it back up. I'm waking up at like 3 p.m. now.
Oh my god. You know what I don't understand is how. Nah, I guess you just get used to it. But how do you like structure your day to do work and stuff if your prime time of being awake is during when everybody's having fun, if that makes sense?
On and doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, we're figuring it out.
Yeah. Like I know mine's
I do
definitely
pretty
not
alright.
ideal because I just wake up too early and I have like most of my day awake
Right.
is before any of
People
my
get on and
colleagues, quote unquote, get up. Yeah. I do all my editing, before like 5 p.m. And then when I get on at 9, it's just fun and games at that point. That's when everybody was.
No, that's smart. That's what I wish I had. I was trying to do that for a good while here, but I mean, go back like a year ago when I was like fully nocturnal. You just do the opposite, where I would get all my work done like after everyone went to bed. So from like
No,
2
I remember
a.m. to 6 a.m.
less than a month ago or something. We were in a call and you were like, "Yeah, I'm just editing." It was like 2 a.m. I was like,
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
go
I'm
back
like,
and
I am
forth.
like
Sometimes
way
it's-
past my bedtime. What the hell are you doing editing?
Sometimes
That's
it's
like one of the
that.
only people awake during that time, and he suffers because of it.
Oh, but Shiro's asking if you're an editor. Yeah. Peanut
Yeah.
is one of the.
Unfortunately, yeah.
50% of the dream team behind Wubby. Actually,
Two-time.
no.
I think we're exactly where we want to be, right?
Yeah. This place is cool.
Yeah, that's the good building in front of us.
Let's hop in. Let's get to Pigfuck. I already see either scavs or people at the end of that hallway. Quick, get in here, get in here.
You get him. You get him. You get him.
Oh, peas. Oh, drink.
They call this building Pigfuck. You know why?
Yeah.
Wait, where'd you guys go?
In this room. In this room.
Oh, hey.
Look.
BP rounds? I'll take them.
Oh, now he's looting.
I know. I knew you were gonna say. I knew you were gonna say something. I knew you were gonna say something.
Oh yeah, I've heard that you're like really against looting stuff.
It's
What's
not,
up with that?
no. This is a narrative.
Do you not like the monies?
I just don't like filing cabinets. They make me feel like summon, and that's not a good feeling.
Here we go. This way to victory.
Ugh. Have you ever had like snot in between your nose and your mouth, like back in your head?
Yes.
Yeah, I got like that going on right now. I want someone to finger fuck my mouth and get it out. Someone get that shit out of there.
That's sort of thing I have going on, but it's always whenever I like get on stream and like try to talk and shit. Suddenly I have that.
Yeah.
I gotta mute and just like.
Yeah, what really helps is doing tea. Hot tea really helps.
Ooh.
But I'm not gonna do that because I'm not British and gay.
Okay.
Oh, I like tea. Tea's awesome, dude.
So you are British and gay?
Yeah, English breakfast tea. If it means you're gay if you drink tea, then call me gay. I don't care. That stuff's awesome. You read? Oh shit! Is that at us? No.
No, Peanut taking shots.
I'm down here at
No,
the
that's not taking
stairs.
shots.
That wasn't me. What the fuck?
Oh, my bad.
I'm going out on the roof here. It's not here.
Oh, we missed the high loot room. Hold on.
You guys take care of that. I'll keep this roof occupied.
Oh yeah, it's across the courtyard over there.
Go down a floor and get this good loot y'all missed.
Yeah, go get all that tech stuff.
Going to the.
No, what the fuck is wrong with these people, dude? Earl Grey is your tea of choice? Are you kidding me? Weak. That stuff tastes like toilet water. Get the fuck out of here with Earl Grey. Black tea's where it's at, first of all. Like breakfast tea. Earl Grey tastes like shit.
Just normal, bitter, delicious tea. Don't put
Chamomile
fucking
tea
sugar
is
in my
fucking
shit, dude.
gross. I'm not a grandma.
I would say that sweet tea is the worst thing the South has ever invented.
Oh, you don't like sweet tea?
What the
No, it's
fuck?
trash. It's garbage. Sweet tea's fucking disgusting.
Get out of here.
Crazy, dude.
Get out. Yeah.
Here we go. I knew
You're
it was
wrong.
Florida, boy. Fuck you, dude. There's
You're
just no way,
wrong.
dude. It's gross, bro.
No, it's-
you took a good thing and made it shitty.
No, it's awesome.
And I don't. Let me be clear. I
Where
don't
have you
mind
been
putting a
getting
little
your
bit-
sweet tea from? Let me.
I don't-
Where do you get it?
I don't know. Where do they say? Look,
Terrible
you
take.
know.
L take. Common lettuce
Here we
L.
go, dude.
Hey, look at the chat, dude. They're tearing you apart.
Yeah,
you dumb.
Little rebel flag,
You stupid.
Dog, fucking little losers, dude.
Smell like
Fucking
shit.
get-
Yeah, I
No,
like my
fucking
fucking
no,
sweet tea
no.
glistening, packed full of
Yeah,
ice,
I'm
little
sure.
lemon wedge in my rebel flag glass.
Yeah, exactly. Your
Whoa!
Dukes Hazzard. Yeah, fucking
Have that
Leonard
shit in
Skinner.
one
Yeah,
hand, have my
all
fist
right,
balled
dude.
up in the other one, looking at my
dude,
wife.
that's crazy.
Why is what I
Drink
tell her.
some fucking Kool-Aid, you fucking dorks, dude. It's fucking wild.
All right, all I'm gonna say is
tide
every
your ass
place
home.
you go and get sweet tea from, they make it too sweet. Like if you
Yeah,
get it from
and that's what I'm
McDonald's,
saying.
it's like syrup. It's
Yeah,
gross.
I'm not talking about, and again, I'm not talking about like you put like a little bit of honey or like maybe a little splash of some. That's not sweet tea. When I say sweet tea, we're talking about fucking barbecue joint that puts like a bag of sugar in that shit. Like we're talking about.
It is
sweet
always
tea.
barbecue joints that do
Yeah,
really sweet
100%.
tea. Yeah.
I worked at a barbecue joint, and when I'd make the sweet tea, I remember putting so much in, and my boss was like, "Nah, more," and I was like, "This is disgusting. Like this is a problem."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just like a little bit of honey in that shit. Like that's not the same. That's not sweet tea.
I'm on the roof. Where'd y'all go from here?
Oh, we're on the bottom floor.
Yeah.
Shit.
We've already killed
Yeah.
like 3 teams, dude. Where are you
Yeah, it
at?
was crazy.
Whoa.
They were juiced.
It's like 8th time checking my mag, just making sure it's bullets are still in there, guys.
Like if you go to a Waffle House and drink a sweet tea, nah. No
Oh,
shot.
who's at the end of the hall?
It's me. It's me.
Is that you?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm looting this guy. Fuck y'all.
Where you at?
Want this armor? This dude's got some sick armor on him.
Let me check. I have P.E.K.K.A.
This dude's got a Karasa.
Karasa,
Yeah.
and Cordura. Oh, yeah. I wish I could just pick up the duffel bag. Like, what's stopping me from just scooping that up, putting it on my shoulder, and walking? Ooh, raid.
Nikita.
Basically, yeah.
She's like Texas cheered. X500. How many gifted to dome all of them in the head?
We have the FPS counter, but we disable it because it makes FPS drop.
Did make FPS worse. Someone just asked how many donation or how many gifted subs to kill you and Lettuce. And honestly, I'm alive in raid. There's no amount of money that's gonna. This has been such a brutal night. Like, yeah, I am going to use these guys to get to the exit. They're worth way more than fucking whatever you're willing to throw at me money-wise.
We are easier to kill as a group though, because if you kill one of us, the other person definitely just laughs, and then you can kill the other person. Like
Yeah,
neither of
that's
us would have no remorse for the other person dying, so you'd be safe.
Are you all ready? We gotta get to that collapsed staircase area.
I've tried desperately to like learn this map, and it's been I get it in some regards. Like some areas I'm pretty good at, but sometimes I'm just lost. Or like what happened with me and Lettuce earlier, where we just wander into.
No, I'm good at like this area, but the other like 3/4 of the map kind of confusing. You know about this loot spot, Sam?
Huh?
Huh? Are you with me?
No.
No, I think we went to the other building.
Oh, what the fuck? No, come here. This is where the loot is.
Nah.
This is the collapsed stairs.
I'm just staying tight, you know.
Yeah.
Turn to your left, right here. I'm
not worried about the
leaning
loot.
out. I'm looking at you.
I know I see you.
Yeah.
You
Bring
guys,
Samuel, where are you?
I'm looting.
I'm trying to show you the good loot though.
I found a jacket. Hold on.
That's cool. I'm looking at a cat right now, like a cat
You're on that
statue.
Omeed route.
A cat stat. Wait, hold on. Dorm room
show you where it's
115,
spawned.
114 key. That has to be worth
That's
something.
pretty. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's got a safe in it. Task items, not a bad key.
Task items, something like that, or whatever. All right, I'm coming down.
Go out the door you came in, and I'll wave you down.
Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. Where you at?
To your left, right here, out this doorway.
Guys, there's a lot of shots out here. I'm getting kind of fucking concerned.
You look for shit right here, and then watch this. Watch this. Right here in this little rock. Shit spawns like that. They'll just sit right here, and then this scab usually has stuff on them.
What the hell? There's a scav?
Yeah.
Oh, I hear people that aren't us. I think. Unless you guys, did you guys go upstairs?
We're inside. We're in.
Hey, apparently that's a $300,000 key that I just picked
No,
up.
there's definitely movement on the other side of the building, Peanut.
All right. That's where we need to go. That's where the other good loot is.
Yep.
Is there somebody at the other end of the building? Hello?
Yeah, they sound like they're outside now.
Hello?
They're right behind me, aren't they? Gas in. Ooh, I'll take a gas in. Sam, we're right here. Shit usually right
like
here,
Texas
except there's not right now.
X500.
And even right here.
20
Except there's
gifted
not right
to
now.
Dome, just one of them.
But right on that table. Good
20 gifted to dome one of them? Nah. 20 gifted subs. Nah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot for somebody that relies on Twitch. I got a podcast. I'm good. You take that 20 and I want these guys to get out of here with me so you can shove it up your asshole. No offense. Sorry. Thank you for dropping by. Feel free to give me the 20 subs though. All right, whoever's pushing me around is about to get domed for free. You said there's someone here somewhere. Yeah. I'm in a bathroom or something.
Did you go straight at the hallway?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense then.
I'm looking at the... We got duffels here.
Keeping an eye on you.
You don't need to keep an eye on shit.
What's the buckwheat?
Buckwheat.
Does anyone know what the buckwheat is for yet, or no?
I have some on me.
I'm gonna go for that dog bowl upstairs.
Just gift it to Lettuce. He'll do it. Yeah, he... Is
that vitamins?
Oh, I think he would.
Oh, dude, you're talking to me? It's a sub, and I'm
yeah,
blasted.
one sub.
Yeah,
Who do you want me to
sub.
kill?
I'm so poor. I will do whatever you want for money.
Who do you want dead?
I don't have a podcast.
Yeah. I ain't got shit in this world.
Ooh, a little Veritas guitar clip. And a Hotrude.
Alright, I'm coming. Where are you guys at? Where are you at?
Boy. Come up the stairs though.
Thank you, man.
Want me to show you the spot, or you just want to?
trying to find gamers. I'm trying to get after it.
In here?
In here, and then look right in this dog bowl. Treasure spawn.
Damn.
Not a Veritas.
It's not a dog bowl. It's a bedpan. But yeah, you picked up Veritas's guitar pick out of a pile of shit. Wow, this guy's dedicated. He wants the loot. Get out of my way, man. Honestly, 20 gifted subs. I would be able to kill Peanut and get his backpack. That's a deal.
Yeah, Peanuts is that's a good 20 gifted. He's stacked.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, that's kind of up.
Yeah, that's exactly what someone says. Like, he can kill one of those people for a backpack. That's a steal. I've been having to like drop stuff in order to make room. Now we just need to find a scav. But if we don't find one in like 30, 45 seconds.
It's about to get rough.
Yeah, it's gonna get rough in here.
It's about to get real Lord of the Flies in here real fast.
Do they even drop 120 BT anymore?
I have not seen it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any good ammo off the floor this one.
Because that used to be a thing off reserve.
BTBS.
Yeah.
It's all locked doors over there.
Yeah, but I looked really cool doing it.
All right.
Hold on, there's beverages over here.
Oh, someone's cooking indoors.
It was me.
Oh.
All right, let's get out of here.
Now here's where you come in handy, Sam. I don't know how to get to Damaged House, but you do.
Damaged
House? Oh, it's by the crane. I got you.
Is that our exit? I'm not leaving here without a backpack and some shit. All right, don't you even start talking about exits
Let's go get
yet.
involved somewhere.
Yeah, we need to skin someone alive and take their shit off of them.
Well, you lead the way then.
Oh, I have to do the work too. All right.
I'm getting crazy.
All right, I'm coming.
How do we get out?
I don't know. I'm fucking pissed off. I'm like,
I'm getting out.
I'm like a fucking rat in a cage. Get me out of here! I think we go up and then we go
Back
this
to the
way
kitchen.
and then
Back to
we.
the kitchen.
No, wait. Then we go
Oh
here.
yeah, that's wrong. We gotta go to the kitchen. Peanut's right.
What the fuck?
There's a kitchen.
Yeah, this place is a
This way,
goddamn
this way,
labyrinth.
this way. Oh wait, no. This way, where Peanut is. Yeah, I found it all on my own.
Through the kitchen, of course.
This
That was
spot
my
is
next
pretty
guess.
cash. I watched me do up a couple people pretty hard from this spot. Shit's pretty cash.
There's a confuzzler here. All right, so what we need to do is start making our way to the exit and then orbiting around the exit until we kill someone with a backpack.
It's the wrong way. There's a hole in the wall over here.
Shush.
Yeah,
No,
all
we
right.
can leave this way. There's a fucking back
Two
door.
ways.
This is towards collapsed crane right through here.
Why do you want to go that way? That's towards the danger zone.
Scavs and extract.
Okay.
I heard a scav just
on.
now. Left's gonna die.
I'm getting crazy.
I'm trying to consult the map at the same time. Where are we at? Sparja?
Yeah, construction site is right next to us.
Little supermarket.
What are we going for? Are we going for damaged house? We need to go the opposite way.
Other way?
Yeah, we need to go. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
We
whoa,
get
whoa,
some
whoa,
of that.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Did I just see a red flare and a drop? A droppy
What?
drop? Nothing.
Oh my god! No! Get away from that! It's bad! It'll kill you!
I will shoot you guys.
No,
Let
no,
me
no,
have
no, no.
something in this world.
No. Peanut, cover us. You already have stuff.
Yeah, you already have stuff.
Yeah, you already have
And you're
stuff.
dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a scav. Kill him. Kill the scav.
Peanut, kill that scab.
Kill the
We're busy.
scav.
No, Peanut, it's gonna kill me. Kill the scab.
I scared him away.
Hands off. Get off of the. I want that CQB thing. Oh, was that a scope? A monstrum?
It was yeah, you're good.
A compact?
No, the compact's mine. Please, it's mine.
Hold on. There's stuff here.
Scope's mine.
Oh, you're getting stuff a little bit quicker than me, and it's starting. Oh, kill him!
Kill that scab.
Get him!
I don't know where he is.
Just kill him, dude. Just fire. Reckless abandon.
It's like a draft. This works out so well.
Dude, will you stop?
What?
He's dead.
This is ass.
Yeah, these kind of fucking suck.
Create his beans, dude.
Where's the backpacks? They usually have huge backpacks.
Yeah, nah. Somebody been through this.
Yeah, someone's been here. I'm mad. Did any of those guys have backpacks? Scavs?
I don't know. I didn't see him.
Did you kill him?
My leg's real fucked.
I killed him.
You know, do you have a
I
splint
killed
on
him
you?
through a window. Yeah, I do. I have an aluminum one. Come here. You gotta give it back though.
Yeah.
Still got 4 uses on it.
Dude, somebody can take that
That's
morphine. It's
money.
not a raid. That's for a task.
Oh, I need that for the fountain of everything. Oh, okay.
You can have it.
No, I don't want it.
it.
Fuck your mother. No, but seriously though,
He's
like
gonna take it,
here's the
though. He's
vodka.
gonna take it.
Yeah, take that exchange. We'll do a vodka exchange.
Backpack.
Where?
No way. There's not. I lied. I was wrong. There's actually no backpack.
All right, sick.
Yeah, no, it was a misread.
I feel like you have a backpack on.
I did to start this raid.
Is this the right way at all?
I have no idea.
Sam.
Huh? No,
the right
this
way?
isn't. I told you guys this is not the right way.
Oh, well, go then lead.
Well,
Advance.
we were looking for it. Oh,
Come up.
Ooh. Run a little bit.
Oh, okay. You got him.
Dropped him.
Is there another one?
There's another.
Oh yeah, he's in the court.
Let us get one tapped by these.
I killed him. There's a backpack on there. There's a
still
tea
do?
bag on there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, everybody.
Oh, and a garage.
Guys, I got a lot of loot. I'm starting to freak out. Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here. Okay.
Well, I'm peanut. I have so much food. I'm starting to freak out.
Oh man, I'm too wealthy, and my shoulders are starting to hurt from my backpack.
They're getting a little sore, and I want to rest.
Okay, come on.
Where do we go?
We go this way.
I trust
Come
you.
with me. Come with me. All right, what we need to do is we need to go this road all the way. Come on, let's start looking at our exits. Damaged house, evac zone. Evac zone is right over this way. Wait, isn't evac zone like you need a flare?
One, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's Klimov Street. No.
Oh.
No. You're
Okay.
good.
Okay,
You're
evac
right.
zone is this way.
It's this way to the right. It's very close, actually. Yeah. Oh shit! Keep running.
This is the evac zone, I believe. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, easy.
Look at us exiting.
Look at that.
The fucking leg is blacked out.
Nice. Oh, I'm sorry. that guy, she's like Texas. He did gifts 20 subs telling me to kill one of you. I'm sorry.
You
Thank
just
you for the
ignored it?
subs, but I'm not murdering one of them. No, I don't do.
Gimme your
Yeah.
best rat impression.
There should be 20 subs, and then me and Peanut get after it.
Wait, somebody thinks one of you is Poob.
I am Poop.
It's me.
No, it's me.
Hmm.
I got it. You want to see my new figurines?
Yeah, I have.
Actually,
I've been buying a lot of dead people shit from a state website. Action figures.
you know, I actually sound nothing like that. So
That was pretty good. I don't know how to do a poop. I feel like I was watching him stream today, but I can't think of how to do a poop.
I like people that have voices that are just you can like easily
distinct.
Yeah, copy their speech patterns and stuff.
Yeah, you said that the other day. It
I
was
did,
super
yeah.
dope. Yeah, I loved that bit. That was good.
Well, it's because it was in reference to you. You do have a very distinct voice.
Being mean to you.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
It wasn't being mean. No, there's nothing. It's you can't emulate someone's voice without, it's a sign of endearment.
I've been collecting screenshots of all the chatters that just make fun of Lettuce's voice
So
and say some weird out of pocket shit about him.
It's so mean.
Yeah, well, the main part is that I send them to Lettuce.
Yeah.
So he has a growing collection.
Yeah.
That's the mean part that he's leaving out. And he's totally right. It's fucked up.
But I make sure he sees every bit of it.
But I make sure he sees them.
It's fair. Like I said, Peanut's the only person awake at 4 a.m. when I'm done lifting, so he just gets the most annoying pictures.
That's when you lift is 4 a.m.?
Yeah, like 1 to 4 is my lift time.
1 to 4 a.m.
Yes, sir.
You lift from 1 until 4 a.m.
Yeah, I like it. There's nobody there.
Yeah, but like, how many things do you lift before you're like,
Talk to me, Sam.
I don't know, like, yeah,
Right,
aren't you done? Yeah, like I'm done lifting. Yeah, like I feel like
look at you. Have you seen yourself in the mirror? Like you won. You finished the thing.
It's not true.
No, but I mean, like, you don't have to lift that much to achieve, right?
I mean, you don't have to. It's just fun.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
And
you know
it's
what
like
else is really cool between the hours of 1 and 4 a.m.?
What's that?
Sleeping. Sleeping
Yeah,
is
but
fucking badass.
It's because I wake up at like fucking noon. So it's like, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, that's
Or
the
later,
last
yeah.
thing you do in the day is lift?
Yeah, I like to lift at the end of the day, personally.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's better to lift in the morning, so.
Is it?
Yeah, that's usually that's what people say. I don't know. Fuck all, dude.
I think the thought process is wake up and do the hardest thing in your day first.
Yeah, for sure. And then the rest of your day's easy.
Yeah. And it's all
It's also
downhill
like,
from there.
yeah, I don't like lifting around. Like I just like to lift alone. So like 1 to 4 in the morning is like the sweet spot.
Okay. That was awesome because I lived. First of all, that was
dope.
That was cool. Let's do the exact same thing, except for this time let's kill like 7 people.
Yeah, let's get after it. I'm trying to get involved on some people.
Yeah, I want the chat to think I'm cool. It's really important to me that they look up to me and stuff. It's the only thing that's keeping my fragile ego together. All right, on.
I have no fucking space. This is so tragic.
Were you really on a business call with Webby?
No.
Oh.
No.
What the fuck? I feel like that would be a
Okay,
weird
but
business
those do
call.
happen.
They
Those-
do?
Lettuce was like, that's never happened.
No. Yeah, but it's not like a business call. It's like
They're like
streamer
planning.
business call. Yeah, but it's just, you're a joke is my main point here.
You're a joke. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay.
It's not a real
Have you ever,
job.
has Wubby ever yelled at you?
Yelled? No.
No. Has he
Get
ever-
upset with you, I'm sure. Yeah.
It's a business, you know?
Yeah, I know. Peter fucks up.
I
He's
fuck
human.
up often. I'm I'm a disaster. Imagine having to employ this piece of shit, you know.
I'm waiting on streets at 17 o'clock and I've not
Oh,
been
shit.
invited
I'm
by my
sorry.
homies.
I just bought a scav junk box for the first time this wipe. I'm organizing and shit. I'm real hype. But yeah, I'll be there in 2 seconds. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. How about that? Huh?
Sam, I just got a Tac Tech plate carrier and a Loot Lord plush as drops, you
I feel like
beautiful
they're
bitch.
tails that shake faster than lambs, but
Wait, you can get a Tac Tech plate carrier for drops? The drops that people have been telling me about have been really bad. That guy's got good drops.
The legendary is not bad. I've gotten good
I've
like,
gotten
armor and stuff.
I've gotten decent ones. Yesterday I got like 2 moonshines and a Loot Lord plushie.
That's what this
good.
this guy got Tac Tech plate carrier and a Loot Lord plush.
That's
Pretty good. I got good drops on. Spread the word. No, wait, don't do that. That's what got me in trouble last time, was telling people to go to
Spread the
other
word.
people's chats and spread the word. Yeah. Go into their chat, spread the word. Yeah.
Go to Sam's stream. Go to Sam's.
Yeah, Sam has better drops than this stream. Copy paste that and go to every streamer you know.
Don't do that. I got in big trub last time.
Did you actually?
Yeah, Daddy Pestily was mad at me.
That's funny.
Yeah. My internet went out, and I was trying to beat Aqua's viewership numbers. And then when I got back on, you know, I had to start from like zero. All those people that were watching my stream, they left to go find a different drop streamer. And I was like, okay, just like don't like go in there and just be like, Sam's back on, you know, like slip it into conversation, you know,
subtly.
Yes, do subtle. And it was just like thousands of people in Pestily's chat going like, Sam's back on, everybody go back to Sam's. And he was livid. I was like, wow, that wasn't subtle at all. That was fucking horrible. You guys are bad wingmen. Yeah. And then I wasn't checking my Discord messages, and he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So I was like ghosting him on his from his point of view. I was like ghosting him, and I was being an asshole.
That's funny. Let me know when you're in lobby, Peanut.
Yeah. I'm getting there right now. Streets 17.
Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, this guy got an M1 armored rig. This guy got an AK-12 mag. Dude, I'm dropping gold. This is huge. Oh, apparently Pestily banned the words General Sam from his chat.
That's tight.
That's fair.
That's pretty good, yeah.
You know Bear Key, don't you, Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have mod in her chat because I know her and shit, and I banned my own name as a block term so that people couldn't at me. And watching people have like little fucking chaos in their head as they try, they're like, well, I would tag him, but I can't talk to Lettuce. It's my favorite thing in the world, dude. Banning your own name as an at is the best move ever because people just lose their little fucking minds about it. It's awesome.
Oh, then yeah, you're untouchable in a crowd. That's awesome.
It's so good. You could just talk so much shit, and the people trying to at you, and they just like get their message blocked. They're like, "What the fuck is blocking my message?"
Did I ever fix things with Pestily? Yeah, he was just mad for like that day. Yeah, he talked to me. He was like, "Don't do that." that was the extent of it. Yeah, people acted like it was this ongoing beef. We're two grown ass men.
Grown men who've held a grudge for over a fucking year about
you bitch. Drops. Yeah, no, we're not gonna fucking. we're two grown ass men. We're not gonna be mad at each other for video game stream time.
People like that are so funny that in people chats like, oh my god, you have beef with this person. Like, oh, have you talked to this person since like X minor inconvenience happened? It's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Like what? Like I'm really gonna hold that over them?
Yeah. No. Nah, we just say we're internet boys. We say mean things to each other, but we love each other on the inside. Pestily versus Sam boxing match. Like I was in the military. You would fucking turn my head around backwards. What are you talking about?
No,
I do
a lot shorter than I thought. You got reach on him. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's also built like a fucking like Cro-Magnon. Like he's like
a fucking howitzer. Yeah.
That dude's squat, and he's just like thick limbed and everything. If he gets close to me, it's game over.
His forearm, I think, is the size of
don't
my
say
head.
nice things to Lettuce in chat. I see you guys
he asked, bro.
in cahoots in chat saying nice shit. What's going on here?
Peanut.
I'll find out right now.
Hold on. Click to reply. We'll find who's sucking Lettuce's cock here. Let's see. He was like, "Oh, heart emoji, appreciate it."
Dude. Oh, okay.
Let's see. Wait, who's he responding to? At Lettuce. Amazing. Keep it up. Just Connor. Get out of here.
Connor, I'm sorry.
I think that's Lettuce's alt. Actually,
is that what it is? Yeah. You're getting timed out.
Yo, what's your
10 minutes?
Bro? What workouts do you do? I'm just tabbing back and forth. Appreciate it, bro. Really do.
Yeah, I gotta get back in the gym. I want Lettuce to write me up a gym program. Then I'll stick to
No,
that.
you don't, dude.
I don't. Now that I've heard that he lives for 4 hours, like I actually want to fucking live.
Sorry, no, I lived in that time frame. I only lived for about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that clarified because
No, I thought you were like for 4 hours of my life, I am slamming weights.
That okay? You're actually so lucky that that didn't shoot you. That was me trying to click back
That
in
was
and just
like
fuck
right
me
next to my head, dude.
That was
But
on
yeah,
God
no,
miracle. All right, this
an
way.
hour and a half to 2 hours, and 2 hours if I'm doing like
Oh no, wait.
a compound lift that day.
This is the dumb fucking spawn room where you have to actually shoot out a window.
No, you don't.
I'm banded. I'm rubber banded.
That's still okay.
I'm good.
Whatever.
There's people that can spawn down here to the right. Do you just want to run
Go
them
fuck
down?
them up. Yeah, let's go fucking get weird. As I run in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
I'm burping up dinner, which was like quesadillas and shit. Not a good. Ugh, not a good burp up.
Homemade Florida quesadillas.
Hell yeah, quesadillas. I have family that unironically call them tortillas.
Oh.
That's tough. That's
Yeah.
really tough.
Tortillas. That's what they call them. Tortillas.
Your brother does
Oh.
look like a quesadilla kind of guy.
Dude,
I can
my-
see him saying that.
But he also looks
Honestly,
like he can
I think-
appreciate a good quesadilla.
Yeah, no, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, completely.
I was gonna say I think the Zach and lettuce.
green
I would love
like,
to talk to
yeah,
Zach.
I think the meet up there would be pretty good. I think you guys would vibe.
The meeting of the minds, dude.
Yeah.
That would be fucking something.
No, my brother's a foodie for sure though. He's-
Where?
Yeah. I would love to have him take me to some good food spots so I could just fucking eat.
Who's in the imbas? Who's leading the way right now? What the fuck are you going?
I'm just looking.
Yeah, we're
you know,
looking, dude.
for action. You know,
Alright.
just observing. You know.
Okay.
We're smelling blood, dude.
Yeah,
There's a
dog.
guy around here somewhere. We're
Yeah.
going down these streets because there's some loot down here.
Mm-hmm.
Follow or get left behind, Peanut. Those are your options.
Yes, sir.
He's following. Conformist.
He follows.
Yeah. Ever tried having an original thought, Peanut? Try it sometime.
Oh, yeah.
It's too hard. It's way too hard. I tried.
Look at you.
No,
I
tried.
I
It's
whistled and
difficult.
you followed like a dog. No, don't shoot me in the back. I'm sorry.
Wait. Can we keep going? Okay, I'm so deathly scared of the sniper scavs after that first incident.
No.
I've
We're
always
right
said-
here by catacombs. I'm just going in here because there's a marked room.
Oh.
Oh, is this the marked room drop down?
Or, no, it's not that particular one. It's like some
Okay.
sort of
Oh, my
marked.
bad. That was on me. That's my bad, OG. That's my bad.
I don't know if stuff actually spawns here. I've just seen these on the floor, and I want to see if they actually have stuff. They don't. Okay. This was a.
I know there's the marked room you can drop into somewhere, like behind the apartment or whatever.
Yeah. This place
Super descriptive.
is a belt made out of wristwatches. I'm getting out of here. I think we can go back this way.
They all went different
Oh,
directions.
I think I hear people in this building across from us.
Which way?
Unless it was fucked up audio.
Behind.
Yeah, there's doors open. I think there's people in here.
Wait, in the liquor store?
Maybe not.
Across the
I heard
street.
something.
I see where he went this way.
There's a liquor store over there, and then there's an apartment above it. They could be up in the apartment. Hey, is there anybody up there? In that apartment up there?
Yep, I hit him. He's just behind the door with the Mosin. I'm to the left on staircase. He's in the room to the left. Hi, I'm behind you. Oh, yeah, you fry that dude. You fry that dude every day. You
Dead.
killed him. I took a shot for you behind you. It was awesome.
I'm coming up. Now that I know that that's finished.
That's the real clear.
I thought
yeah.
that was you for a second, Lettuce. I
Nope.
almost didn't shoot. And then I saw the Mosin. It clicked for me. Oh, this guy was a level 2. Holy shit.
Oh, God, sick. Fuck me. Fuck, I just started going side to side, dog.
Does anybody want this Mosin?
I'm good.
I'll take it. I mean, you killed him. You can have it. But if you're leaving it, if that's what you're indicating, then
I'm not really interested. You take
you're
it.
not interested in a Mosin? Are you kidding me? That thing
I have
can.
too many guns. My stash is too full right now.
Your stash is too full, he says. Oh, the hundreds I have don't fit in my wallet. Shut up! Sorry. God. I'm suffering from success. Fuck off. No, I'm sorry.
I'm broke again. I literally just spent all of my money on a scav junk box.
Oh, yeah, but you got a stash full of guns. That's basically rich.
Yeah. The tools for success are there.
This Mosin, dude, this thing's a great equalizer.
Didn't work for that guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
dumb bitch.
you ever played?
Dumb fucking
You ever
Mosin
played
bitch.
Daisy? Like,
Yeah.
Like the original mod had the infield in it. It was so cheap, but it could just destroy anybody regardless of their armor. It was the great equalizer of that game. And like when they came out with the Mosin, I was like, hell yeah, that's
How the KS-23 used to be.
Yeah.
I can't move.
Gosh.
Who's,
Yeah, I'm working
who's at
on
the
it.
bottom of the stairs with the
Me.
shotgun?
That's me.
Oh
Hi,
my
it's me.
god.
I'm
What
just
the-
rubber banding, dude.
I'm just rubber banding. Yeah.
Are you not at all?
Me?
Yes, I'm good.
We must be on East Coast servers because he's the
Yeah.
only one that can actually like function right now.
I'm slowly inching and
There
I'm
you
not
go, I'm
rubber
good.
banding. Yeah, okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
You know what's weird about this map is the amount of loose loot that's just in weird little hidden spots.
Yeah, like
the
like
stuff-
when it's a dynamic loot.
I like that about it, honestly.
It is cool because then, you know, like those places you were showing us. Just be
Yeah,
like
it
little
kinda-
hidden things.
I think there's somebody in the Mark Room building now.
Ooh, a cookbook. A Bake Easy cookbook. Is that worth anything?
It's a streamer item.
Whoa.
Keezy.
Bake Easy cookbook. That's hilarious.
What? That's what it says. Bake Easy cookbook. What do you, am I saying it wrong? Bake
Yeah,
Easy.
it's Buck Easy. It's Buck Easy.
It's a cookbook. Bake
I know,
Easy.
that's a joke. I just thought it was funny you said it like that. Relax. You said I'm not attacking your fucking literacy. It is okay, Sam. I swear.
No,
It's
Lettuce is
okay.
actually projecting because he's
Oh my
actually fully
God.
illiterate. Lettuce is actually illiterate, like no
Yeah, I
joke, so
know.
he's
And it's
projecting.
like, even fuck, dude. Just fuck, dude.
We've been in here already.
I
We've
thought
already
I
taken
heard
us.
somebody.
I just came in here because Lettuce was in here.
Yeah, I thought I was investigating.
Are you following?
You follow him.
We gotta stop following this fucking dude.
You follow whoever.
Highest
Let's go
average
this way.
view count leads. I've always said this.
Oh, dude, that's tough.
All right, Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut Giga.
You're the mind behind Wubby, and he gets a lot of views.
It's true.
Yeah. Go. Wait, where'd you go?
I'm right here.
Oh.
Am I rubber banding? 'Cause on my screen, I'm standing right in front of you.
Yeah, go. Be
okay.
gone. Lead. Oh, wait, there's someone to our right.
I don't know where we are.
In the grocery store. Let's keep
I've
going.
never been in this part of the map.
What? Not once?
Not once. That route that I showed you last raid, that's the only place I've gone in this map.
That's the only thing you know?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know. If you get me to there, I'm good.
I think we need to take a left. That's where the drop down is.
Oh,
If we
yeah,
go
yeah,
left.
no. Yeah, you're right. I know where we are now. This is the Chevron building, right? Like the car place?
Yeah.
Is the
It's
G-Burn
Luxus,
building right next to us?
actually.
Oh.
That's the brand, Luxus.
Coca-Cola.
And the Slickers. Where'd you go, Lettuce?
You're here. Towards that action.
That guy only brought
Getting all
6
weird.
LPS with him. That guy was hurting.
Just trying to make a play.
No, you need to take a left. I think.
I did go left. What?
No. Left down in through that archway.
Oh,
Isn't that
through
towards
here?
the marked room?
What about that stuff?
I mean,
He wants a fight.
Yeah,
no.
they
If
get
you go
rowdy.
through here and take a right, it's
okay,
the
I
same
trust you.
thing,
Okay.
but you're not
This
going
is clearly
through.
super important to you. No, this is clearly really important.
No, I mean,
to
those are- you know,
we're
those
good.
are just
it's okay.
scavs
it's
fighting on the
This
main
is
street.
No, totally fine. No, we'll go your way, Sam. No, it's cool.
Dude, you better keep up with those lifts at 1 to 4 a.m. because next time I see you, I'm gonna go for the throat. All right, that's the first thing I'm doing.
You're such a liar.
Imagine dating Lettuce. Just
Oh,
mad.
God.
No, this is clearly really
No,
important to
it's
you.
fine.
So.
Yeah. It's, sorry for having feelings or whatever. It's just.
I'm rubber banding so bad. This is a disaster.
See, look, we're at the same place you were
we
trying to
get in a
get, but
fight-
minus the danger.
Imagine being married to.
Married to me? What are you talking about? I'm a goddamn saint. I'm a fucking
Abby
treat.
does seem surprisingly normal.
Yeah, she
You
is.
know? Yeah.
She actually
There's a lot
pains
going on
me
over there.
sometimes because of how like
Oh, okay. That's
Behind,
fuck.
behind.
unplugged she is.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm going back in.
I'm
Whoa!
super fucking dead.
Are you coming inside?
I'm trying. I'm gonna get shot at. Ooh! They're running. They're running. Might be pushing. Yep, here they come.
You hold that angle. I'm gonna see if they can come from behind. I think they can.
Yeah, they're moving. You might be right.
Yo, they're coming behind.
Whoa.
Hey, look down this hallway. There's a door right here, and I think he's right on the other side of this door.
I hear him to my right, like further
No,
down.
no, he's at the corner, and then there's a guy right here.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you good? You need some food or anything? Alright, good luck, guys. Get up.
Pussies! Sorry, fuck. I couldn't get my stupid mouth shut. Yeah, pussies getting along with each other. Come get some! Oh,
they're coming back this way. That's weird.
All right,
He's
now
almost angered.
Yeah. Behind you, I think.
Yeah. Like on the other, they've gone fully around the building.
Oh wait,
Like,
they're
back
going
where
in the
came
way
from.
we originally came in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm so dead here. Oh, we're so fucked.
Woo! Got one.
I think I killed him.
You got the
Yeah, he's
other.
dead.
Pussies,
Just
I
that
told
easy,
you.
baby. I don't even think there's a third.
I don't either. There's that guy they were talking to, but that's about it. He was a scav though, so we have to watch out for him. Wait, this is the one you killed, right? Here, you take.
Yeah.
Wait, he's got nicer stuff. No, okay. I think I killed him.
I just want the loot that I can sell. Like, you can take that SA-58. I need money, so.
Guys, that was a successful kill. Yeah. Pretty big stuff.
Didn't even need lettuce. The loot is shit.
Yeah. You know, I just do it for the team. That one was for the troops.
Shut up.
Ooh.
Just another free Prime sub. Move along, fellow rats.
Oh. Wait. What the hell? I'm gonna drop these headphones. I don't think I need them. Okay. War Mage PP rounds. I don't need any of that. MP18. I actually fucking love that gun. Wait, you said this guy has something badass, like an SA-58?
Yeah, take it.
The thing is pretty badass. Anything else this guy have?
No, I took his loot. He has mags on him though, so take those.
Mags.
Actually, has a lot of mags.
Yes,
I'm gonna try to get Lettuce's body.
There's like nothing important.
You have any loot on you though? Oh,
Not really.
Across the street. I think it's just scavs. Hey, your dog tag? That's important.
Where'd you die at?
Out the fucking
here.
open.
What about that guy that
Like a buster.
was like, uh-oh. You hear that guy
I don't know what
behind
that
you?
guy's doing. Yeah. I'm scared.
Let me check my mag. Oh, this one's plumb empty. There we go.
He's right around this berm right here.
Right around the berm? I think he's
Wait, what?
out in the street, dude.
I
And
think he's very far away, but sounds very close.
yeah, there he is.
Got him. Another one across the street. He's laying down.
Where are we fighting these guys? Come on, let's get out of here.
I killed two of them. But
All
there's a
right.
little room with some loot in here.
What's our
Right
exits?
Right here.
Our exits are Sewer River, Underpass, and Klimov Street. Okay, we are
Sewer-
currently
I
in
know-
front of this. We can do Underpass, not that far away. Oh, Sewer River's close to us.
Yeah, Sewer River's not bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty close.
Unfortunately, there's people fighting at it right now. or near it.
Yeah, that's good. That's normally a really good thing.
Let's go
actually.
find him. Let's go get him. Actually, hold on. Can I pack him a little quickie? real quick?
Yeah.
Let's see. 20. I think I just dumped the mags that had. Oh wait, no, I didn't. There we go. Man, do I have to pee. You're in the building?
No, that's good. Makes you alive.
Yeah, it makes me more alert. Ooh, a 7-month prime? Or, yeah. It's badass. There was some guy that was like sub for like 24 months or something like that. And I'm like, I think...
Yeah, you went in on him too. You were like, if you're subbed to me for 2 years, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. That's like more months than I've streamed in 2 years. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Let's go.
Haven't even streamed 24 times.
Yeah. All right, they're definitely over there at marked room. But we have to go. Technically, we can just go past these guys. All right, let me look at the map again. There's the thing, and then here's the what have you, and then yeah, we need to go this way. Oh my God, these guys are juiced up.
So we have to go this way.
We don't have to, but it looks really cool on our resume if we go through it and live.
Yeah, no, that's real.
Whoa!
Oh, shit. Oh my God, I'm so hurt.
Okay.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay.
I'm running, man. You got me fucked up if you think I'm staying. That was terrifying, seeing that concrete chipping away behind you. Those bullets were raining down around you. I'm getting out of there.
I'm healing. Where'd you go? The back way we came?
Just something like that. I'm sitting in a corner. I'm scared.
All right.
That you running? Hey.
Yeah.
Let's go this way.
Glad to see you back in Tarkov. Looking forward to your next P.O. Box unboxing.
Oh, thank you. Like, neither of you are streaming, right? Are you streaming?
Nope.
No.
Okay. So I don't have to worry about, like, hot micing?
Nah.
Thanks again, guys, for the sub. Excellent job. You guys make the whole channel run. Thank you.
Got AIDS 11. Thanks for the
Guy across the street.
Oh, what do you mean across? Fuck, I'm like so out of stamina.
He's hiding behind that red car.
Let him live. Live and let live. Don't shoot at us, and we're just gonna keep going. Love you.
Oh, he's about to shoot at me. He's about to shoot at me.
No, he's not. What red car?
The red car across the street, my guy.
That one? Like down there by that grocery store?
The one that looks like a red car across the street? Yeah, that one.
He's behind that?
Yeah.
Is he still
I may have
alive?
just shot him dead. No, he's right. He's still there. See, look there. See him peeking out? See him? Do you see him?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you just made an outline of him in the wall behind him.
That usually fucking scares the shit out of him, though. Let me pull out this thing real quick.
Okay, this dude is a ghost.
Teabag him? Teabag him? Alright, let's go.
Nice.
I think you killed him anyways, but...
This was a PMC. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He was level 20.
Oh, is he? Who killed him?
Yeah.
Look at that dog tag. You got him right in the head, right?
That was you. The
What?
killer.
I killed him?
Yeah.
I knew I got that fucking guy.
That guy put his dog tag in his vest.
What else did he have on him? A Karasa? God, I wish I had room for that.
You didn't give me the ammo for this fucking Mosin.
I can put some on your... in this guy's bank robber if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Here, I'll give you 40 LPS. And I'm going to eat his MRE, and then I'm going to boogie towards Sewer River. You ready for that?
Yeah. I know where that is, too.
It's straight ahead.
Yeah. Oh, we're right next to it. All right, yeah.
There's a technical supply crate that's like right around the
Damn.
corner, but I don't need anything from it.
Damn, he was so close to extract, too, and we just kind of fucked him.
Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't get pinched on by those people over here.
True.
This exit rules. Don't you do it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, you bitch. You got. Oh, damn. You did a through and through. You got each knee. You blacked out both legs. You did a clean fucking side by side. Got both my goddamn legs.
It's about damn time, too. I will say that.
No, I like the first message, Carlos, where he says, "Your love so late at night." I don't know what that means, but it sounds so tender.
Love.
Yeah.
So late.
CCTV-W. That's that guy's name. Headshot with the Keter. Yeah, those weren't just aimless sprays. Those were calculated.
You ever seen like war footage from like Iraq of like dusk and just like you see the bullets just flying around? They kind of go up and down like a snake.
Yeah.
Tracing through the night sky into the desert. That's what your Keter looked like. Just
Uh-huh.
indiscriminate. Just
Oh yeah, the
wave of
fucking
bullets.
the insurgents and shit that just hold them like up and over a pile of sandbags and just fire indiscriminately.
That's what your Keter fire looked like at the dude just hiding behind.
They're
the
like, the
car.
CIA gave us these bullets, you know, we didn't pay for this shit. We can just mag dump over this fucking wall. Yeah.
Oh, we got
And
a
it
beer
worked.
from your
Sometimes
drop.
it works.
I got a beer. I got an ice cold brewski.
Mm.
Where's lettuce?
What's up? I'm here.
He was looking at his phone, dude. He wasn't paying attention. I can tell.
You're damn so good soul read. Good soul read.
I'm gonna automatically sort and then dump. When I hit 15, me and that flea market are gonna have
I know, right?
a very intimate relationship for quite a long time.
Ongoing.
Yeah. Why is everybody talking about Aqua? Oh, Aqua's trying to reach me. I'm sorry. That's why.
Oh.
Aqua's like, yeah, let's play. I told him, I asked him if we were going to play tonight.
We can bounce. You can go boogie with
100%.
him.
Let's see. Is he trying to reach me? God, it's been so emotional, but I haven't talked to Aqua in a long time. I should go talk to him.
Yeah.
See, yeah, there he is.
Hang out with your buddy.
I'm gonna go hang out with Aqua. It was nice having you guys drop in. If you guys are
Oh,
still
wow.
on, I think he's not gonna be on for too long. But if you guys are still on later, since
Yeah,
you
I
have
don't give a
ridiculous
shit.
sleep
Just
schedules,
don't know.
yeah.
I'll have you on for drop, so we'll check.
Oh,
in.
awesome. I know
Take it
where
easy.
Peanuts' loyalties lie. Yes. All right. Later.
Bye.
That was Peanut and lettuce. Here. Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up?
Not
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you sound fucking awesome.
I sound like I'm straight out of 2013.
Okay, dude. You and me, 1v1 derelict on Halo.
Let's fucking
That's
go.
what it sounds like.
Let's throw down.
Yeah.
Nice. Derelict, actually.
Oh, yeah. Derelict my balls. How about that?
Yeah.
Uh,
So what's up? How's your stream been going? I am late as hell.
My stream is well, actually, you know what? I'll just tell you the recent developments. Been kicking a lot of ass. Yeah. Don't ask me about
That's
anything
about
that
to change.
happened.
I'm on a
earlier.
goddamn trackpad right now. So look, we're gonna have to do some serious rat strats, or I'm in big trouble.
Are you seriously on a trackpad?
No, I have a shitty mouse.
Oh, okay. I was about to like take so much crap off my guy. I don't even know if I want to risk
Yeah,
this
no.
pom-pom.
Listen, I got your back. We're gonna throw down big time.
Awesome.
I have one monitor, and I'm about to go freak mode. Let's
Oh.
go. Wait, do we have to add each other again on the friends list?
Yeah, what's your name?
Gaming Freak 69. Gaming Freak was taken. So
Gaming Freak 69. Are you
Yeah, what's
level
your name?
19?
That sounds like me. Yeah.
Okay. Remove from friends. You're already on my friends list. Look at you.
Oh, okay, cool. I heard from someone that they like reset all that shit. All right, let's go.
They
I'm
did,
ready.
and
I
then
got
they
it.
kind of
They brought it
undid
back.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, they took our friends away and then put them back.
And they're like, well, people like having those things. Let's fucking put them back in.
This is my first duo of the wipe.
Really?
Me and you, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
Just like old times.
just like old times. All right, hold
Someone
on.
in your chat said I look like shit. Listen, I got bad lighting. Okay, I'm
No,
running and
no, no,
gunning,
no, no,
wheeling
no.
and
They've
dealing.
been very kind.
Shut your bile.
No, like just a second ago, I was like, why the fuck is everybody sucking Aqua's dick in my chat? They were just like, I want to fuck Aqua. I want to dick him down so bad. I love
Dude,
Aqua.
everyone in my chat is sucking your dick as well. Everyone's you got like a little weird like missionaries who come in here
Hell
trying to
yeah.
like spread the good word of General Sam. It's fucking awesome. How do I get some of those?
Yeah, that's awesome. If
Guys,
my
you-
wife looked at
you
me a
do that
fraction
shit-
of the way that they talk about me, that would be so
Right?
badass.
They love you.
Oh, all right. What map do you want to play?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know what's going on.
I've
It's
been
a million
playing.
degrees in this room. I'm fucking dying out here.
Aren't you in a hotel room?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! Hotel
It's
rooms.
so
There's
hot.
no middle ground. It's either piping or it's just like frigid. Like there's a ghost in the room or something. Like you can see your breath.
God, I wish there were a ghost in here. I'd let a ghost haunt me all night long if it were just a little bit fucking colder in this room. I swear to God.
I'm on Streets at 8:51. If you played
Streets? Oh my God.
Are you on a laptop
Oh.
or are you on a PC?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm on a
okay.
laptop.
Let's not go laptop. Hold on. I
Yeah,
don't wa-
maybe we avoid streets tonight.
Yeah, if you're streaming on there, yeah, let's
Yeah.
do custom.
This thing, this is. Oh, you know that laptop is probably heating up the room. My CPU is about to melt.
Oh,
Okay, customs works. Let's go.
yeah.
I don't even know what quests I have. I don't know anything. God, my mouse is crazy. All right. Are you level 11?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's me. Well, so I mean, is it like doxing information, or can you give it like what are you doing in a hotel room? What's going on?
Just taking a little trip to visit some family and hang out. I had some plans before the wipe. BSG, I don't know if you realize, but they don't like to give us a whole lot of notice, like when the game wipes or like, when we have drops or anything like that. So,
The so
did my
I'm-
computer break?
no, wait, did you have like plans in the works and then they just like all of a sudden we're just like, hey, we're
Yeah, I
wiping,
mean,
and you
like-
were like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, laptop works, I guess. And the internet, I think, is barely fast enough to stream, but it seems to be working. And you know what? I'm having fun.
That's good. I'm gonna
Yeah.
do a poll here. Sam and Aqua will survive. Is gonna be my first little thing. Die is gonna be. I'm gonna do a thing here. See if what people think. What are these called? Predictions or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna love this. I'm definitely
Dude,
gonna
too.
hot mic you all night talking to chat. Because,
That's
like,
what
if
I'm
I
talking
mute, You
about.
always yell at me.
That's what I'm
So,
talking about.
I don't even have a fucking mute button tonight, so
That's what I'm talking
you're
about.
in
I'm
luck.
tired of that shit. I watched you and like two other people that were streaming all at the same time, like play together, and it was like were you playing together? Like everybody was independently talking to their chats and everything, and every once in a while they'd go in game and just be like, oh, like hey, I'm going this way, or I'm going that
Yeah.
way.
Tonight I'm streaming like you.
Fuck
Hot
yeah.
micing,
I like these
ignoring
dirty-
the shit out of chat.
These
I
dirty little
haven't
chats.
read one alert. I don't know what's going on.
Hell
I
yeah.
have no idea.
I am so down bad on Tarkov. Somebody like gave me, those things where there's like, hey, like this many subs and you kill Lettuce or whatever. I was playing with Lettuce at the time.
Yeah.
They
Lettuce
gift-
is in my chat. Hey, Lettuce, what's up?
You left my goddamn drops to go to Aquas? You're
Yeah, I
off
have
the
better
friends
dro-
list.
I have better
You're outta
drops.
here.
Everybody knows that. What
Get
do
the fuck out. No, dude. There was a guy that got a badass Tech rig and a Loot Lord plushie. My
Oh, that's
chat's
pretty
giving out your stuff. Yeah.
Anyone get a rat cola from Sam?
They
from
don't.
me yet?
They don't even give out that piece of shit as charity in this game. Either. I want that fucking thing.
It tastes like poison.
Yeah.
Hey guys, is my audio like significantly
Ayo.
louder than Sam or vice versa? Are we good here?
No, we sound beautiful.
Do I? That you don't have to lie to me. I mean,
No, we sound great. I actually
Okay.
kind of like that
You
headset
sound good.
noise. I noticed Wellen, like, he just uses a headset and it kind of has an aesthetic to it. It just sounds like,
I think this is what Wellen uses. This headset, actually, exactly.
yeah. Like, you don't need all
Sam
that funny
is
business.
Way louder. Who's way louder?
Sam?
Ah.
Is Sam way louder? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. By the way, they are predicting that
Yeah,
we
you're
die.
loud as fuck for me too. I'm gonna turn you down just a little
Don't you turn me down.
bit. I will not be squandered.
I will not be. Yeah, I will not be silenced.
Yeah,
Dude,
silence, that's the word.
I
Right.
did not take my opportunity to go piss. I might have to, dude. Like, you haven't seen my office or anything, but like my bathroom is like right around the corner. Can I go do a little tinkle?
Right now? Are you fucking nuts? Yeah, go for it.
No,
I'll
I mean,
protect
like,
you.
is this like serious? Do we have to go? Like, are we?
No, listen. I don't know what's happening.
Look at this.
I
This little
plan
hidey
to
hole.
lose everything I have tonight.
This is a good little hidey
You
spot.
Go ahead.
Wait, no, they could shoot me from over there. I'm gonna get right here. All right,
This
guard
reminds me of the first raid we ever did together.
Mr.
You like
Love
went AFK on woods and got stuck in a hole.
just
All right, go.
wasted
Yeah,
go
yeah, I'll
pee.
go pee. I'll go pee.
Too
Go
much,
pee.
you idiot. Long time
Alpha
watcher,
Aqua
first
looking
time
like
sub.
alfalfa. What do you mean? I can't even see myself. I don't know what's going on. This is the worst stream of my life. I'm dying out here. Ah! Someone's shooting already. I'm probably gonna have diarrhea too in the middle of all this. I ate ice cream tonight. I listen, guys, I'm on vacation mode. I'm not gonna lie. I'm totally fucking checked out right now. All right? I'm totally checked out. Kill him. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. It's our first raid. Okay? It's our first raid. Aqua in 2009 mode. Listen, I'm doing my best out here. This is what you're gonna get. All right? It's either 2009 laptop me or nothing at all. I think it's fine. You know, it's something new. It's something different. It's fun. It's weird. We're a little bit quirked up and wheeling and dealing tonight. We're
All right.
doing it. Hello. Hey.
Hey.
What's up? Someone tried to get me to kill you. I don't know who it was or anything, so I can't like
Name him.
I can't.
I want to know his name.
I can't. I have no idea who it was. Sorry, guys. Thanks, though, whoever that was. All right, let's go.
Yo, you can start pulling that shit a month from now, 2 months from now, but this early in wipe, if you even touch a hair on my head, I'm gonna be pissed.
I will do nothing but brush the hair on your head lovingly
I have-
as your companion and teammate tonight.
Do you see this Keter?
Yeah.
This is like all I got. This is it.
This is it. All right, we're gonna get some more loot tonight on my laptop. Let's go.
Yeah. On my Lenovo. On my Panasonic Toughbook.
I'm on a goddamn Palm Pilot tonight.
Yeah.
All right, so you've been kicking ass tonight, right? Have you been inviting your little army to escort you everywhere?
Oh
Or
yeah,
were
the
you,
Cretan Squad. Yeah, they've been.
That's a little bit of a rough name. That's not so nice.
The Cretan Squad. I haven't actually publicly called them that. That's usually reserved for offline. Whenever I'm not online, I call them that. But when they're online, they're the boys. They're
Right,
they're
yeah,
my
the
little
boys.
angels. My little angels.
My guardian angels.
My little tough little boys. But offline, yeah, they're the fucking gross little Cretan Squad. No, No, I had them for a little bit, and I kept getting
Posse.
my ass kicked, and so
The freak block.
yeah, I just got 6B13 out of that thing. Sweet, I actually have armor. Where'd you go?
I'm.
Okay, I see.
Don't know. I'm over here.
This is the first time running this map, I think. This wipe.
Wait, really?
I've been exclusively running
You haven't
streets.
been on customs?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've
Well,
been
I
a
get that.
street boy.
I was gonna say, like, no wonder you're level 11.
Yeah.
You little.
I've been
little
all
freak.
over them streets. Scavenging streets.
Going wild in the streets.
Oh no, I don't like. Wait, someone says the bit rate's so low, it's making my bald spot look worse.
That's no good.
My
Hey
hairline,
guys,
yeah.
how's my bit rate on my laptop with shit internet? Is it working? I should probably check in and see.
You get the one monitor, so that means you have to alt tab
It's
the
pretty
game.
good actually. Terrible. Looks fine. I don't know who to believe. Yeah, I have to alt tab for everything. This is fucked.
Yeah.
I have chat on like an iPad.
Oh, do you remember how badass it was, like going from one monitor to two? That was king
Yes.
shit. That was,
Honestly, going backwards though is really horrific.
yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
Oh, now I got. Oh my god, I only have 24 hydration. You got
That was
anything
the
to wrap
lava
my
plunger.
lips around? You got little drinkies?
Yeah, I do, but it's not a drink. Sorry.
Okay. Let's go. We'll
Let's
save
go
that
over
for
here.
later.
I'll
Off stream.
find-
Off
I'll find-
stream.
Off stream.
Yeah.
I'll find you something to drink over here.
Get away from that! I can do it.
Coming right
Don't
up.
worry, I got it. I got it. Half mask. No. Lucky strikes. Ornament.
Get your fucking mitts out of here. What are you doing?
I told you, I was
Just
grabbing
because
it.
I got a mouse DPI that I'm not used to doesn't mean you can completely abuse me.
Isn't that
while
the
looting
worst?
Everything.
Imagine like
Yeah.
those guys that go to play at like league tournaments and shit. You just sit down and you're like, this isn't my rig.
setup.
Yeah, this isn't my setup. You know, you feel like a drummer sitting down at someone else's drum set.
Yeah,
having
or a
to move the-
carpenter with someone else's tools.
Yeah.
I feel like those guys bring their own gear though, don't they? Or
No, they always have like matching mouses and stuff because they get sponsorships. They're like, oh my god, Faker's using a SteelSeries headset. I'm gonna buy one, and so they get like little sponsorships and stuff for all the tournaments. They get like
Imagine if they made baseball players all use the same mitt. Ah, I'm shot. I'm dead.
dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm
that
dead.
was dramatic. I'm dead.
I'm
dead.
literally dead.
I'm actually dead. Now. Yeah.
I was looking the direction, and I was like, I heard footsteps the other way. I don't
so
know.
Fucking loud.
Yeah, I get
Hey,
head
did
eyes.
some guy named Chungy Mox kill you?
Yeah. Where did
I
he
got
get you?
in the head through
Head?
a bush.
I got head eyes reported. Suspected cheat use.
I mean, you know, 2 headshots through
Suspected cheat
completely
use.
shrouded
Battlestate
shrubbery.
Games, get on them. I want them gone.
That actually kind of was a little sketchy.
Yeah.
but whatever.
I have
I'm gonna give
I've
him the
reported
benefit of the
7
doubt.
people tonight already. Oh my god.
You're like the police.
This is the
Tarkov
worst shit.
cheat.
I have never been this poor where I get out and it goes raid ended, select treatment. You can't afford treatment. Get the fuck out of here.
I thought you said you were doing well tonight.
No.
Oh, you were lying.
Yeah.
I see. That's all right. Hey, who cares? You know?
Yeah.
It's fine.
Who needs to heal up anyways? Cash and stash $7,000. I've never been this fucking down bad in my life.
Listen, I got a grizzly in my gamma. I will give it to you, and you will heal your wounds.
Wait,
in
there's
raid.
suggestions that maybe we should go scav.
We can scav, sure.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be good actually. Are the scav queue times still like so bad?
They're bad if you go Lonesome Dove, but we have each other.
That's true.
Yeah. And the loading screen, man, it goes by fast when you get good conversation.
Sure does.
Yeah. No, I think it'll be fine. How
We
about
got
this?
everything on our
Before we
side.
get in, let's hold up our right hands and pledge.
Say the Pledge of Allegiance.
No, I was gonna say the pledge that we're not going to let the timer exceed 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, we back out and go to PMC.
Why? What do we have to do? Let's just do it.
Because I don't want to sit there for fucking 8 minutes.
I thought you said we had good conversation.
Yeah, not 8 minutes worth. I got 5 minutes in me, maybe max.
Listen, it's not like lettuce.
We've almost caught up, dude. We've almost caught up. At like, your hair still brown? Okay, I got nothing else to say to this guy. Oh, you getting new shoes recently? God, I'm,
all right.
We're over 30 now. It's a struggle to keep friends.
Drop the Spotify PLZ.
That's true.
Also, you're fat.
Actually, we have kind of been bad about that.
Yeah, see?
Oh no, I ran out of fuel.
I haven't spoken to you since San Diego, I think.
That's true, actually.
And I hung out more with your goddamn friends than with you. I was having a blast with Tucker and the other Ian.
Yeah.
They were awesome.
They're nice guys.
They are.
Nice fellas. All right, let's get in there.
Oh, yeah, we're scavving, right? Okay. Wow, that is a... Whew, sheesh. That's sad to be that poor. God damn. All right, where are we going with the scav? You want to do scavs on reserve? Like, what's a good, like, scav map?
Shit, I don't know. Yeah, reserve's fine, but you have to, like, tell us where to go and everything.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I still, the funny thing is, like, that's still the new map to me. There's 2 whole other new maps, and I don't know them.
What's your usual? Is it customs?
I'm very versatile.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're... I'm very versatile.
Listen, okay.
I just don't know.
I'm versatile. I'm willing to put myself in bad situations, despite, and it's a bad situation because I lack critical knowledge about most things that I should know about.
Soup stirring cheered.
But it's fine.
900. Hi, don't you just hate it when your cat wakes you up like this? Meow, meow, meow.
Someone just said...
Meow, meow.
Never mind, that's rude. I'm not going to read that.
Meow.
Guys, I learned something. If anything's rude in chat, I can pretend I don't see it.
Nah, let it rip.
It was rude to you.
Oh.
So I'm going to pretend I don't see it.
These people aren't real.
Actually, it was rude to you, so.
What was it? Come on. What was it? I'm fat? Ugly?
No, you're not.
What is it?
Listen, you're not fat or ugly. I think you look nice.
Tk you. This guy just said I'm bald.
A lot of weight.
I did. Thank you. I'm on the come up. I'm gaining now.
Fat, ugly, and bald. None of those are true. You haven't lost any more hair. Yeah, I've known you for like 7 years or something.
Yeah.
This whole time you've been saying you're bald, and I'm pretty sure I've lost more hair than you.
It happened so quick is why I was fretting. I thought I was going to be bald because in like a year, it just went from like normal high school, like forehead to just what I have now in like a year's time. And I was like, oh, that ain't good. It's all going to be gone. And
got
then
a little bit, the hair got a little small.
Yeah, hair got small way too quick.
Someone told me I had small hair the other day. It ruined my life.
Yeah, you're.
I've been like,
that's the legendary insult I heard somebody else say to somebody else that I thought was so funny.
It is a legendary insult, but when it comes to me, it hurt.
Yeah.
Now I've been like inspecting my hairline like a freak. General Sam looks like a human thumb. That's not nice.
Dude, I want to get thumbed up.
That was from Orby, okay? Orby's the guy who made that thumb picture.
Yeah, that's a great thumb picture.
The guy from the guy from Spy Kids.
That was actually used in a thumbnail.
Yeah.
I took that from him and your insult was my bread and butter for one video. How does that feel, Orby?
Yeah, he profited off that, Orby. Get wrecked.
Have you ever thought about taking like Hims or whatever, the hair people? Like those pills?
What's that? No, I don't think I actually need to take any pills for my hair. Have you?
Yeah, I thought about it, and then if you take it even for like years or whatever, when you stop taking it, it just falls right back out.
Yeah, I hear there's kind of bad side effects with it too.
Yeah. They make you paranoid and you get intense rage and stuff like that. And I'm like,
Is that are those the side effects?
no,
really?
I don't know.
I don't think that's it. I think it's like
Very similar to Coke. It's like illusions of grandeur, possible rage issues.
Moody says your dick doesn't work. That's what I assumed.
Whoa, wait. People take the pills to get their hair back so that they can use their dick, but then the pills that give them their hair back so that they can use their dick makes their dick not work? That's like the worst goddamn circle.
It's literally like that Twilight Zone episode where that guy is like with his books finally and he breaks his glasses.
Finally, I have all the time in the world to read.
Read my books.
Yeah.
Oh, finally, I have hair. I can sleep with any woman I desire. But, oh no!
My cock doesn't work.
My pee-pee wiener rod doesn't work anymore.
Yes. Oh, dude, pee-pee wiener rod. That's a throwback. Jesus.
Yeah. I pulled that one out for you.
Oh, man.
It appears my pee-pee wiener rod has no gusto.
That is the perfect prank. Like, whoever made up that business model is probably loving it.
It doesn't have to affect the functionality of your penis. They did that out of spite. they added an extra chemical in there to make sure that happens.
All right, guys, let's go back to the drawing board. I got a funny idea.
Yeah.
We need to somehow also take blood away from the penis. I don't know if you can fit that into the pill, but it needs to happen.
Yeah. We need to decrease blood flow significantly.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks for the follows and subs. And
You
stuff.
hot micing with me, boy? Don't hot mic with me. I'm a serious streamer now.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Did you stream for all your drops schedule?
Mr. Love 7,767 just wasted 5,000 bits.
Hold on. There's some
Too
text to
much, you
speech.
idiot.
I can't fucking talk. Shut up! Whoever's fucking
We're having a conversation here.
Yeah. I did the last one, which was a beautiful 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. God, what a time. And then they were like, hey, let's do 8 p.m. until 8 a.m., which is not nearly as good of a time bracket, I feel like.
They gave me nighttime every time. So
Oh, they don't like you. Damn.
No, I guess not. I thought they did, but it's clear that that's not the case.
Yeah.
They gave me like a little. They asked me to do like a little weather report, to talk about how it's raining in Tarkov, in exchange for putting me at nighttime every time for my drops.
Oh, are they the ones that got you to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I saw it and I didn't watch all of it. I'm sorry. I saw
literally, it's literally like 50 seconds long.
Dude, I have the worst attention span. I opened it up.
Damn TikTok.
It's not that, dude. I feel like I can't watch anything without the kids interrupting me or something.
Oh, yeah, that's
so I just I have a Steam Deck and I have used it very little. I've opened up Skater XL. I saw you were using Skater XL on the plane, and I was like, that is fucking ingenious. And that was the first game I installed when I got it. And
Oh yeah, it's so good on there. That's like the best game on there.
But it's perfect to play in my situation because I get about 6 minutes into Skater XL and then somebody shit their pants or something. Someone's knocked milk all over the floor. There's always something they're doing.
A pants full of shit will really fuck up a skate sesh, let me tell you. Did I say a shit full of pants?
Hell yeah.
Did I?
Yeah, I don't know.
A pants full of shit? I don't know. I think I did. Whatever.
Oh.
Don't say that's hot. That's not. Trust me, I shit my pants in the last year. It's not good. You don't want that.
What was your scenario? Was it actually dire or was it an accident?
No, sometimes I just fuck up a little bit, I just misread a situation or eat too much ice cream and just happens. It's not like I fully shit my pants. Like a little slips past the I was busy.
You have to walk.
I was busy editing or something. It's really pathetic. I was probably editing a video or something and was just no, I gotta just finish this thought, before I go. and I didn't have time to finish the thought. It turns out that kind of thing.
I'm in, by the way. I don't know where you are.
I'm loading. I'm on a laptop that's like literally molten lava. It's about to break. Whatever.
You're
Guys,
probably going to intentionally, like not intentionally,
Guys,
but you're probably going to shorten the lifespan of that laptop during the stream, to be honest.
1000%.
Yeah. I'm going to go down into
And
this little bunker.
Okay. I'm still.
You tell me when you're in. I'll hide.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Is it too hot? It's pretty hot. Is the stream like looking okay? Or?
There's heat waves coming off the stream.
I literally like my laptop. Like just looking at it looks like a road in the desert.
Ooh. Yeah, the air looks different over it.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen where like something's really hot and the shadow looks wobbly? You know? With
Yeah.
light passing over
It's
it.
like that. Like a hot grill in the summertime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they give me a
Fry an
VOD.
egg on this puppy.
What song is this?
You look like you're on the road. Yeah, I'm in a hotel on shitty Wi-Fi on a laptop.
Hopefully this stream will squash any of those goddamn messages I get about us beefing. You see this, guys?
Yeah, you guys are fucking dumb.
Yeah.
By the way. Yeah, you gotta shut up about that.
Yeah.
People ask me about that all the time.
Me too. They're like, "Why?" So, anyways, why do you want to fucking kill Aqua and flay him alive? I'm like, what the hell? It's like, Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
and like people come into my chat and be like, General Sam sends his regards, or like says you suck, or something like that. I'm like,
I fucking no. Wait, actually, hold on. I did say something earlier. I forget what it was. It was something that smelled like shit or something. It was something that obviously was stinky, and I equated it to you, but I forget in what reference it was.
I mean, I do smell.
You're the stink lord,
Can
dude.
I say something? Listen, I'm fine with that. I'll tell you guys I stink. That's part of my personality. But let me tell you, I thought you were gonna stink so bad.
Me? Why?
You just seem like a smelly guy, but it's not true. He smells good. Actually,
No, I shower a lot actually.
I know. I can tell.
I think that's why I have the appearance of being so greasy is because I scald my skin with piping hot water and Dove soap every day,
It's
multiple
because
times.
he's always wet.
Yeah.
That's why. And he's covered in many creams and balms. He's got the skin of a stripper. General Sam, he's so soft.
Yeah.
I love it.
But I thought it was kind of weird when you did like a Joe Biden sniff to my neck when we met. It's like,
well,
what the hell?
You shouldn't have smelled so good.
Yeah, what's this guy doing?
I'm still not in this raid.
He
by
picked
the
up
way.
some of my hair and sniffed it like a scarf, you know? It was strange. I'm going to go to the back of the train station. I'm done waiting on you.
That's fine. I don't blame you. This is absurd.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is gonna work out for very long.
Oh
but,
my god! Imagine the clickbait. The Aqua and Sam feud reignited because Aqua used a laptop. Sam was tired of waiting.
Arch nemesis
Yeah.
back at battle. World War II. I can't hear anything you're saying, so.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just sitting here.
All right. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Telephone broke again.
Yeah, is the internet phone broken? What the hell?
I watched that video back recently, the poker video.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Dude, that
Hello.
video slapped. I would love to go back and play the poker on Red Dead.
Whoever did that, thank you. Yeah. I had problems with my connection to the server then too. We should do that. Let's play poker in Red Dead.
Hell yeah. The wait, what else is there? There was like some other. Oh, it wasn't poker. I'm sorry. It was Walkabout Mini Golf in VR.
I played that. That's fun.
Yeah, it seems like an absolute blast. And
Yeah.
hey, get this. I think you liked this game back in the day. We've been playing First Class Trouble. First Class Trouble's been hitting pretty good.
Oh yeah, I like that one too.
I think we're like the only people that play that game, but that game fucking rocks. That's a good game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that game didn't get enough attention. It's kind of a shame. I'm gonna restart my game. This
Okay,
is
go
a
for it.
fucking mess. This is a
Go for it.
disaster. I don't know what's happening. Did stream die? Did it?
Oh no. No, seriously, if you guys like social deduction games, Among Us VR is fun and everything, I get that, but like First Class Trouble just has like it's got something to it, man. It's different. It's a good ass
Yeah,
game.
that one, and what's the one with all the cannibals and shit? And the boat.
Oh, Dread Hunger.
Yeah, Dread Hunger was pretty damn good too.
Dread Hunger is good, but it's been overran by exclusively Chinese people, so you can't really do a lot of social deduction on there. But it's still good. It's just they've really min-maxed the way of playing.
Oh.
And so it's kind of it's an uphill battle if you're the bad guy, because they'll suss it out so quick. Because there's now things that you're supposed to do, and if you don't do them, they get mad. Like the chef is supposed to go out and like
it got metaed or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
it got metaed real quick. They're like, the
Yeah,
chef
that-
needs to go to the first closest 2 islands and get the 2 seals, and if you don't get those 2 seals and start making stew, then you're the bad guy, and they'll just kill you immediately.
Yeah, you have to know your role or whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Lame.
All right, let's see if I can actually load in this time. That would be remarkable.
I think, hey, you know what we could do is we could stick to factory.
I think, well, customs worked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Customs is good too. I know that map like the back of my hand. I know nothing about
I know.
factory.
Oh, factory is my dojo, my domain,
I know it's
my
your
playground.
There was a very short time where I was really into the game and I was playing it, and then you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna pick up Tarkov," and we played, and you were like, "I don't like it. I don't get it." And then
No, I hated it at first. I really did. Yeah.
and then there was like a month went by, and then I played with you again. And you were just like, you had surpassed me in such a short period of time because you were just like, yeah, I just lived in factory since the last time we talked. And
Listen.
I now am a god with a pistol and shit.
Being in factory will turn you into a freak.
Yeah, well,
It'll harden you, mold you into a psycho game. I'm in, by the way.
nice.
How do I find you?
I am on top of the central building, the server building, whatever this one's called. Queen? I'm on top of Queen.
Okay.
The one with the double tiered roof that looks over medical building. Where are you at?
Is that, guys, is that this one? I think I'm behind that.
Hello? You hear me in VoIP? Hello? Where the hell are you? No, it's not him. Am I gonna have to go look at your stream?
No, I got this. I think I'm here. Is it the one where you jump on the car and through the hole in the wall?
Jump on the car through the hole in the wall. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell? Like a car? What? Oh, wait. Am I shooting at you right now?
No, I heard that though. I am not
Okay.
in the right building. Okay, hold on.
That was definitely a scav that I just shot at, player scav. No. Maybe just a regular scav. You want me to desk pop again?
No, I think I got you.
He's at Night Garage. Okay. He's at White Knight.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
In game?
Oh, no. Wait, is this you walking up the street?
No.
What the hell? No. These are homies. We're all scavs here. They said you're at White Knight, so I'm gonna go ahead and just come towards you. I'm at Black Knight.
Black Knight.
What the hell?
Oh,
What
you
the
were
hell?
on that roof.
Hey!
Oh shit! Hey.
Come on.
Damn, you got a nice fit going on. Those glasses and the hat. I like that.
Drip or drown, baby. Drip or drown. Let's go downstairs. Let's see what's up.
Don't act like you chose that.
Let's
All
see.
right,
Let me
yeah, let's
look. Damn. Yeah, I do look pretty cool.
You look like my uncle.
I don't have like a single person in my family that's like.
He's really good at bowling.
That seems like a cool uncle thing to do. I don't have any cool
Yeah.
uncles like that. Oh my god, I got a can of rat cola. What the heck?
Oh, really?
What the hell? Oh, there's a little handsome guy on there. Is that my item or is that Fair TX's item? Because he like it's like his artwork and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Whatever. I want my own goddamn item with art that I drew.
Thank you.
But I'll just settle for the cola.
I think it's nice. You know what was cool? Like when Nikita announced your item.
Yeah.
I think it was Nikita. He's like, it's a rat cola, but he said it like, with his accent. So I thought it was a rat collar, like a collar that a rat would wear.
That would be even
better.
better.
Been way cooler.
Yeah.
I know. I
Like
was
a-
like kind of disappointed to see it was a cola.
Or like a ball gag. How cool would that be? You like
Yeah, like
you turn the corner with a flashlight on. There's a guy with a ball gag and a pea helmet on. That would be horrifying.
Yeah, for like a
Hello?
rat gimp.
Oh, there's dead bodies here. That was you that responded, right? It said, "Hey." Yeah.
I think so.
What do you mean? You're the one that said it. What do you mean you think so?
I think so.
I hope I said those words. I might have to mute
Yeah, we
my
haven't
mic to
spent much
fart real
time
quick.
in a while, and I actually suffered a traumatic head injury. I have no short-term memory now, so
That's part of getting old, dude. I don't know what the hell's going on.
there's nothing down here. This is all looted.
Wrong. I just got a foregrip.
Kind of fucked up. It wasn't Diet Rat Cola. Absolutely true, Moody. Yeah.
It with extra aspartame.
Yeah, that's what makes it good.
All right. I kept going through the big room here.
What are you sipping on tonight?
Abby made me some sort of like spice chai cocktail. I don't know. It's good. I think it's like some sort of like white Russian mixed with dirty chai.
That's way more exciting and sophisticated than I was expecting. Look at you.
Yeah, she made me like a big picture of it and sent me down here.
That sounds nice.
I was like, oh, that's awesome. I think I'm like full up. Do you have any? What do you got?
Yeah, I don't want to do that, B-Horse. Yeah, I don't have shit, but that's fine. I got a piece of armor, like good armor, so I'm happy.
Do you
wherever.
have Hole in the Wall by Mountains as an exit?
Yeah, I do actually.
All right. Well, then let's go. Let's go
Let's
loot
go
up
to the
some
hole
stuff.
in the wall by the mountains.
No, let's
Yeah.
go loot up some stuff real quick. Get you some stuff. Yeah, come in here. There's coats. There's all sorts of tomfoolery. Get your fill. Get your fill. There we go. There's a little jacket here. I just got a backpack full of stuff. I don't really need much. Oh, hey, East 314.
Oh, my last Wilsons that I need. This is huge.
I have a health resort key. That's good. What does this one have?
Wow.
There's people
I
above
didn't
us, by the
expect
way.
to make any actual progress in the game tonight. Just considering the circumstance. Not playing with you or anything.
Yeah.
Just like
The laptop. The laptop's what's holding me
the
back,
laptop.
Sam.
Yeah, guys, listen.
Wait.
If my gameplay is subpar in any way, I have a major excuse. You hear something, Chief?
There might be someone down here. Is there like scavs up top or are they PMCs? Hello? Uh-oh. You hear that?
That was me.
Oh, that was you. Okay.
I said bro, yeah. The funny thing is, like, with this microphone, like, my in-game voice probably sounds so, like, you know,
wait,
bad.
wait, someone in the hall? I think. Hello? Yo, come search this bag over here. I got goodies for you. Get that bag, boss. Get that bag.
Oh, I'm in there.
I'm gonna take a little sippy of Vita water.
Did you save that for me?
Yeah.
That's really nice. Thank you. I actually have some really
You're
good shit.
welcome. All right, now let's go out this way, and we should be right here next to the exit. And
Yeah,
plus,
let's get
there's
the
like
hell
little.
outta here.
There's 2 technical supply crates before we leave too that maybe no one's looted.
Love that.
Oh, I was on that fucking Jeopardy, like Tarkov Jeopardy show. Have you done that?
No, what's that?
I don't know who hosted it. I was just like, Junker was on it, and they were like, "Hey, do you
Oh,
want
was
to?"
it like a BSG thing?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Get that.
No,
okay.
I just had a weather report.
Yeah, they like. I just
what
heard
does that
Junker
even
was on it,
say?
and I love Junker, so I was like, "Yeah, I'll be on it." And I
Yeah,
thought it would be
nice.
like funny little Jeopardy things. This was like the most intense. Like, what rear sight can be affixed to both the Mosin and the M700? I'm like, what kind of fucking nerd knows this shit? And it turns out Junker did. Junker like the whole time was laughing, like, "Oh, I'm not gonna know any of this." He had like 7,000 points. He was. I was at one point. I was down like 3,500 or 4,000 or something. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I would not. I would not do well there.
Oh my God! Look, this guy's
Oh, look
got.
at this
He's got a
guy.
backpack. Should I
Oh
risk
my
it for the
God.
biscuit?
Yeah, I'll cover you.
Don't shoot me, man. Oh, he's got a hunter. Neoprene. A Taz? Do you need the Taz for the quest? Oh, he's got an Iskra.
Oh shoot!
I took it and ran. Let's go. Let's
I'm
go,
seeing that my stream is completely green on my side thing here.
That's awesome.
Guys, is everything fully green right now? It's very green. Oh, okay. I gotta plug in the iPad. Hold on. That was a good raid, Sam. Good stuff. Love that.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Hey, we lived.
Oh, Junker's Wipe 5 video went viral twice. That's good.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are great. That dude, he like he's basically like Pixar, but just himself.
Yeah.
He like recreates like an entire 3D, like that shit's incredible.
So, oh, and YouTube removed it twice? Why? What?
Removed it or just like copy?
Yeah, they might have just shit on it and he like re-uploaded it or something.
Yeah.
No, I think last time I talked to him, he was just like, "No, I don't care about the ad rev." So he just like uses popular songs, and I bet you they were just taking it down instead of putting ads on it.
Yeah, probably.
Which is annoying.
Or maybe, yeah. Zchum does that too. He just uses like whatever music.
Yeah.
Say hi to General Sam. Holy P says hi.
Hi,
Hold on.
Holy P.
I gotta plug in my iPad, or I won't be able to see chat even more.
Nice.
Okay, 1 second. Tell a joke. They love jokes.
Oh,
I got
apparently,
a good joke.
apparently Ken Block died. That sucks.
Who's that?
He's like a legendary drift guy. Apparently, he drifted too hard, too fast. He was too fast and too furious for too long.
Hold on 1 sec.
Oh, hell yeah. I actually have gear, dude. I am pumped. Oh. Magnum cock. Let's go. I'm gonna keep the drip going with the hat. I don't have any chest. What happened to all that Karasa and stuff that I had? Did I lose it? What the hell? Wasn't there like something or another that I needed to get? Oh, Iskra's.
All right.
Taz?
I'm good.
No.
Hey, thanks for the follows, guys.
Yeah, follows are big. If you don't thank for those, you've gotten too big for your britches.
Yeah, thank you guys. And the subs and everything. I can't see alerts really very well or at
Just
all.
guess. Just do random names.
Yeah.
Kevin, thanks for the subs, Stock.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Dave, without you, this stream would fall apart, dude. You're the backbone of this community. Thanks, Dave.
Oh, I got raided. Ryan, thanks for the raid.
Nice.
Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate it. Sorry, I can't see anything, or I don't know what's happening. I'm so sorry.
There's when you asked me to tell a joke, apparently some guy told the joke in chat, and then another guy replied, "That is the worst fucking joke I've ever heard." And the dude that told the joke was like, "Shut the fuck up! You didn't do anything better." God, there's
Guys,
nothing worse.
Jokes are supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
You know, we don't need to be.
Yeah, you don't need to shit on him if it doesn't land.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't you have a joke? What was your joke? Let it rip.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah, let it rip.
All right. I'll tell you when we're loading in.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to do?
I got Magnum Buck, and I want to Magnum fuck real bad.
Oh,
I don't care where we go. I got a double kill with this shit earlier, and it's the only play I've done tonight. So I'm trying to kind of catch lightning in a bottle here and do it a second time.
Yeah. Strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah.
You know what? I like the sound of that. I'm gonna run a shotgun as well.
Let's do it. And let's go to wait, oh, my character's still wounded. Oh, I have this I got the grizzly. Hold on.
I'm gonna wear a P.A.C.A.
Oh, armor? This guy's going ritzy. All right.
A little ritzy.
Oh, let me go with this here. 98. Should I get some armor? Wait, hold on. I have 8,000 rubles. I might be able to sell something real quick. Let's see what I got here. Propitol, that sells. Obdobos.
Metalbearer 64 cheered. X1000.
Oh, yeah, that'll sell.
I've been
People love
subscribed
drugs.
for 2 years
Yeah.
to Aqua, but I love cheating with Sam.
That is such a dad joke. This guy just told the ultimate dad joke in here. Sorry, I was like reading that. It was
right.
Hold on, I'll tell it in the loading screen. Hold on. I just sold all my injectors.
I'm telling my joke in the loading screen.
God,
I know,
what? I was hoping it was like a knock joke or something. How long is this thing?
It's reasonable.
Is it wordy? Okay. Hold on, I'm coming. PMC, let's do customs.
Okay. All right. Oh, I should probably bring some meds. Just kidding. I have some. Because I am prepared and aware.
Okay.
And, you know, cool. I'm also cool, right, guys?
These guys
Okay,
don't understand the fucking.
You don't have to like sneer at that, okay?
No, I was sneering because I have half the chat. I just sold like all my injectors for enough goddamn money to just heal up my body. And my chat's like, don't sell the Obdobos or whatever that little injector's called. You need that. That's important. I got like $4 to my name.
Guys, Sam has never made it past level 20.
Yeah.
Okay? What do you think that he's no landmark,
No.
all right? And neither am I. Lower your expectations.
Yeah.
We might have drops, but it's different around here, okay? Get used to it.
Yeah, this is geared for us.
Yeah.
All right, we're loading in. All right, let that joke rip.
Oh yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So, a guy is, down on his luck, goes to a bar in the middle of the day. Not his usual time he would show up at a bar, but his wife left him, lost his job recently, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna go let loose a little bit, knock back a couple whiskeys, and just loathe a little bit." Shows up at the bar, sits down, orders his whiskey. And he looks across the bar and he sees a guy sitting there. And it's a guy that was very unusual looking. Someone who, a guy like this he'd never seen before. He was sitting there and he had a big orange head, like a giant orange head. And the guy says, "Holy shit, that guy's a big orange head. What the hell is that about?" And the guy, he's just looking at this guy and just wondering about it. He has a couple more drinks. Time goes by, and he's getting a little liquid courage now. He decides he's gonna ask the bartender, like, what's up with this guy. So he does. He asks the bartender, like, "Hey, let me get one more drink, but what's up with the guy over there with the big orange head?" And the bartender says, "Oh yeah, that's Jarvis. He's a regular around here." Actually, I've heard him tell the story about his condition several times to a lot of patrons. I'm sure he wouldn't mind telling you about it. Buy him a drink. I'm sure he'd be happy to do it. The guy says, "You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe my next drink, I'll take you up on that." So the guy finishes his drink, goes to order another one, walks over to Jarvis, the man with the big orange head, sits down next to him, and he says, "Hi, you don't know me, but I was across the bar and I was, looking around, and I noticed, you have a big orange head, and I don't want to be rude, but the bartender told me that you wouldn't mind telling me about it." So the guy says, "Oh yeah, no, that's no problem at all. I'm here all the time. People do wonder about it. It is an unusual looking head I have. Yeah, sure. Why don't you have a seat?" Guy says, "Let me buy you a drink." He says, "Oh yeah, sure. Thank you. Appreciate it." Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm here.
All right. So the guy says, "So what's going on with this head of yours?" He says, "Well, if you can believe it, I'm a hobbyist. I like to metal detect, right? And one day I was out on the beach, and normally I find just like, old aluminum cans, coins, things like this. But one day I found something quite unique. It was a lamp, it turned out to be a magic lamp. I picked it up. I started rubbing the sand off of it, and a genie came out of the lamp, and he says, "What? A genie? Are you kidding me?" He says, "Yes, I am not kidding you. It was a genie." The guy says, "That's unbelievable. Like a real genie." He says, "Yes." The guy says, "Oh my God. All right, so what happened?" The guy says, "Well, the genie granted me a wish. 3 wishes to be exact." And the guy says, "Oh my God, that's incredible. What did you wish for?" He says, "Well, the first thing I wished for was unlimited wealth." So the guy says to the genie, "I wish for unlimited wealth." And the genie says, "I, the great and powerful genie of the lamp, Bilbis, grant you, Jarvis, unlimited wealth." All of a sudden, coins, gold, jewelry starts raining from the sky. And the guy, he checks his bank account on his phone, absolutely filled with money. He's a billionaire all of a sudden. That guy needs to shut that fucking gun up, all right?
He's fucking with your flow, dude.
Comedy. Yeah.
Don't heckle me with those bullets! Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Anyways, before I was so rudely interrupted, guy has, tons of money. He's a billionaire all of a sudden. Guy says, "What? You're a billionaire? That's fucking unbelievable. What are you doing in this bar still?" He says, I like it here." He says, "All right, fair enough. Well, that's insane. I can't believe that." He says, "I know. It's pretty crazy, right?" He says, "Yeah, it's fucking nuts." And then he says, well, what was the next thing you wished for?" He says, "Well, I then wished for the unending love of the most beautiful woman, the woman of my dreams. And the genie says, "So it will be." And then all of a sudden, the most gorgeous, perfect woman just shows up, and they instantly fall deeply, deeply in love. The guy says, "Oh my God, that's incredible. Are you still together?" He says, "Of course we are." And he says, "God, my wife just left me. That's really amazing. I'm so happy for you." The guy says, "I know, pretty good, right?" And then the guy says, "So Jarvis, what was the last thing you wished for?" And Jarvis says, or the guy says, or Jarvis says, "Well, this is where I might have made a mistake. I wished for a big orange head."
That's your goddamn joke.
Yeah, it's good, right?
Yeah, I would say you fucked up there, Jarvis. I'm sorry.
This is where I might have made a mistake.
No, honestly, that's kind of a badass idiot, because like if his chick's not gonna leave him and he's got all the money in the world.
Yeah.
I would probably get my chat is they are scouring the streets with pitchforks looking for your head right now. They are fucking pissed off.
Shut up. You don't understand good comedy. You ever watch Norm Macdonald? You ever see the Muff?
Yeah, that was on yeah, that was a Norm joke for sure.
Yeah.
That was
Shut up.
No, actually, you know what's funny is people bring up Norm's moth joke. They love that thing. I hate that joke. He does have
the moth joke.
He's got a Dirty Johnny joke that is fucking hilarious, and it's like 6 minutes long. It's like one of those long spiel ones, but it's so absurd that it gets me. I'm going across to Stronghold. Get in there.
God, your chat is so mad.
Yeah, they're
wasting your time. All right, so what's your joke?
I don't have one. No, well, the guy said it like 12 minutes ago, and it's all the way up there in chat, and I don't feel like fucking going back and reading it.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing like that.
I have a lot of jokes like that. If you want to hear more.
Oh no,
your chat seems to really like it.
You know what kind of jokes I've been doing recently? Because I got the little kids and such. Is you know, like, guess what?
What?
Chicken butt. You know what I'm saying? Up top.
All right.
That kills with a 4-year-old. Are you kidding me?
That kills with anybody.
It does, dude.
That's just good stuff.
Yeah. And I'll go like, "Oh my God, what's on your shirt?" And then fucking pick their nose when they look down. Yeah. Kids love that stuff.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, look at these jumps. Are you upstairs? Where are you?
I'm in the like middle room.
Okay, I'm upstairs. If you see anybody, legs are shattered, but I'm alive.
I'm assuming
There's a guy up there.
like upstairs.
Yeah, he's mad.
All right.
But I did kind of show him what for.
Yeah, he killed me.
He got you?
He's downstairs.
This is a bad turn of events. I'm gonna go kill him in revenge. Hold on. Let me put on my war face. All right, let's go. I think it might be a bro and his friend.
Yeah, there might have been two, because you said he was upstairs. The guy who got me was downstairs for sure. And I just kind of like stared at him because I wasn't sure if he was you or not.
Oh,
so
fuck.
Don't fall for it if he pretends
I'm not gonna fall. I'm running. If he pretends to be you.
Yeah. Don't fall for it. I'm dead.
Oh wait, there's a guy walking up to me going, "So there's a guy in a bar and a goat walks up to him and says, 'I'll give you 48 shillings to mow my grass.'" And I go, "Aqua, are you sure you're dead? Because there's this guy that is a dead ringer for you right now."
That sounds like a lot like me. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, I'm just gonna exit super quick. I actually didn't try to kill that guy. I have, like, this is the most loot I've had all evening, so, and it's the loot we came in with, so I'm just gonna try to exit with it. Are you kidding me? Get your stamina back. Christ.
It is Orbi level audio. Okay, great.
What's your
Open contract on Aqua's life after that joke. Half now, half on delivery.
Oh God! Wait, hold on. How much did that guy just give? Okay, people are telling me to leave Old Gas. I really don't like going here. Someone just like I think donated X amount of money, and they were like, "This is 50%." After that joke, here's half the bounty, and when you kill him, you get the other half. But I want to see what the amount of money is.
Oh wait, is he insinuating that you had something to do with that?
No, I think he wants me to kill you next raid. But if it's enough money, you know, we could split it 50-50.
Yeah, kill me. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, assassinate you, make a little business
Guys,
deal.
we're teammates here. We're working together.
We're in
okay?
cahoots, dude.
Yeah.
Me and my wife have split finances, but me and Aqua, we got that shit tied. We got the same bank account.
We're business partners.
Yeah.
And life partners.
All right. Don't worry, I got out. I know you were fretting.
I was pretty worried. Considering.
I apparently hit him pretty good too.
McJagger cheered.
I'm not in prison.
500 at General Sam 123. I
What?
told
A
my
guy
boss
can't
that I
just
need a
use
raise.
like a headset mic
He
for fun?
asked, "Why the hell do you think you deserve a raise?" I replied, "Well, I have several other
Anyone made a
companies
fan
pursuing
fiction of
me."
Aqua and Sam?
Boss asks, "Oh,
I don't think so, but that sounds pretty hot. Wait, fanfic is sexual, right? Or did I just like jump to that on my own?
Usually fanfics are sexual, but by the way, the
Okay.
guy donated his joke so that I could read it. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, please.
I told my boss I needed a raise, and he asked, "Why the hell do you think you deserve a raise?" And I replied, "Well, I have several companies pursuing me." And the boss asked, "Oh yeah, which companies?" To which I respond, "The power company, the water company, the gas company." That's it. Like they're debt collectors, I guess is what the joke is.
Uh,
Boo! Boo, that sucks.
all right, I know you guys like got really mad about my joke, but
But Mick Jagger's joke is not much better. Is that
Yeah.
the Mick Jagger? Okay.
whoa, love Mick Jagger.
There's some guy that's just like, the delivery sucked on it. That's why it wasn't good. No, I don't care if you're the best goddamn comedian in the world. You couldn't make that joke rock. W joke, really? Who the fuck? What 50-year-old man is watching this stream laughing at that joke? Fuck you. If you like that joke, we hate you. I got out of there with intelligence, by the way. That's big.
Oh, nice.
That's
Where'd you find that?
I found it up there in the old library room. Oh, and I got a morphine out of there. And squash. And
All good
MREs.
stuff.
I donated last
Love
MREs
that
are
for
needed for
you.
that. Yeah.
So F
That's
you for
awesome.
that one.
And a Wilston
Anyway,
cigarette?
Here's $5.
I just got all my cigarettes finally. It took forever.
I don't need
About
Salewas
damn
anymore.
time.
Operation Aquarius. When do you need Salewas for the what's-her-face lady?
Pretty much like right away. I thought that's like the first quest.
This guy's like, I'm 50 and I'm laughing. Yeah, laugh your way to the fucking grave. How about that? I'm sorry. Laugh your way all the way to the
It's not
fucking
even
dirt.
that old.
Yeah, it's not that old.
That's like a very reasonable age.
Yeah. With the way science is advancing, you probably got another 5-6 years. Yeah. You're all right.
Like I'm 33. Like let's not get too negative here.
That cracks me up that you're older than me, because I think the public
I know.
perception is that I'm like this old goddamn geezer.
I thought you were so much older than me. Like
Yeah.
before we knew each other. Like I just like saw you like your videos or whatever, and I
Like
just
an elderly
assumed you were.
man.
I assumed you were at least 5 years older than me.
7650 cheered.
I'm but a young boy.
1000.
Listen, you're an
Here's
old
$10
soul.
to
What
ban
can I
that
say?
fucking Goober McJagger for
When-
that L joke.
When I turned 30, I remember like tweeting something about it. Like, I'm officially out of my 20s, and people were like, "You were in your 20s? What? 20 something? Are you kidding me?" But
I
yeah,
was shocked as well when you're like, "Yeah, I'm like 26." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
yeah.
I think you were like, yeah.
Wait,
I think I
James
was
not
like
45?
28 or 27, and you were like 25 or something when we met.
And we were just no lifing Rust.
Yeah.
Good old days. I still think one of my funniest interactions I've had about you is I was on Rust and I walk up to this guy doing the most annoying like voice in voice chat, and then the guy goes, "Oh, are you Aqua FPS?"
You were doing like a really lame voice.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, how you doing? Like it was just some really.
Hi.
Oh my god, is that Aqua FPS? Oh, yes, it
Well,
is.
I mean, to be fair, I was, pretty hot in Rust at the time. I'm just kidding. I was really, that was really upsetting.
There was also a legendary clip too from when we played DayZ, and you like walked up to some guy, and some guy's like, "Oh my god, you sound just like my favorite YouTuber," and you were like, "Who?" And he's like, "Sniping Soup," and before he even got Soup out of his name, you blew his head off with a shotgun.
I remember that.
You just heard it wasn't
Sniping
your name.
Yeah. I was about to bring him along with us.
No, he's dead now.
Yeah.
All right, let's go customs again. That was awesome. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, you died. Yeah, but it was awesome for me. That was cool.
I had a good time. Listen, don't assume. I'm used to dying in this game. I think it's fun, personally.
Oh, wait, here's a good one from chat. Hey, Aqua, did you hear about that guy who painted his balls with glitter? Pretty nuts, huh? Like pretty nuts? Like his nuts are beautiful?
that does sound pretty nice.
Yeah. All right, that one sucked. Boo! Damn. People are actually asking for another Aqua joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, now they want to hear another joke, huh? Wow. How the tables have turned after a couple stinkers, huh?
Yeah.
They're coming crawling back, huh? All right, I got another joke for you. A penguin's driving.
No, not the penguin joke.
Wait, have you heard this one?
I have heard the fucking penguin joke. Yeah.
It's a good one, though, right?
Someone actually like they just sent me like it wasn't even like a clip. It was like a Twitch highlight because of how long the fucking joke was. And I sat through the whole thing and I was oh my god.
No way that fits into a clip.
No.
That's I have another one if you want to hear that.
Yeah, let it rip.
All right. This guy has been having just. Well, should I tell that one? That one's not very good. No, all right, I'll tell this one. All right. Guy, great family man. He's got a great wife, a couple great kids. They hanging out for breakfast one day, and the dad, like this guy, is reading the local paper, and he sees the circus is in town. So he says, "Oh my goodness, the circus! I loved the circus when I was a kid. I'm gonna take my kids to the circus."
McJagger
You'll like this joke,
cheers,
Sam, because you're a dad.
X500. Apparently, most
It's
of
gonna
your
be
fan
dad
base
of the year.
doesn't pay their own
I'm gonna
bills.
bring my kids to the circus.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. So he says, "All right, come on, kids. The circus is in town. You're gonna love it. I loved the circus when I was a kid. Let's go." The kids say, "Yeah, we're going to the circus." They do. They go. And then when they arrive there, they see the motorcycles in the little wheel. They see, some acrobatics, some juggling, some stuff like that. Circus stuff. They're having a great time. Everybody's laughing, amazed, oohs and ahs through the entire crowd. And then all of a sudden, this clown comes out on the stage and he says, "Hello, everybody. This is Bilbus the Clown. Welcome to the greatest show on earth. We have a lot more of the show left for you, but first, I want to quickly bring a volunteer on stage." And the kids nag at their father like, Dad, come on. Raise your hand, please. Volunteer for Bilbus the Clown. Please volunteer. And then he says, "You know what? Fine. I brought my kids here. I'll volunteer. What are the odds I get picked, right?" So he puts up his hand, and by some you know, miracle, you know, out of all odds, Bilbus the clown selects. He says, "You, young man, why don't you come down onto the stage?" So the guy says, "Oh, me?" He says, "Yeah, you." Guy says, "All right, kids, you wait here." And he goes down onto the ground, the floor of the circus. I can't see chat at all now. My laptop just died.
Don't worry, they're rooting for you.
My iPad. All right, so this threw me off. So it's like, all right. So he goes down there, and Bilbus the clown says, "First, welcome to the show. But before anything else happens, I want to quickly introduce the horses." The horses come out, do a lap around, neighing, bucking, broncos, just kicking up dirt, putting on a great show, jumping over shit, you know, horse stuff. Then he says, everybody goes wild over the horses. And he says, "Next, I want to bring out the giraffes." And then a couple giraffes come out with the long neck. They're like, you know, doing giraffe shit with the long neck. Everybody loves it. And then he says, "And now, Edgar the elephant." Boom, 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 boom. The elephant goes out onto the stage. Everyone goes fucking nuts. And then he says, "And finally, we have the jackass." And he points to the dad. He points to the guy on the stage. Everybody bursts out hysterical, absolutely losing their minds hysterically. Okay? He is absolutely mortified. His kids are mortified, you know? Just shoot me already. I know this.
No, that's not where it's going to go. No, okay. I'm listening.
His kids, yeah. He was so goddamn embarrassed. With his head hung low. He's the laughing stock of the entire circus. Head hung low, returns to his seat, sits with his kids, and they can't even fucking look at him. You know?
How could you?
He can't look at them.
Yeah,
exactly. He just got burnt. It was the burn of a lifetime. So,
when circus freaks burn you, it's over.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's game over at that point.
The rest of the show goes on, and he just is feeling worse and worse about it, right? Just feeling like shit. His kids no longer laughing, no longer enjoying the show. He gets home, and because of this, he's just in a horrible mood, and he gets in a big fight with his wife, gets in a big fight with the family.
Okay.
You know, just everything is getting worse and worse. He goes to work the next day. His performance is slipping. You know, weeks go by. Eventually, he loses his job. His wife leaves him. The kids go with her. Loses everything. You know, his whole life just crumbles apart due to this moment in the circus. A couple years go by. This guy is in the fucking gutter. He's just doing absolutely horribly. Just feeling sorry for himself every day. You know, no light at the end of the tunnel. And then all of a sudden, one day, he sees an infomercial on TV while he was watching Dr. Phil. Sees an infomercial for the School of Witty Retorts and Epic Comebacks. He says, the School of Witty Retorts and Epic Comebacks? Huh. That's interesting. And, you know, he looks more into it and he decides, you know, this is something he might find a use for. Something that he might be able to use to get back at that goddamn clown one day. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he enrolls in the program, and for years, it's a 4-year course. Years he studies day in, day out, just working on his routine, practicing the most, you know, improv, the quickest retorts, quickest comebacks, you know, burns of the century. Just absolutely a masterclass of you know, smack talk, you know. So eventually, when the circus comes back into town, he'll be ready. You know, he'll be ready to go. Years go by after he graduates from the school, and eventually, he sees an ad in the local paper once again for the circus. It's back. He says, "Oh my God, now's my chance." He calls up his kids. He says, "I know you don't want to hear from me." Is that intel?
Yeah.
All right. You know, I know you don't want to hear from me, but I'd really like to.
God damn, those kids disowned him?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to you ever again, jackass dad.
Yeah, the fucking loser, right?
Yeah.
He couldn't even stand up to.
You
I
should
know.
have gutted that circus freak the second he opened his mouth. Like, what they expect
Exactly.
from him? All right,
Exactly.
carry on. I'm on the dad's side already, but carry on.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So he says, kids, I'd really like if you would come with me to the circus. They say, I don't know, Dad. I don't know. He says, please, I'm your father. Just this one thing. And I say, all right, yeah, Dad, fine. We'll go to the circus. Fine. He says, thanks. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. So the day comes around. They go to the circus. And, you know, they get there and hope wells in this man as he sees the routine is unchanged from years prior. It's exactly the same routine. The motorcycles.
The giraffes.
The motorcycles. No, keep your pants on. The motorcycles, the acrobatics, all the jugglers, all that stuff. And then eventually, just as he anticipated, out comes Bilbus, the goddamn clown. He's still there. Bilbus. And he says, oh my God, all of a sudden his heart starts pounding, you know, his knuckles just gripping his seat. This is his big moment. Everything he's been waiting for, everything he's been training for, you know, it's all leading up to this moment. Finally, he can get his life back on track and earn the respect of his family and the audience and everybody who was there that day once again, everybody in the circus, etc. And finally get back at that fucking clown. Bilbus comes out and he asks for a volunteer. The guy calmly but sternly puts his hands up. And by some miracle, Bilbus says, you, old man, why don't you come out here and be the volunteer? He says, me? He says, yeah, you. He says, oh, that's right. It's me, isn't it? This is my big moment. Everything is going perfectly for this guy, you know? And he goes out there, and Bilbus says, we got a great show for you tonight, you know, but first I want to introduce the horses. And then just like last time, the horses come out, bucking, neighing, bucking broncos, running around, jumping over shit. And he says, and then the giraffes. The giraffes come out with their long necks. Everybody's loving it. And then Edgar the elephant. He's still there. Edgar the elephant, if you can believe it. Boom, 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 boom. The elephant comes out. And and then finally he says, and now we have the jackass. And he turns and he looks to the man. And in this moment, everything the man has been studying for, training, is just welling up in his mind. This was it. His big moment. He turns to the clown. He looks at him and he says, hey, fuck you, clown.
Wow, dude, he fucking yes! That's what I like to hear.
Let's go!
Let's go! God, I was thinking there was going to be like the jerk store called and they run out of you or whatever.
That would be too good.
Yeah,
be too good of a comeback.
There was someone in chat that brought up that
that's not even a funny joke. It's just so long.
Yeah, like 17 minutes ago, somebody brought up a.
Favorite joke is? Aqua
Oh my God! Fuck!
Kill him.
Get off! Text-to speech. Sorry.
I can't see chat. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, your chat. They're out for your blood. They hate your guts right now.
That sounds about right.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking at them. I'm sure it's nothing but kind words.
Yeah, certainly.
Let's get out of this room.
Can I
by the
bring
way.
up chat on here? Hold on a second.
Wait, there's footsteps. Pay attention.
Hold on.
Hey, that guy's invincible! Aqua, help!
524. A woman gets on a bus with her baby.
Where
The
is
bus
he?
driver
To the right.
says, that's the
Oh,
ugliest
he's dead.
baby
You got
Oh,
I've ever
okay.
seen." The woman
Hey,
walks
good
to
job.
the rear of the bus and sits down, fuming. She says to him,
Somebody just did like a long ass text. Whoa, this guy has a. He actually had some stuff on him. He had armor. He had a backpack. Do you have a backpack? This guy's got a. He's got a TV rig. Oh yeah. Exchange that for you.
Oh fuck! Sorry, I keep tabbing out and tabbing back in.
When you tab out, do it at the floor. Tab the floor. Yeah.
I'm dying.
Awesome. All right.
All right. I can't see my chat.
Hold on. Do you want me to pull up your chat so I can have two chats to look at? Let's do it.
No, it's all right. I'll figure this out. I gotta figure out how to charge this thing. This charger ain't cutting it.
Let's go down.
Hey, thanks for all the subs and stuff, guys. I'm so sorry.
Let's go downstairs while you figure it out. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little.
You're gonna just say CD's nuts. Sorry, I'm hot mic. Okay.
Yeah, that pisses me
I can't
off.
even see chat, and I know what you guys are up to. I know, even though I can't see you, I'm always watching. All right, get a grip. This ain't my first rodeo, but thank you for the sub. Sorry, Sam.
Semariba cheered. X500. Can we get another joke
You
from the
okay?
comedy Lord Aqua FPS?
Oh.
Someone just asked why I subbed to you, Aqua. I'm going to go cheat on you with Sam.
No. Don't look at me when you all tab.
Fucking home wrecker. Hold on, let me tab out for a
No,
second.
I can't.
Tab back in.
I can't. Oh fuck! You got me in the leg.
Oh wait, I gotta tab out again.
No, you're gonna kill me. Oh damn, that was close.
No, everything's fine. My chat's fine. All right, let's go, Sam. Where do
I
you
don't
wanna
have
go?
any way of healing that. You've just taken my leg from me.
Mr. Love 7767 just wasted 5,000 bits.
Oh.
Too much, you idiot.
I have a grizzly. You want a grizzly?
No. You could just right click to get back in there, by the way. You don't have to left click.
Who the fuck who does that?
The guy that doesn't want to get his leg shot suggesting
I'm
it.
trying to open the chat up here.
I'm gonna boogie to old gas. Or do you want to move through the middle of the how am I supposed to function? You've taken my leg.
I think I got this going. Oh shit. Okay. All right.
Oh wait. There's med
where'd you
boxes
go?
in the little room on the second floor.
I'm sorry about that. That was not
Yeah,
nice.
I'm coming up. Hold on.
Cheered. X500. Did you actually
Sam.
make the forehead
Take
loading
this.
cam like you promised?
That does nothing for me. That heals me none. There is medical supplies
sorry.
upstairs though. We need to go upstairs and take them. Hold on. We got this. There ain't nobody in this place, is there? Okay.
What?
Right. Was that you that said what? Please God tell me.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
you.
me.
Okay. You
That
do
was me.
sound so different.
Dude, I like this. I might use this mic all the time.
It's kind of endearing in a way. I kind of like it. You know, I
It's
realize
kinda
like
old school.
after a while I realized that nobody gives a shit about quality really.
No, I don't think so. Do you guys care about quality?
They'll say they do, but you know, half these people watch Critical and he uses a goddamn like USB mic or something. It sounds like shit.
Downgrade even more?
Yeah, get it as crunchy as possible. I think as long as it's funny, I don't think anybody
I
cares.
gotta find another fucking plug in this fucking place. I can't function like that. I need to be able to see. My phone is dead. Everything's everything's dead. This is so rough out here.
Do you need toothpaste or anything?
Nah, I got toothpaste, thanks.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Ooh, what's
upstairs
this?
and I'm gonna look for a
Damn,
surgery
check
kit.
this out.
Is it a surgery kit?
No.
I have limited
But
walking.
Here, take this because of
Whoa.
my cruel joke.
Here,
I
you take
played
this
on you.
6B43. That's
All right, that's a deal.
Yeah. There we
Look
go.
at that. We both can prosper.
Just I will prosper with a shattered leg.
To be fair, I really did tab out. But I also didn't, like, avoid your leg at all when I
I noticed. Don't worry, I noticed.
Okay. I love you.
And honestly, it was awesome seeing you in San Diego. I was.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. I feel like we've grown so far apart.
I know.
I wish we could blame it on someone.
We can. Let's blame. How about Brian? Let's just blame Brian.
Yeah, fuck Brian. Yeah, it's his fault.
Brian. Definitely not Brian's fault, but you know what?
No, I talk to him every night, and he always tells me, he's like, hey, man, we're going to hang out. We're not going to talk to Aqua, right? Because I fucking hate that guy's guts. I say, that's weird that you've been repeatedly saying that for like 4 years, but yeah. It's weird. That's how every conversation
so it
starts.
Really was Brian.
Yeah.
Brian.
I'm up for anything, dude. Anything. As long as we're not talking to Aqua, I'll be fine.
I'm actually just going to go ahead and blame your kids.
Nah, I'm on every day. I am on every fucking day.
I was just
it has honestly, like, it has like kept me from being part of like weird little events, you know? Like every time there's like some stream event, they're always like, yeah, like 7 p.m., 6 p.m., the prime time on Twitch. And I'm like, I'm making fucking oatmeal and stuff at that time, or whatever the hell kids eat. Peas. All right, I'm going down to an old gas station.
Okay. I'm going to follow you there. A lot of my friends have kids now.
Oh, yeah?
My friends I actually like hang out with in person. Kids are cool, you know? On New Year's, we hung out with our friends who have a kid, and it was fun, you know?
They definitely make like the holiday season awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I have noticed that holidays are getting way less cool.
Yeah.
Like with every passing year.
They're fucking lame when you get old. But when you have kids, they're badass. You know what I hate though is when someone has kids and their personality turns into just like, I'm my kids this, my kids that. It's like, do you have anything going on in your goddamn life? I get that they take up a sizable chunk of your day, but your whole life doesn't have to be kid-centric. Yeah, he's over here on the other side of this wall. I need scav kills too, so I'm gonna...
Sam, kill him!
Where's he at?
He ran that way. Oh, shit!
Did I kill
Get him?
I don't know.
Oh!
Are you dead?
This is hard on a laptop. No, not quite. I'm alive.
You don't sound like it.
Not well, but I'm alive.
All right.
There's another one.
Yowzy. I'm going around the backside. Ah! Where is he? Is he inside?
I think so, actually. Yeah, he must be. Are you down here, you little freak?
Go get him. Wait, I'll get him. I'll get him. You're hurt.
Shoot!
Oh! Oh! Got him.
Did you get him?
Yeah.
There's another one out here. Do you need more kills?
Nah.
Whoa. Where is this guy? I hear him. He's like right here, but he's not talking.
Is he up on the
this
roof?
guy? I think this guy's playing dead.
Is this Careless Whisper? What the hell?
I should probably heal, huh?
Yeah, you've been breathing heavy and hard.
I feel like I'm not even streaming right now.
Just playing a regular ass game. Yeah.
I got nothing. Am I live? Hello? Is anybody there?
You're doing great, honey.
Thanks.
What is it, like Alt-T? Yeah, okay. I have like that many extra shells. Ooh, I'm kind of running low on shells now. Should I keep using Magnum Buck or should I switch over to this AK? This AK is kind of dirty.
Which AK?
It's just a standard ass AK. AK-74.
There you go.
I mean, this is good for me, man.
Ooh, what's this? 316 East? Is that any good?
I mean, if it's
thank you.
on that building, it's probably worth something. Come on, let's go. Wait. Shh. Guy coming. Human being. He's out here to the left.
A human guy?
A human being.
A real human being?
Yeah.
Hey, guy. Why don't you come in here? You cool? This is our clubhouse, you know? You want to be in the club? You think this is working?
Wait,
He's not answering me.
I can hear you. Yeah. Is it a scav?
Yeah.
Okay.
I shot him twice.
You want me to take care of him? I just don't want to get shot in the back of the head.
I think I killed him.
Okay. He ran up like a person ran up. Like, it was weird.
He did. That was wild.
Yeah.
Wait, where is he? Oh, no, he's alive. Oh, shit.
Where's he at?
Behind the truck.
Oh! God, he got me right in the middle.
So blind right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He had a little Taz. Oh, I might upgrade the old hat game here. Oh, I'm fucked up again. Hold on. Wait, isn't vodka good for like pain?
Probably.
Let's see. Let's see if it. Oh, yep, got that leg working, baby. Let's go.
Good for emotional pain.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
The older I've gotten, the more I have an appreciation for vodka. I actually kind of like this stuff.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, it's like just a
vodka
good
the most.
like mid-range vodka.
Yeah.
I feel like they try doing shit
Still
to it
have
when it
that
gets
Tarkov vodka?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm under the overpass.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
I just got my sight back from that flashbang. I'm not even kidding.
I really like Tito's, and then I
Yeah,
pour it
Tito's
in.
is good, man.
I pour it into the Tarkov vodka bottle because the Tarkov
The bottle's cool.
the
yeah.
bottle's cool. I like it that it says Tarkov vodka, but Tarkov vodka tastes like shit. It is so bad. I've never been like a guy that has a good palate where I can go like, oh, this vodka doesn't hold up to this other vodka, but Tarkov vodka is
There's a guy
fucking
right
horrific. Oh, a jam! Jam! Critical jam!
I got him. I got him with my... Whoa. There's another one.
Was it control, or is it T? Y?
Fuck! I'm hit! Damn it, I'm fully out of bullets, I think.
Are you? Nearly full.
Nah, I got some.
Alright, here we go. I say we get the fuck away from this place.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Leave this place! Leave it! Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Have you been enjoying the game?
Yeah,
Dude,
I've been
let
having
me
a
tell you
blast on
something.
streets, dude.
Yeah, this game, early wipe, it is just like none other. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, there literally is
Where'd
no
you
other
go
game.
again? Sorry.
I think you're walking straight towards me. Yeah. Keep going in a straight line. Hello? Hello? What the heck?
Oh, hey. What the heck? You're right here. Hey.
What the frick? Are you like right over here? What the hell? I was thinking about that too, but it sucks that mid wipe and late wipe is just such a game gets whack late. Oh, I'm thirsting here. Oh, I got 0. Oh my god, do you have any sort of beverage that you can give me? I've been taking too many painkillers. Please tell me you got a beverage, man.
Memory cheers. X500. One
yeah,
of these
here you
days
go.
you should ask Gomi to
Beverage.
take you on a street salute run. It's glorious.
Did you give me anything?
Yeah, where'd it go? I mean, to be fair, it was toothpaste, but it totally fell to the ground. Doesn't matter. It was just toothpaste.
I'm fucked, dude. I'm at 0.
That was a fun practical joke.
It
that
was,
I tried
though.
To pull, but it
You
didn't
got
really
me!
work out. Hey, this guy might have a drink.
Yeah, you go take him out.
Uh-oh. I got this. Whoa, he's like bugged out. Look at him.
I'm gonna carry on because I'm hurting.
I got him. You going to the extract?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if I can find you a drink in the meantime.
I'm gonna go through streamer building because upstairs usually has like a little beverage. Maybe? A little sippy? A little something to suck on?
Something to wrap your lips around.
Never mind, I'm not going in there. The place is a death trap. What am I thinking?
What do you call that? Streamer house? What?
I don't know.
Oh!
Is that at you?
Yeah.
This is me up against the wall.
You, yeah.
I'm gonna eat some squash.
Even if it weren't you, I couldn't do anything about it.
All right, I'm gonna have to heal myself. So defend me with your lack of bullets.
I have a melee? No, I don't even have a melee. Because someone was like, your axe is too heavy the other day, so I deleted it because I was getting annoyed. And now I don't even have a melee.
Okay, see, my chat doesn't do such tomfoolery. All right, they at least don't go like, you need to like min-max your weight, and you need to get rid of your axe because of that. That's such a weird gripe. I've seen you basically livid, but you're like, you're trying to play it off like you're not livid, but people are just like, you should drop the MBSS for the scab backpack because it's one extra row. And you're just like, I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. One row? You think I'm going to sit here for 45 seconds moving all this shit for one row? Yeah.
Some things I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be perfect. I'm always flawed. I'm human. Aren't we all? If you really think about it. God, I've spit so much all over this monitor. Wow. I'm not normally this close to my screen. I'm really
I don't miss that about laptops, just like the keys and everything getting covered.
Dude, this thing is brand new and it is gross already.
Okay, I kind of popped off there. None of those were people, but there were scavs. Scavs
I
is
think
still
you did really well.
Yeah.
That was very impressive.
And I had a missing leg in the very beginning, yeah.
Right.
3200 XP.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
That was even more impressive because of that.
Man. $12-hour stream? Yeah, no, I'm not going until 8 a.m. If you think I am, you're fucking off your rocker.
Yeah, I made it on my other drops nights till about 4 a.m. and then I called it quits.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that.
The last time I stayed
how long
up,
are you gonna go? I probably won't be on too much longer because I can't even. It's like I'm not even live right now. I don't know what's going on. For next time, I'll do better, guys. But
I get nervous like looking at all this stuff. At all like the interaction. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean, but it weirds me out.
What do you mean?
Like just
the chat and
yeah, just seeing
like
seeing the chat and the activity thing. It's like it makes me remember that there's people like there, and it fucking weirds me out. I definitely don't look at the amount of people that are watching because that fucking weirds me out too.
You have a lot of people in there right now.
Yeah, no.
How many people do I have?
I have no idea. I haven't been looking.
Oh, we both do. You have way more. Don't let that make you nervous, though.
Yeah, don't say. Yeah, thanks. Oh my God, Sam, it's a lot of people. Oh my God. Thank you for that. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Guys, I'm looking at chat right now. Someone, hey guys, Spice Daddies. What good timing! This is the only time I've looked at chat in the last hour because I can't because everything's broken. But thanks for the raid. Sorry, Sam, for hot micing. Hope you had a good stream.
Nah,
Hi
dude,
everyone.
we're
Thanks
so
for the
happy
follows
for
and
your
subs. I
raid.
really appreciate it.
McJagger
Yeah.
cheered. X500.
And so does Sam.
Drink some
Right,
water.
Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard him. Yeah.
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 What he said. All right. Hold
Hey,
on.
Disdain.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna bring out that Gazelle again. That's like tier 6 armor. No, it's tier 5. I thought it was tier 6. That's good stuff. My survival rating was at its lowest, Aqua, 11%. We're up to 36%.
That must be some kind of record.
I think it is, yeah. I was like, I just dove in on streets and I had no idea where the exits were.
Oh yeah.
And so I,
Proud of you.
yeah, I was just running streets so hard.
What do you think of the map? I think it's pretty damn cool.
I love streets, yeah, I think it's good.
I just wish it ran a little better, but like I get it, you know?
Yeah.
The new maps never run very well, to be fair.
I think Reserve has gone through like 3 optimization changes where people have all of a sudden been able to run it. And then they added the underneath part and then people couldn't run it again and then they updated and they like cleaned it up a bit and then people were able to run it. Like I've had people in my friend group that they're like, I can't run that map for some reason, and then all of a sudden it gets fixed.
Yeah. Did you get new computer parts?
I did, yeah.
Like actually I saw you tweet about that.
Yeah. I overnighted stuff from B&H Photo.
Nice.
Yeah. B&H rocks, by the way, if you guys are into buying camera gear and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know they had computer stuff.
I didn't either, but I just like them a lot.
Yeah.
Except for on Saturdays, because they're like, oh, we're like Shomer Shabbos or something. Like they don't.
They're closed on Saturday. Are they closed on Saturday?
Yeah, they don't do internet business on Saturdays. I'm like, it's not like you're there. Just
no
like
technology, I think, at all, right? Yeah.
Have PayPal do it. You're home with the lights off or whatever.
You're you're
sitting in the fucking dark.
Someone's gotta like put that shit on a truck, I guess.
Yeah, do it the next day. Let me buy it online and then just send me a little message like, hey, we're not gonna be able to throw it in a box till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. B&H is awesome. They have an actual like in-person store you can go to at in New York City.
Yeah, I've been to it many times.
Oh yeah, I love the little conveyor belts they have on the ceiling.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Awesome,
it's
right?
so cool. Honestly, you feel like you're in like Willy Wonka or something.
Yeah.
Like Augustus Gloop is gonna come out on a conveyor belt like all full of chocolate.
Except for what's cool is like the people there that work there are actually knowledgeable.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
Yeah. They come up and they're like, "Oh, what are you trying to do?" And they'll I was like looking for an external monitor for my camera or something. And the guy knew everything about what I would need and like he was like, specifically, what are you trying to like use it for? Because like you could get this one or you could get this one, which is more like run and gun. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're super
I like
knowledgeable.
those cameras you have that follow your face.
Oh yeah, those are dope.
Yeah, those are cool. Oh, what map are you on? Sorry.
I'm on customs at 844.
All right, I'm in.
Wait, no, I pinned the wrong fucking. There you go. There you go. There's a guy. His name's Meth Man, and he I think. Oh no, I thought it said first time chatter. It's not. But Meth Man says, "I love ketamine." Like it was unprompted, completely unprompted. He's just speaking the truth out there. Oh no, I hit go and I just loaded. Hold on, I'm backing out.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That's a little rude.
Yeah.
Meth Man saying he loves ketamine. Man, talk about wearing many hats.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see if I can plug in my thing here. I need to find like a plug. I'm out of plugs. This is really just a nightmare. While you're doing that, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Guys, sit tight. Tell another joke.
Me? Dude. I'm gonna have to go pee. I'm sorry. It's pee time, boys. Everybody. I'm talking in the chat, Aqua's chat, my chat. Everybody, go take a little anti-hydration break. Let the liquid out of you, and then replace it with more liquid. Be right back.
Way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come and second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come and second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis.
I'm gonna roll my back.
Suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come and second, first, whatever happened to sex?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex.
Sorry guys, this stream is like so fucked up.
And speaking as a gay
Hey everybody.
Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke.
I'm doing my best.
And second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way,
that's a lie. I could have done better, but it is what it is. I appreciate you guys watching. Anyways, I hope you're getting some good drops. Thanks for all the subs and everything as well. You guys are awesome. I know I don't know. I literally have one monitor and yeah. I'll probably do another stream with this setup. Maybe one, maybe two, depending on how busy I am, but I'll try and make sure everything's set up like a little bit better so that I don't run out of. I thought my battery would last a little longer for this, but turns out like Twitch chat just drains battery.
What kind of charger do you have for your lap or for your iPad?
I don't know, the regular one.
Oh, like if you don't have like
I just don't have a plug that
Yeah,
that
okay.
reaches with the cable is the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm out of plugs. I should have brought like a splitter or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll figure it out for next time. I'm probably gonna do like one or two more and then just send everyone to you if you're gonna be on for a bit.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling it all the way till 8 a.m.
You just said the exact opposite of that. You
Yeah.
weren't gonna do
Colonel Collard Green.
I'll
cheer.
dump all these people onto a
X500.
drops person,
Thanks
but
for allowing us
Okay,
to
yeah,
pee.
yeah, good.
I was dying to go.
You're welcome, Colonel
Listen,
Collard Green.
listen. I just went to your chat. Everyone's like, "Aqua, shut." Listen, I wasn't talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Blame Sam. He should have muted me on his end. All right, fucking deal with it.
Oh, hell yes. This is such an old person thing. You want to hear something, Aqua? You ever have like just gas build up in your little tum tum and it's uncomfortable?
Yeah, like when you had that gas blockage
Yeah.
or whatever, and Abby had to like massage the shit out of you or something.
Oh man. When your wife
Yeah.
massages the shit out of you, that's when you know you got yourself a gal, all right? Yeah, she's a catch. No, while you were telling your goddamn life story jokes before, I was doing body squats and stuff, trying to move this gas down my stomach. I was so bloated, it hurt. But don't worry, it just came out, if you're wondering.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I just did like a 15-second fart like a second ago while you were complaining to my chat.
You ever get gas like under your rib, like really high up, and it like when you breathe in, it like feels like you're getting stabbed with
Is
a
that
knife?
gas?
Or is that just... I hope so. I don't know what. I'm not a doctor, but
Oh,
Do you know what that? Have you gotten that?
Oh yeah.
I think that's gas. I hope so.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. What
you
is
ever
it?
get like a sharp pain in your asshole, like someone is just like putting a sword in your ass?
I sneezed earlier and I thought my asshole was gonna pop inside out, like randomly. It's wild. I've never had so many asshole related problems until I started I've been lifting weights and like doing squats and stuff. I'm like, what if my asshole just comes out of my body? Like what? Like that's a very possible thing that could happen. I feel like there seems to be a lot of pressure right around that little ring donut down there. Scary. All right, dude, my stash is actually getting full up. I got some guns, no armor though, but I'm ready.
You don't need that. It's fine. I'm still in the lobby.
Let's do it
for customs if you want to do that.
Let's do some customs. It's been nice running customs because I know it so well.
Yeah,
and
it's a good like. Don't tell anyone this, because it's just you and me. But customs is actually my favorite map. Aside from factory, of course.
It's got a little bit of everything. That's why I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Mm. Oh, I heard you got invited to the PKA podcast.
Yeah, apparently.
There's like people talking about it in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Those
love
are good
going on
guys.
podcasts. That's always a nice time, I liked every podcast experience I've ever had.
Yeah, they're usually
and yeah,
pretty
they
good.
seem. Yeah, you went on there, right?
Yeah, but here I'm going to tell you a little warning that nobody told me because I hadn't watched the show.
Yeah.
They record for 4 hours. It's a 4-hour long show. So it's like your
Christ.
whole like your whole goddamn workday is basically going to be doing that show.
I don't have enough things to talk about for that long.
They're pretty consistent about like they each
They'll
have
do the
like
talking.
a list. Yeah, they'll definitely guide you.
Okay.
If you want to sit back, I feel like they just because I hope they don't see this, but it's 3 guys that like talking at you, not talking with you.
That's fine.
Yeah, so
I'm used to that. That's fine.
they don't actually give a shit what you have to say. I feel like
That's good. I don't really have anything to say, so that works out.
Yeah.
I'll just start talking about gas or something.
You should do that joke.
That would take up at least one of the hours.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good, actually.
Just see if you can make them like get pissed off.
That'll pass the time. That's for sure.
Yeah.
How's your podcast going?
It's all right.
it?
It's all right. Yeah, it's whatever.
Okay.
It's a podcast. It's all right.
Seems good to me.
Yeah, the D&D one's pretty good too. That one is creatively more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D&D is this is your first time playing, right?
Yeah.
I played like once before doing it, with the boys. And it's a good time, like surprisingly fun. Some days I will admit I'm not like as into it as other days, but it's pretty all right. I like to RP. This is like a new discovery of mine, but I want to do like GTA RP, but I can't figure out how to download all the mods and stuff anymore. I did one video of it and I absolutely loved it. And I haven't done it since because I don't remember how to get all the mods and servers and stuff. It's like the worst reason, but it's the truth.
You know Fungal Toe?
Yeah.
He's like apparently really into like NoPixel, and he's been on those NoPixel GTA RP servers, and he's like a sheriff on there, or he like runs the police station, and he's like a big deal on those servers, and he's invested like thousands of hours into it. He's like 5,000 hours or something into just GTA RP. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like, could you like, is there any way that you could like help me get in? And he's like, I'm not risking my job, my like RP life on vouching for you. Like he won't like, he's like, you have to go through the proper channels like everybody else. I'm not putting my neck out for you.
Yeah, dude, it's serious.
It's my goddamn internet
like,
job.
It's pretty serious. Like, so I went to PAX East like a few years ago, and I saw Sniping Soup sitting in a booth, right?
Yeah.
And he was playing with Faceless on GTA.
Yeah.
And like I knocked on the glass. I was like, "Hey, Soup," and he's like, "Oh shit, hey, come in." And I like went into his booth with him, and he's like, "Hey, you should. I'm playing GTA RP. You should play for a second." I was like, "Oh sure." So I like went on his stream and stuff, and I get on the mic, and he's playing with Faceless.
Yeah.
He's playing with him, and then I was like, he's like, "Yeah, I'm with Faceless. Pop on the mic, say hello." So I was like, "Oh shit, hey Faceless, it's Aqua. I'm like a big fan. Like, nice to finally meet you." And he's like, "Yeah. So just don't break. Do you know the rules?" I was like, "What? There's rules?" He's like, "Yeah. Don't break any rules." And I was like, "Oh, all right." It just seemed like really serious and something like I wouldn't enjoy. So I stayed away from it for the longest time. He didn't really,
He didn't drop you
lay
in
it
into,
out
yeah.
for me in like a very palatable way. But
I remember like I was like struggling with some of the keybinds and stuff, or like the things you had
my
to.
computer's breaking.
Is it falling apart?
I think so.
Is it sizzling?
I think I'm good now. All right, I'm good. Yeah. I had to. God forbid I open a browser.
Oh no, that's taking precious resources, dude.
Yeah.
How the hell does like Pestily do this shit where he stays up for days on end or whatever?
I don't know. He was up for like 2 days straight.
Yeah. I've been up now for
asking-
like 18 hours or something like that. I'm starting to get cranky. Starting to get upset.
I took a nap today. I'm still cranky.
Yeah. I'm about to start lashing out at people. God, you're the only one here, Aqua. This is going to be rough for you.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
Yeah. There's a, what are these things called? TV rig in here. A big ass
No
rig.
way.
Yeah.
You don't want it?
No, I have one. I got one from a scav. I'm assuming you just looted this little med box.
I did, yeah.
He was up for 40 hours on stream. What the
Yeah,
H?
that's insane.
Yeah. Nerd alert. Yeah.
That's
guys
actually,
doing something I can't do. Nerd.
That's some crazy endurance is what that is.
Yeah. Not only that, but
People-
to
I
stay
asked-
on track. Like he's competitively doing something the entire 40 hours. Like I could stay up for 40 hours watching Seinfeld, but like the fact that he's
That's
like
all, using no energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. I
yeah,
can,
like just staying alive and conscious. Yeah, I could do that. But like he's doing stuff. It's like playing chess for 40 hours
I
straight.
don't know if I could do that. I'd probably nod off.
Well, I mean, if someone's
yeah.
like screaming in your face every time you fall asleep, then yeah. He doesn't do like little micro naps. He doesn't like, put his head down for 10 minutes. A little alarm
I don't
on his
know.
phone.
Yeah, guys, anyone there like attentively the whole time? Was he really
Does he
like
ever little
alert
nap?
the whole
Yeah.
time?
Does he ever just draw like pupils on his eyelids and then close his eyes? So it looks like he's awake?
I just tabbed to my chat. Man, Aqua looking rough. Guys, it's the lighting. Okay, it's the lighting.
Yeah.
But true. Yeah, so someone said it's like military training to be able to do that when I was talking about this the other day. Apparently you have to stay up for like long periods of time.
Is that like a military training thing, not sleeping?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
I've been trained by the military to not close my eyes when
you
I'm
gotta
tired.
stay alert.
I guess. It seems like it's bad for your noodle.
Probably is.
Yeah. Let's see if we die here again from
He's
one
also
tap.
just a gaming freak.
You know,
You know what else?
Oh shit! I was about to hit you with a Linus Tech tip about lack of sleep. What were you gonna say?
Let's hear it.
Now, apparently they've like found a link between not sleeping and like
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, Alzheimer's and dementia and stuff like that. Because when you're sleeping, your body's dumping all the toxins and shit out of your mind, out of your brain. And if you don't sleep, then it doesn't get to do that.
Yeah, like us tonight.
Yeah.
Staying up too late.
Oh, staying up too late eating junk food.
Guys,
drinking
kombucha.
kombucha.
Are your drops really worth the deterioration of Sam and I's minds? Is this something you really want to see?
Is it worth it?
Don't say yes. Don't say yes.
This guy had 24-hour shifts when he was deployed.
Literally,
Wait.
everyone said yes. Yeah.
I heard footsteps. Well, I mean, there's definitely a guy downstairs. Let's go down there.
It might be a little scav.
He's a little scabby.
Little stinking scav.
He's a little stinky. Where's this little stinker at?
I'll take a peek at him.
Yeah, you go do that. I'm gonna check these jackets. Ooh, a key.
Okay. I don't know where I got killed from. That is not a scav. That is a man. That is a scary, scary man.
I'm killing him. Don't worry. I'm gonna get this fucking guy. I don't like it when people beat up my friends. All right.
Yeah, avenge me.
I got him.
Did you really?
Yeah, dude.
Oh shit, nice. General Sam, you're my hero.
It's tough being this badass, but I manage.
Man, oh man.
Now to find the exit. By the way, I ran a poll every time you were telling your joke on whether or not that joke was funny, and the crowd was not kind.
That's to be expected,
Yeah,
honestly.
both times-
they liked it deep down.
Yeah,
They
deep
just-
down.
they just-
they were-
You can't like hear that joke and be like, all right, that was funny. You have to at least pretend to be repulsed.
Yeah. It's like Scrooge McDuck loves being Scrooge McDuck, you know? They were hating it, but they were loving hating it. Every minute of it.
Yeah. You guys loved it. I know already. You can't fool me.
Damn, Daniel. That guy took a beating.
All right. Sam, this computer is getting worse and worse.
I'm telling you, dude, laptops are scary, man. I love, like, I wanted to get, like, a nice piping hot expensive laptop, and then I just remember melting one trying to make an intro and, like, a Cinema 4D.
Honestly, it's working, you know. In a pinch, it's pretty. I'm actually amazed at how well this is working, but I think I might call it, you know, because I can't see chat or anything. It's freaking me out. To be honest, this just doesn't feel like a good streaming environment.
Oh, we're doing great.
I'm
What
gonna
sucks
send
too
everyone
is
to
like
you.
you're doing
We're
the
gonna play.
stream that you don't like and you feel is bad, but it's getting more viewers than your typical stream usually
know.
does, you know? You're like technically killing it. Ah! Eat lead, murderer!
Yeah, this thing's about to melt as well.
Fucking piece of shit. I'm getting fucking schooled
All right,
here.
Sam. You know what? Let's play again like another night, like
Okay.
tomorrow or something, or any other day. We'll do this again. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for the games. I'm gonna send everyone.
I'm
over
having
to
like
you.
an absolute like shit show of a duel right now against someone, but yeah, I've been having a blast.
All right.
Oh, get smoked like a blunt! All right, no, it's fine. I just killed someone so good. This guy just got made a bitch in front of everybody. He got made a bitch. Oh my god, he had trooper armor? Are you kidding me?
Oh shit. Fucking laid out.
Yeah.
What a chump. What a chumley.
pissed right in this guy's cereal, man. Oh, that looks good. That felt good.
Love that for you. All right. I'll catch you later. Thanks for the games. Good
It's
luck
been
with
awesome.
the rest of your stream. It has been. We'll do this again soon.
All right.
I've
later.
missed you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was nice. I'm kind of terrified to be alone, but... Because he definitely had a friend, by the way, that was shooting at me.
X500. Imagine dying to General Sam.
Yeah, that was pathetic. Oh, fucking not a mouse, my ass.
Tell us Aqua's joke.
I'm not saying that fucking joke. God! Oh, wait, trailer park. Okay, we're good. I thought I had to go to ZB013. Get Peanut and the other guy back? Dude, I will get Lettuce and Peanut back for sure. Hello? What the hell? I don't think I have this as an exit, but I'm gonna try it. Oh my god, I have this as an exit. I'm trying it. I didn't get to look in that guy's backpack. Fuck yeah. All right. That's something we got out, right? All right, I haven't been checking at all to see if like all these badass clips have been getting saved. Don't worry, they have been. That's a good thing. Oh, man. That one felt good. That one felt good. Got out with the juice. Yeah, that felt good. Oh, shit. Sheesh. All right. Oh, fuck yeah. I didn't realize, God damn it. Ash Stretchum, the guy that I was playing with earlier, is someone else I know from Discord. Like, I didn't put 2 and 2 together from his voice and everything. And I thought Ash Stretchum was such a funny name. Dude, imagine the fucking look on that guy's face, too, when he realizes, what the hell, General Sam got me? Man.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, you're fairly certain who killed Aqua? Oh, Aqua raided with a party of 5,600. Thank you, Aqua. Aqua, I got out. And I avenged you. I killed the guy that killed you, and then I got out. I did no such thing. You died, and I ran like a bitch, but it's fine. I got the juice now, everybody says. That's what the youth is saying. The youth is saying my juice is secured. Oh, man. What a run. That's a good run. Sucks that it sucks so bad for Aqua, but that was a good run for me. I got meat flaps. Damn. That feels good. Sometimes you just get a kill like that and you just gotta sit back and just soak it all in. After having such bad luck. Why was this guy... Why do you have so many EKO bullets? I wonder. He had like a bunch of them. Yeah. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's see here. Got...
The youths are talking all about the drip and the juice. Ew.
What did he say? The youths are all talking about the drip and the juice. Yeah. I try to keep up with them. I talked to... Lettuce is a little bit older than me, but he seems to be kind of hip with the vernacular. And I try to pick up with what he's talking about, but I have no idea what the hell he's saying half the time. Damn, dude, that guy fucked up. I think the Gazelle... This is weird, right? So Aqua... He gave me that Gazelle like 2 raids ago. I go in with it this time. Aqua gets laid up like a basketball. And then I have more viewers than Landmark. Yeah, I also got bigger muscles. Now, have you guys seen Landmark, dude? I keep like that picture from his Twitter keeps like popping up in my mind. Guy, he looks like Captain America. Huge. How does he get flannels that fit over that frame, dude? It's wild. But anyways, I forget what the hell I was saying. Oh yeah, it's weird that Aqua gave me the armor that let me survive during that fight, and I just treated him so bad. He just got put down like a dog, and then I ran. I don't know. Doesn't feel good on the inside. It does because I got out with a lot of loot, but you know, it's a sacrifice I was willing to make. Sacrifice for sure. All right. Let's see here. I need somebody. I don't think I can handle a fucking run on my own. Who am I kidding? Of course I can. Let's go out there and do it. Do you think I should bring like this thing on streets of Tarkov? Like, imagine that. Like an MDR, bring a little MDR action with this body armor, the Bastion. That scene, I feel like that would. Oh yeah, Devin. Yeah, I think Devin's supposed to be on. Hold on, let's see if he is. I think he's live right now. He's live on Twitch. Wait, does he have drops? Hold on. I will message him. If you're down for a raid or 7, let me know. But I think he's in there with like 5 people or something like that. It looks like he's in there with like Z-Chum and I don't know what the hell he's doing in there. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, he's got Austin in there and Some Man and Z-Chum. He's probably busy. Yeah, I think he's probably busy. Oh. You got a golden star for that's decent. Don't be mad about that drop. That's a decent drop. Oh my god, that sucks. That's a horrible drop. I feel really bad for you. Yeah, it's bad. All right. Now that we're not like under pressure here, I do need to actually sit down and like sell some stuff. All right, I have like 150,000 rubles. That's pathetic. I need to do some fixing here. If you guys will allow me, I'm going to take the time to do that. Sorry. It's not exciting, but I need to make some goddamn room. All right, first things first, I'm actually going to go to the hideout and do that stuff. Oh, Bro Delicious. Thanks for like the interest in the D&D thing, but Bizzle right now he's like the editor for it. It's his like little brainchild, and he is currently visiting family. So I think it's not going to be out until he gets back. Don't get mad. Yeah, he's working on like the final episode before we go and, you know, make some more. We like recorded a bunch, and then he was sitting there like editing through the backlog. And he was like, this is fucking horrific. Like we gotta fucking get to 1-to-1 here. I think we're at 1-to-1 now, so we can sit there and pay attention to each little episode. Give it all a little love and care it deserves. Let's see, should I make a CMS kit? Nah. I don't think what's wrong with this? I need an all. What are my chances of finding that shit? Do I need intel for anything? Let's see. Christmas tree. Wait, I can't even get my intelligence thing until I, upgrade vents or something? Dude, I'm glad you like this. You know what's funny? Oh, Devin replied. Hold on, let me see. I'm just camping Immercom with the fellas if you're interested, dude. This guy is he's a fiend. He's an absolute fiend. He will sit there and just rip ass all day playing this game, and then when he gets tuckered out, when he's tired, instead of taking a rest like a normal soldier does, he's just like, hey, let's go up on Immercom, lay down.
X500.
We'll get some kills.
That's all.
It's honestly not a bad strat though. He does pretty well. All right, I'm just gonna go out on streets with this. I think I can make it. Oh wait, let me check my food, water. Honestly, get a lot of food and water on this map. Use 30%. Fuck. Humpback. All right, you guys. That's right, you guys. We're gonna go Streets of Tarkov. I don't feel like camping Immercom. Oh, 10 durability on armor? You are so right. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. That's a huge amount of my net worth. Let's do it. All right, guys. We are going Streets of Tarkov. You start throwing your names out. Okay. I want to see some names. I don't need more ammo. I got like 40. Oh. I fixed the Gazelle. I fixed it. We're good. Wait, hold on. Shouldn't you have kept that damage for the quest? I don't know what quest you're talking about. I don't do quests. Here, let's do a little refresh here. There we go. Fried Toby, TTV, I saw you in chat. What do we got? Bozekanut. Wait, sideline underscore. I remember you from a long time ago, I think. Lisa Ann. Let's see if that's real. Nope, no Lisa Ann. You lied to me. Gulp? Gulp? Soap gut? Let's do soap gut. I don't know if that's even someone here, but disc mart. No. A flying trash can. Let's see. Mommy Milkers TV. Hear that, or Mad Mickelson. You gonna come in here, dude? Mommy Milker? He's not coming. There he is. Dude, look at this group. This is a solid lineup. Let's hit it. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I muted my mic so I could do another 15-second long fart. No, some guy asked for the music to get turned down a little bit. I turned it down. We're good. You should be happy with this, right? Is it all right? I'm going to stand up and do we're in the loading screen a little bit. I'm going to do some, I don't want to say exercises, but something to like, I'm going to go walk around or something like that. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the music. And I do have like a, let's see, hold on, what is this one? Streets of Tarkov is a new map that everyone's trying to figure out. And I figured now would be a good time to suggest callouts for certain spots because nobody has callouts yet, you know? And it's something that just occurs naturally. So there's obvious ones so far that everyone knows: Dealership, Pinewood Hotel, Construction, Sparja. But here's some that are nameless as of right now that I'm just going to throw out a name or two, see what sticks. Use it or don't, doesn't bother me. This place has a name already. It's called Brodian Pub, but it's no longer in business, so I just call it Evil Toilet on account of the evil toilet in the back. This nondescript building should be called White Trash because of the upholstered furniture in the front yard. This place next to Catacombs entrance should be called Liquor Store because it's a liquor store. But more importantly, the apartment above it that you can use to camp the road. I don't know. I've been calling it O'Larry O'Harry Dilligan's house. It's fun to say, and there's like 200 other apartments that need names, so some of these might be a little bit wordy. I call this Industrial Wasteland Detroit because it's all factories and there's no discernible use for any of the factories. There's no machinery except for this conveyor belt that just moves shit from one end of the room to the other. This room I call the weight room because it has a scale used to weigh things. Not to be confused with the workout room on the other side of the map that's full of weights. Just don't call that one the weight room. I thought it'd be cool. Maybe instead of doing something verbal, what if we just clap like the intro to Friends when we refer to this fountain here? Honestly, I think this one should be called Green Bus. Self-explanatory. Problem is there's like 8 other green buses on the map, so you guys are gonna have to come out with some different names for those. This one's Green Bus. I call this one Bad Parenting. Take the fucking wheelchair ramp next time. Anyways, if you guys have any ideas for call outs, let me know, because together we can make this nonsensical map make a little bit more sense, I think. Oh, awesome. Perfect amount of time. Oh, by the way, there was some guy that was like, hey, are you gonna play with viewers again? I'm in a loading screen right now with viewers. That's what we're doing right now. Oh, wait, I need to get this one off the roasting Aqua thing. Oh, man. Put a survival poll up here. I want to see if you guys are right or wrong. Are we still doing predictions? Are those still a thing? Pig fucker is the room with the pigs fucking. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's funny is like I didn't even know that room existed. Now everybody's like, there's some good loot around that room. Good loot right there. Let's see. Killed by player is the. Oh wait, killed by AI seems to be the general consensus, or survival. Survival's actually coming up. I think I've done pretty good tonight. I'm planning on doing a drunk stream in the future. Like drinking every time I die. And I think I'll probably not even take a sip of alcohol at this rate.
Well, boys.
Oh.
Hello.
We meet again.
All right, guys, I kind of bet it all on this raid. I mean, like, we gotta make sure this goes all right. This is the most gear I've ever had, all right? Come on.
Hey, let's do it, man.
Like, if I die, you might see me get reduced to tears on stream, so let's go ahead and make sure this one runs smooth.
Don't worry. I gotta treat you like you're president.
Treat me like Mike Pence on January 6th.
Find any goodies, give them to Mr. President.
No, I don't take gear.
Hose.
Got a tasty can of Tarcola.
Corrugated hose.
Yo, corrugated hoses, that's a good find early on.
Yep. Right here.
No, you get it.
Bug repellent. Who needs bug repellent?
Do you guys want to push? Like, somebody else lead the way? I think there's somebody else here.
Think so?
I don't think so. I know so.
Who's here?
Oh, can you smell them?
I think go out here and take a left. Wait, is this the sniper area? Are we gonna get shot?
You have no idea. Let me
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Don't go out that way. Don't go out that way.
All right, the other direction
So,
then.
so we're up north in the Pinewood Hotel. I mean, you can go out that way. Just don't go towards that green bus. If you go past the green bus, you're getting shot. Yeah, hug the right or hug the left. Either way.
Holy shit, is that the green bus?
That's the green. No, I don't think that's the one. That's why you gotta come up with different names for the other ones, man. That's not Green Bus. Green Bus is somewhere else. All right. Stop saying things, Chad. I'm trying to survive out here.
Goddamn traitor!
Damn, I'm so tired of this walking.
Scav. Dead ahead.
Yeah. You just went to the left, right to left.
Should be dead.
I would hope so.
You got music going on in the background? What you listening to, man? Alright. You guys lead the way. Go on in there. Clear that thing out. Spursia. What's wrong with my aim? It's a shotgun. I just gotta fire in their direction. I don't have to actually hit.
It's pretty bad.
Ooh. Oh, wait, my head goes through the... Hey, is my head poking up through the soffit?
Oh, shit.
Just a little bit.
You're gone.
Nothing.
Now I can see.
Yeah, when you look to the side.
How inconspicuous am I?
I mean, I wouldn't see it.
If you walk straight ahead, you can't really see it.
I mean, like, if you walked... Wait, okay, go simulate as if you're just walking into the grocery store and you're like, oh, I'm looking for... Oh, there's a guy here, another guy! Far side!
He just ran away. He's on fire.
Yeah, he saw 5 guys. He ran... Yeah, keep running!
Get out of here.
Oh, man, this is such a nice grocery store. There's nothing inconspicuous about this place. Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, legs
when you die.
Half off.
Oh.
Hey, somebody else get up there. I just want to see what it looks like. I just have to see it to believe it.
Dude, the rubber banding's so bad.
Oh, is it bad for you guys?
Yeah.
It's not great.
Non-streamer internet.
Oh my god, that's a killer spot, dude. It's just legs. Yeah, I never would have seen that. That's awesome.
I could see all of you guys.
Yeah, that's an insane spot. Write that down. Everybody write that down.
New meta.
Yeah, I'm saving that for my homie Devin.
Has to lose
Rubber banding.
Go into Devin's chat, guys, and just tell him Sam found a little something sexy for you, but don't tell him what it is. Just say, Sam might have something that you might like. Say it like that. But gayer. Say it gayer.
We head straight. We can head to Broken House. Left.
Where's that at? Yeah, let's do it.
Right here. Up here. But there's a ton of scavs here. It's Scav City.
Isn't there a sniper up here too?
Yeah, he's up there.
He fell over. Loot his body.
He keeps falling.
Run.
Oh my god.
All dead in here. All
Stay dead!
Alright, coming in.
This is clear. This is clear. There's a scav outside. There's a scav.
Oh!
Scav down. Scav down.
What the hell's going on?
Alright, we just gotta. Now we're just headed to the crane where evac zone is.
Wait, why is this toolbox locked?
Why are we evacing this quick? We need to kill.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's go hunt down all that shooting. Let's go to evac zone and then kill people. How about that?
Yeah, let's show them what for. Let's gunfire to the right.
We can head to crane. A lot of action there.
Ukraine?
We don't talk about that.
Most deadpan team I've ever heard. Yeah, they're pretty serious. I think this is where all that
Watch
shooting's
someone
been.
just LG or like grenade launcher us.
Oh man.
There's loot right here.
Body straight ahead.
There should be the ration crate and the brick house to our left.
What do you think that team was?
Catching up, catching up.
Yeah, I think there's a team here.
I think I hear something to the left.
And
Down this alley.
Let's do it.
On us.
Yeah, inside to the right.
Look at these guys. They're hunting this dude down.
Yeah, PMC in front of us, in front of the door.
I got a nade.
Somebody's running left.
Yeah,
Watch out his window.
they got one.
Wait, we came?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is going on? Oh no, they took out one of our guys. God damn. Hold on.
Get that booty.
I'm kind of letting them get the booty. I'm just kind of like laying in the cut, but I really want to loot that guy. He's got some stuff
You
on
gonna
him.
come get you some or not?
Did we end up killing that PMC in the open doorway in the warehouse?
There's one dead
don't
body
know,
over there.
I threw a grenade.
I don't know if it's a PMC.
I kind of want to loot our dead homie, see what he had on him.
Yeah, there's
Holy
still one more
Christ.
over there.
What about the guy that came up behind us?
He's
No,
playing
he peeked and
flankers.
he didn't come back.
Man, yeah, we're
Oh, there's
surrounded.
someone inside the building.
We're surrounded, man. What the hell?
Can we go through this door?
He should go somewhere.
Let's do it.
Let's go get this guy.
You have to exit through the front. Oh wait, we can't.
Okay.
You have to exit through the side.
Oh no. Oh, we gotta go through here?
Are we trapped in here now?
Yep, basically.
We should try not to be.
The perfect spot.
Let's get the hell out of here. I bet you up the stairs to the left. I think there's a door we can go through.
No.
Ah!
What is this map?
Yeah, I'm fucking like stuck here.
5 years in the making, baby.
We need out. We need to get out.
Let me out. that doorway.
Player PMC. I'm dead.
Shit!
I'm dead. All right, let's go around. Let's go around.
Back into the alleyway. Back into the alleyway.
Woo! Isn't he in here?
Just coin cheered. X500. Go get M. Full send.
Isn't he like right in there if you're shooting out that window? There's a guy in there. Watch out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The boys are getting shredded. Yeah, the boys get fucked up, man. Okay. But it's okay. Because if I hit O twice, I can see my exits are evac zone and collapsed crane. It's on the other side of the map for me. All right, let's see. I am currently at... I'm over here by Damaged House, I believe, at the cinema. And evac zone is back the way I came. And collapsed crane. Hey, buddy. Yeah. I think they fucking gutted my whole team. My whole team. Woo! He didn't get me. Suck my ass, bitch. I'm getting out of here. It's not green. We're fucked. Not green. Okay. Hold on. I could also do, let's see, collapse crane. I think evac zone's probably my best bet. That's straight ahead. I just hope that guy doesn't get me. I'll just walk it. Just walk it. Keep it calm. Keep it calm. Oh my god, there's someone with a big gun up here. Oh, I need a flare for evac zone? God damn it. Okay, well, collapse crane is also this way. So I'll just hope I make it. Okay, so what is that? Collapse crane. Klimov Street. Ugh. Things are looking rough for old Sam here. I don't think I have the money for this. Ain't got the cash. Oh, I'm so close too. I got like 4,900 bucks. Rough. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at the map again. I'm at the front of this building. Across the street from the cinema. That's at the taxi exit. If I go this way and hit this first street on the left, I should be able to just hustle it down there. Never mind. Wait. No, I can't. That is a literal wall. Loot a register. Ooh. Now you're talking. Do you think I should? Do you think I should go back and see if there's like a single register open? There's like a bunch of shops over here on this right-hand side. That's what I'm going to do. I've never taken the vehicle exit. And there's like plenty of shops along this wall here. And I feel like this is the edge of what I don't want to say is safety, but it's not a hot zone by any means. I know the vehicle thing's here. I'm going to go for it. I think you guys are making the right play. They're telling me to go here. Is there a cash register here? There we go. Looted? Looted? Locked. Any rubles?
You don't need a flare for evac zone.
Yeah, you do need a... Wait. No, you need a flare for Klimov Street, I believe. I'm still going to try the vehicle exit. I think it would be cool to do that. Oh, God, that's behind me. Okay. That's behind me as well. It sounds like it's right in front of me until I turn. And then it's like, boom, right behind you. There's not another goddamn open store in here? Here we go. Damn. Sody pop. The store by evac zone has 3. Well, I don't want to go all the way over there. I could just leave by evac zone. What a weird sounding gun. What the fuck is that? It was like... da-da-da-dum. It would like make like a crunchy noise. Alright, there's a lot less cash registers than I thought. I thought there was going to be some here. Okay. Let's head on back. I guess go to evac zone? I don't fucking know. I think there's some across the way, but like this is dangerous over there on this inside track. Cash? 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 Anybody got cash? 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 That is Yuri Gagarin. Yuri Gagarin. Horrific. Okay. Cash. Cashier, grab it all. No, not a fucking single. There, you can't even do a cash register here. Come on, man. Oh wait. This is back where we came from. Where the fuck's the cash? I am looking like... I've gone in like 8 different stores and there hasn't been any cash registers. I'm honestly just getting pissed at this point. Not even like, oh, that's curious. I'm just mad. Alright, I'm just going to cross the street in a brazen attempt at just surviving. I don't fucking care about this gazelle or nothing anymore. This has been such a pain in the ass just to get $20. Everybody's got like contactless cash registers in here. Oh wait, there's a cash register right here. Does this one open? I've already been in here, haven't I? Yeah, this one doesn't have anything. Okay. Wait. Cash. No. Okay. Oh, great. Evac zone's right here, but there's someone causing trouble afoot. I see the muzzle flares. This is probably not a live for me here. This guy's gonna fucking hear that. Oh my god, he's too busy. He's in a fight. He's in a fight. We're good. We're good. Wait, do I get a discount? This guy was like, Sam, make sure you actually have the cash, and that wasn't like a discount. I thought it said I had like 4,900 rubles, or was it I need 4,900 left? Hold on, let's see. Yeah, because that would have saved me a lot of time if I would have just made sure. But I thought it was like, you only have 4,900. You need like $20 more. I was like, oh, I could get that in 2 seconds. Yeah. All boys left behind. Oh, Scav Karma gives a discount. Fuck, dude. It was probably not even close. I probably didn't have anything. Thank you for, you know, all my homies that didn't make it out. Thank you for, you know, letting me make it out. It's been nice. You guys, without you, I'm nothing. I'd be just but a man. Now I'm a man with a lot of gear. So thanks for that. That was cool. This is, by the way, this is just how the end of the round goes. I gotta wait. Then the game finally unfreezes. Here we go. Oh, why is the webcam on like 160p? You tell me. This is a Sony A7 something being fed through a Blackmagic ATEM switcher, and this fucking piece of shit keeps doing this where I just get super pixelated for no reason. I've tried everything. I mean, part of it is doing chroma key. But the other part of it is this thing just fucking sucks because it does it. It's like super pixelated even if I'm not chroma keying. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was reading chat. If you're wondering why it was taking me so long. Everybody, yeah, everybody that died during that, God, your sacrifice was not in vain. It was very poggers that I got out. Didn't really get much now that I'm looking at the haul here. It's pretty weak, but I lived. Didn't look like I was gonna live there for a moment, but I lived. Man, when I hit 15, by the way, it's game over. Like that, a flea market and me are gonna do some loving. You guys want to scav? Yeah, I got a juice and a helmet out. It wasn't that much, and I didn't really kill anything either. But you know, considering everybody else died, I'm happy I just got out with the gazelle and the bastion. Man, 2 in the morning. I am a fucking badass for being this late. Ugh. Damn. Oh yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm bringing baggage, aka Z-Chum. Okay. Let's see. Wait, where's he at? What the hell? There we go. Or should I just join them for a minute? I don't know if I want to just pop in there. I'm giving Devin a little ring-a-ling real quick. You're gonna have to crash, but you'll be fun. Wait, it was fun. Wish assholes didn't make you immediately delete your VODs. Yeah. I wish I could keep them up, but there's that guy that just like rips my VODs and puts them up on YouTube and stuff. And so if I like take any of the footage from my VOD and try to make a video with it, he technically has the capability of copyright striking it. So I always just like hide the VODs, and some VODs get deleted. Oh, yeah. Since it's 2 a.m., are you ready to go lift after stream? Fuck no, I'm not going lifting. What the hell? Just sue the guy? You fucking just sue the guy. Just fucking sue him. You think I want to do that? You think I want to go fucking talk to a scumbag lawyer? I fucking hate lawyers. I don't want to go fucking suck one's dick and pay him to go sue some guy that's doing nothing criminal, really. He's just kind of being a dickhead. But I would much rather just have this guy rip every VOD I've ever done than have to fucking sit down and pay a lawyer for 10 minutes. I'm not taking him down. Yeah, it's way too much work. Just cut out the middleman and make your own YouTube VOD channel. I did that, and then I realized this guy's so quick on the draw. He's faster at uploading my own VODs than I am, and I have them. He has to rip them off the website and put them up. I can just like upload them, and he's still faster than me. I don't know how he does it. The guy's a goddamn mastermind. Oh, I'm gonna sex Devin and say, whenever you're ready, you give me a ringle dingle. There we go. All right, I think I'm gonna do another one, but this time we go customs. I'm kind of curious about being up in that that little grocery store, dude. That little grocery store spot was dirty. That's a pretty badass place. I don't. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I did not want to just go in. I'm supposed to. I wanted to bring at least like a little friend or something. The Lightbringer. Yeah, I'll get you in there. Hold on. Do you still have that Bizzle ad from months back? No, I don't have that one. I do have an ad for socks though. Hold on. Let me find that thing. Hold on. Hey, you know, it's winter time and wipe just happened. I figured it'd be a slam dunk. Why not make a sock that has the loadout on it that I know you'll be using half the fucking time anyways? Pick yours up at the Shekel Scheme. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I got a little Shekel Scheme socks. They got mac and cheeses on them. AI2 kits and Makarovs. There's only like 500 though. So they're gonna be gone. It's like it's a one-time deal. I got them from a beautiful textile shop in China, and they made them just for us, for our feetsies. They fit me. They're size, and I have a size 13 to 14 shoe. So I think they truly are one size fits all. Hold on, PMC. Let's do customs at 17 o'clock. Get in here. Throw your names up. Let's do it. Wait, what was it? His name was like Light with like a 1. Yeah, the Lightbringer. Okay. I've had you before on Lighthouse. I remember that, I think. Let's see. Bumhole Defiler. No? Wait, maybe Defiler? No, he's not looking for group. Tarkov Toe Taster. You guys realize not only do you have to get in here, but you have to like look for group. You gotta click the little button at the bottom. At the bottom of your guy, you gotta click that little look for group thing. I'm gonna give it a refresh. Okay. Defiler. Nope. Let's see. I shitted and farted. Canned rodent. Let's see. Banana. What's this guy's name? Abby's Beefaroni? Nope. Nope, that's not a real guy. You guys are putting out fake names. Coltarn. That's a real name. Fat Chode McGee. I'll invite him. Just see what's up. Scat Sucker. Jesus Christ. Scat Sucker's got the drip. This guy's dripped out. Oh my God, Toothy's also got drops. Jesus, hold on. He messaged me. Good old Toothy, dude. Dude, I've known Toothy for a fucking hot minute. And you guys know him as Toothy, legendary Tarkov streamer, right? Ultimate badass of Tarkov. This guy used to be kind of like a re-kid in Rust. He was a pretty prolific like side character in other people's Rust videos and stuff. He was hilarious. And then I didn't speak to him for like years, and then all of a sudden he's just like, yeah, I went through puberty and shit, and I'm fucking own at Tarkov. This fucking song, dude, hell yeah. This is what is Spandau Ballet? Yeah. I should. That would be such a dick move. Invite Landmark and just talk to him like he's just starting out. It's like the one time I have more viewers than him. But yeah, you know, like when you have success like me, this is how you should do it. This is how you should conduct yourself. It's the sound of my soul. Oh man. If you guys ever looked up the reason why the artist is called Spandau Ballet, apparently there was like a correctional facility or something near where these people lived called Spandau, and they would hang the prisoners, and when they would hang them, their feet would dance, and they would call it the Spandau Ballet. Pretty dark. Isn't that in Germany? Yeah, I think they're like a German band. Yeah. Dark world we live in. Yeah, it really is. Honestly, pretty fucked up place, dude. There's a lot of messed up shit. Ring Around the Rosie, like the origin of that song. All right, we're getting into game. All right, everybody. How's everybody doing?
What's up, boy?
Alright, what's your mission?
Everybody been having
I got a proposition.
Hey, you got your
Let's
light
work
on your back,
together.
by the way.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I got a goodie bag for you too. Check that out.
Let's unite.
Double shotguns with double lights.
Double spotlight.
Exactly.
What's going on in this? Oh my god.
You'll see soon.
I think I can put them on my gun too. How do you have that much money to squander this early in wipe? This concerns me.
Oh my.
I've been exit camp. Selling everything. Yeah, it is.
Dude, exit camping, that's where the money is. I'm telling you. People talk
That's what
shit
I'm
about
saying.
it, but that's
what
where the
I'm trying to
money
tell
is.
my friend. Yeah, you see this guy right here with the AUG? He's a prime exit camping candid. Look at that, dude. Look at that helmet. That goes for like a nice 50K. It's a rag, man. All you gotta do is fucking lay down an exit. You know what? You're right. I wouldn't.
It does sound like Sensei a little bit, yeah. Hey, dude, where are you from? Guy with the lights?
Florida.
Oh, Florida. I can hear it. Your voice. Dude, look at this guy's drip. He looks great.
Yo, are we going for a certain mission or are we just doing kills?
B11 grip. I think that's needed for a weapon thing. We're just laying in the cut. Why? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just vibing.
Just a standard run where we kill everything and anything and then we exit.
Word.
Do we have all of us? Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Why does 1080p look so bad here? Oh my god, you have no idea, dude. I've been having a complete and utter struggle with this whole streaming software thing. And just like coming back to streaming on a single PC instead of having the other one. Because for some reason the OBS plugin isn't updated. I didn't feel like... Yeah, I don't know. It's a whole thing. You know, the older I get, the more frustrated I get with technology. I don't know how to fucking... I don't even know how to explain it. Now, like, when I was younger, I'd be like, oh, like, I want to figure out all this stuff and, like, how this shit works together and wire things up. When I did cable management for this PC, when I was putting in the new processor and shit, I just threw it in there. I am so done with tech. I'm a pre-built guy now. I love it. I love it. If I think next computer, I'm buying a pre-built again. Because I just upgraded this old pre-built, but I'm going with that. Like, putting together your own computer. I get it. It's super easy. Everybody should do it, but I just hate troubleshooting and shit like that. Looking for the little...
He might be dead. He might not be. I can't even see him.
Can you shoot through sandbags? There's not a body.
He was absorbed by the light.
Yeah, he saw the light of God and he skidded off. He's quaking. I can hear his fucking teeth chattering.
His timbers have officially been shivered.
I assume he's gonna be... Oh, he's all the way up there. I think I might have just clipped him. Oh. Yeah, he did. I think I did clip him. I think I got him right in the head. Because as soon as I shot, I heard the... Ugh. But we don't know. We don't know. It won't say. Ooh, ornament.
You guys want to dorms or fort?
Not dorms. Let's go fort. I feel like dorms we're gonna lose each other. It's gonna get complicated, and where somebody's gonna get shot and somebody's gonna cry. It's gonna be me. It's too late to cry. I just don't want to do that. What song is this on? I don't know what song this is. Oh, Wolf Like Me, TV on the radio. Yeah.
You wanna cooperate?
Son of a bitch!
We got a rat here! Damn it!
Definitely heard a guy up here.
Going up the stairs.
Yeah, I think there might be someone here, dude. I could swear I heard someone walking.
About to be. We coming in, oh?
Ah, it's clear up
You're
here.
not safe here.
I guess it was like distant firing I heard. Sometimes like bullets off in the distance, they sound like little footsteps. Maybe that's what I was looking at. Oh. When did Crack House start being called Fort? No, we're making our way to the fort. We just stop at Crack House on the way. Shut up. You should be able to piece together. He meant like, what are we working towards? Are we going dorms or are we going the fort? And of course, we're gonna loot shit on the way. Come on. Put 2 and 2 together, man. Come on. You ever play a video game with a friend? You don't have a friend to play with? I don't know why I immediately brought it to such a sad place. Oh, what are you all alone in this world? Oh. All right. It's way too late. I'm fucking just being mean now. Would your parents die or something? Okay, I'm just gonna lay down and let these guys handle this. Nah, just, you know, just... You should be able to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about. I think everybody else picked up on what he was talking about.
He's on the other side of the railroad.
They're not seeing shit.
Let's go. Let's go get him. I think he's definitely fucked up because he was walking pretty slow to get over there.
Hit me. My tummy hurts.
Where is he?
He's over there in that general direction. I can't really see it.
Blinding him.
It's really bright.
I fucked him up real good. I don't know if he's dead.
Oh, fuck.
Right.
Hey, don't go to the right anymore.
Huh.
Anyone got a grenade?
As he finishes chai cocktail drug,
You need med?
it's a little bit empty.
You need some perks? Oh, shit.
No, I'm good. I'm just laying in the cut.
Dead.
Nice.
I got a little boo-boo.
Hey, yo! This boy's got a D36.
There we go. A USEC hat. Big stuff. You okay, dude? Oh, you got shot in the eye. Your eye got popped out.
That's weird because I can't feel my leg no more.
He's got a concussion. Only one
Yeah.
is dilated.
Son.
What day is it?
We might just have to put him down.
You guys got any of you got a bandage? I got a light bleed.
Yeah. Hold on. Down here in this pit.
Yo, you're too kind.
He needs some milk.
I need some milk. Oh. Man. I am fucking tired really quick. I need to like wake. Hold on. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, there we go. Clench my ass a little bit. That wakes me up every time.
Let's go loot fourth then, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry. I was slapping myself around trying to wake up. I need to perk up a little bit.
You need a perk?
Yeah, I need a perk. I feel like a Percocet would do the opposite of what I need right now. I got a fucking couple lines of coke or something.
Nah, I'm just kidding. There's no scabs. It's safe.
Just do coke like clean. Does he do coke? He seems like he might be kind of a coke guy.
He's still alive.
Adderall, dude. Adderall is the shit.
Anyone got some spare shotgun shells, maybe?
You need me to go handle that guy? Got him, dude. I think I just headshot that guy. Fuck. On Magnum Buck. You said second story's clear? I'm coming up.
Any of those scabs have a shotgun? I need some shells.
Oh. Yeah, dude, Magnum Buck has been really kind to me today. If you guys weren't here in the beginning of stream, I laid up a couple fucking assholes on the sidewalk. These guys came out more geared than me. They had a more fierce demeanor than me. Better bodies than me. Longer dicks than me. But I had that Magnum Buck. Laid these guys up. Right there in the middle of the fucking street in front of everyone. I look like Johnny Bravo by the end of it. And they look like fucking Mandark from Dexter's Lab. Both of them. Like a couple fucking nerds. And I attribute my success in that fight to the Magnum Buck for sure. Alright, you guys want... Oh, hell yeah. I was gonna say you guys want to carry on, but I'll let them finish playing with their toys.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Who the fuck just died?
I got him.
What the hell?
What happened?
Alright, you guys ready to get out of here? This place is a dead zone.
We got a casualty.
Oh, who?
This guy.
What's his name?
Fat Chode. Rest in
No,
peace.
not Fat Chode! God damn, dude.
Hey, there's a fuck ton of flashlights in this man's backpack if any of you guys want some.
Oh, it was Flashlight Man. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. Fat Chode.
No, I'm Flashlight Man. I had to get rid of some of mine
shit.
to pick up some of his goop.
Oh,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Damn. Good old bait and switch.
Those are pretty good one slaughters. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I can put them on the... That's hacks. I just got 2 of those out for free, regardless of whether or not I die. And an 80... Oh, man, that's worth.
This guy had fucking, yeah! He had shotgun shell.
Oh, he needs some
MTL,
milk.
I feel like you got that Schmeat boy.
Get that Schmeat boy.
Is it time to skedaddle or what?
Wait, Schmeat?
I just moved
Nah,
down so
dude.
high hell. We could go there.
I'm Schmeatless. Actually, just got fucking 2 fat pussy lips. That's all I got down there. Oh, my legs! You guys got me talking about my dick in chat, and now I fucking broke my legs. Don't worry, I got the means to fix myself.
Alright.
I'll just fix these up real quick. Oh. Oh, fuck. Good sneezes, dude. Sorry, I was sneezing. There might be another one on the way. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the bless yous.
Allergies or something?
No, I don't know why. I've started having like dad sneezes, you know, like ones where you let them rip and they're loud as hell and they wake up people. I just can't control myself. I sneeze different now.
I heard that was a symptom of a enlarged prostate. You having trouble pissing?
Trouble pissing? Is that actually a symptom? Are you kidding me?
No, like real big. It'll fuck with your respiratory system too.
What the fuck? Does this mean I gotta go to the doctor and get milked?
Well, I mean, it couldn't hurt.
I mean, it could. But he uses lube. I've seen him.
He's got big sausage fingers.
Dude, this guy's got huge fucking hands. I told him straight up his little assistant's gonna have to do it. He's got slender fingers. My doctor's got banana hands. Huge. Can we all exit here?
Yeah, I think so.
That would be so badass. Let's do it. Make sure you have a sizable amount of gear.
You look like a douche.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Well, it was fun, fella.
Ah. Who and where is this banana hand doctor asking for a friend? I'm not gonna tell you my fucking doctor's name. He'll fucking dox me. He's a fucking asshole. I feel like he would dox me in a heartbeat. Damn. Let's see. Damage dealt. Ammo used. I actually hit someone 8 times. I can't believe it. Oh man, wait, hold on. Do people actually like check their prostate like every week? That seems like a rash. And give it like a little bit of time to get fucked up before you check it again. I think women only check their breasts and their testicles like once a month.
Too many answers, so I'll shoot it at you. What the fuck is oatmeal?
What the hell? What's oatmeal? Oh, it's like if you don't have oatmeal, it's porridge, but like not as it's like smooth porridge. If you don't have oatmeal, that means you're probably in the UK or someplace like that. Oh, it's yearly? A yearly prostate? Okay. I could deal with that. Once a year, are you kidding me? Might even re-up halfway through the year. You know, I don't know. I might enjoy it. Who knows? Who knows, man? I'm 31 years old. There's still new things to experience. Haven't had my doctor finger my ass yet. Could be a blast. Who knows? Some people pay for that shit.
Divorce my father because of his ridiculous sneezes. My hot and steamy balls are hot.
Yeah, dudes as they get older, we just do whack sneezes. Sorry. Not sorry. Just part of being a bro. All right, I'm going to have to make room by selling stuff. I'm going to sell shit to Mechanic because I like him. Where is, let's see, guns that I'm never going to use. Wait, was that a, no, it wasn't. All right. Where that shit? He won't even take it. He won't take a Saiga 9. What the hell? I'm not going to look at, oh, Xfil wants me? All right, hold on. Xfil is calling me. Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How you doing?
Ringle dingles.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of like a really intense raid.
Was it good?
We won. Yeah.
We won?
I mean, one of us died.
That's
but
a win.
yeah, I mean, you know, there has to be, the stakes have to be proven that they're life or death by one person dying.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
So what's the plan? What do you want to do?
I found a redonkulous spot on Streets that I have to show you, and it's super easy to get up. You can do it by yourself, and you can do it in seconds.
Yeah, your chat came in spamming it. I saw the clip.
Oh yeah, okay. You saw it? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's good.
Did you see like where, like what it looks like when someone else is up there?
Yeah.
It's just like feet. It's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's good. I have a spot you might like, but it requires a stim and a couple well-executed jumps.
Not possible. It's no. I'm sorry. I'm not crisp enough for this shit, dude. I am.
You can get on top of one of the roofs of one of the buildings.
You can get to what?
Like a roof, like a roof you're not supposed to be on.
Whoa! This is gonna be so insane when I'm sitting on the sidewalk looking up at you. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Yeah. I just don't think I'm capable of that shit.
We won't do that. We won't do that. We'll do something.
I'm
else
like,
then.
I was already kind of freaking out a little bit that there's like a gazillion people watching. So I don't want to be sitting there trying to
Half of them are
platform
sleeping, bro.
with a
Just
bunch
think
of
about it that
fucking
way.
backdoor gamers. Oh, that's true.
Half of them are asleep.
Backdoor gamers? God, I was talking about prostate checks for like 12 minutes. Now I'm talking about backdoor gamers. That's not, no, it's backseat gamers.
What map you want to go?
We can go wherever, man. I was just doing customs, doing well. Streets has been a lot of fun.
I'm down for whatever. I did
anything
so
but
much
woods.
questing and shit today.
What was it? Was it Kale? That was like, he's like, man, we gotta go to woods. Woods is the best.
Ant
Ant
loves.
Yeah.
Ant loves the woods.
And like we would basically do the equivalent of just walk the earth through these goddamn woods for 25 minutes without seeing anything, and then we would extract by a truck, and he would be like, man, wasn't that action packed? I'm like, the fuck? I just walked. I just played like DayZ, like
you have to
walking between
understand-
cities.
Ant is so stoned every time he plays that like he hears gunshots and he thinks he's in like actual war. Like he's not. He's fighting ghosts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What the hell?
It's very funny. I'll go Streets. I kind of want to goof around.
Yeah.
I want to learn it. Omid tried teaching me it, and then
Omid's apparently learned it, dude, because he taught
Yeah.
Peanut, and Peanut's like showing me Omid's routes.
Mm-hmm.
And
What do
I
you
don't know.
think
I
of
didn't
Xbox
realize he had.
Lover's TikTok counterpart.
Omid's been putting like time into Streets. That's all he plays.
Yeah. Some guy did like a Texas speech thing about apparently there's a counterpart to you on TikTok where he does like exit camping in TikToks.
I don't know. I don't use TikTok.
My activity feed does not update as much as it should. What is going on? Oh, wait. It doesn't do that. That's why. Oh, well. Are you streaming, by the way?
I am, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
I was like playing with Z-Chum all day. We were kind of just goofing around.
Yeah.
And then we started camping Emercom, and I was like, I should probably stream this if I'm just gonna be doing it anyway.
Yeah. Who was I talking to? I think it was Aqua earlier. No, it was Lettuce. I think it was Junker. It was when I was talking to Junker earlier today. I was talking about like your thought process to streaming versus like everybody else, or especially me. Like sometimes I'll just have OBS open, I'll have everything ready to go, and I'll just sit there like with buck fever, like I don't want to go live or whatever. Like I'm not ready yet. And I'll just like have the button. I feel like you just like roll out of bed and go like, we're fucking going.
I just go live when I'm loading into a raid.
Yeah.
I'm in the streets lobby if you want to do that.
Oh yeah, I
Much
totally
to
should.
learn.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just selling stuff, trying to make room. Let's see. Let me look at my guy. I'm gonna bring some food.
Oh, let me do that actually. That's a good call. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, and I have to empty. That's why I was selling stuff. I don't have any room. Yeah. There we go. 6B5 in here.
Water.
I found a lot of this like big canned squash that I know is for some sort of
Save
quest in the
it.
future.
Yeah. Save it. It's for trade.
Gotcha. Wait, where are we going again? What exit? Or what
Streets.
what streets? Okay. I'm gonna bring enough for the vehicle exit because I've found myself over there.
Okay, let me do
sometimes.
that as well then.
Because in the event that you spawn cinema side, like at one of those shops,
Yeah.
and so your exits are on the other side, the vehicle exit is on cinema side, and if you might be able to get out that way if it's
Okay.
there.
I've never seen it, so maybe you'll show me. Let me pull up the map. I'm gonna have to pull the map up on their screen as well.
I played with Aqua, who's like on some sort of hotel Wi-Fi on a laptop, and he was streaming. I don't think I've ever seen someone streaming to like 5,000 people with such a shitty setup. He was
Bro,
like,
I saw that. I asked Ztrum because I was like, Ztrum, what's going on with Aqua's setup? He's in a hotel.
yeah, he's just chilling in a hotel, and he has like
That's so awesome.
he's got this fucking laptop that's like, he's like, this thing's getting really hot. Like this thing's about to fucking blow up. He's like, I don't even feel like I'm
burning.
streaming because he's just got the one monitor. Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
got
yeah.
one monitor, and
He's reading chat off the phone.
yeah, and his phone kept dying.
That's so funny.
Yeah, he was making it work though. All right, I think I'm ready. I don't know. All right, you said yeah. I got my food stuff. Streets of Tarkov.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here's gonna be my request. Can we go like loot them around a little bit until we get?
Yeah, let's do whatever. Let's do whatever.
Okay.
I'm up for whatever. Dang,
Oh.
you're beamed out.
Yeah, I fucking snatched the life out of some guys.
Were they your viewers or no?
No, this was some guy standing up on a bridge like he owned the fucking place. Had the audacity to fill me with like 5 bullets, but I'm like 50 Cent, dude. I'll get back up and keep fighting. And I met him up on that bridge and whooped his ass.
Oh,
and
hell
it was one of those things where it was like I shouldn't have won that fight, and I caught him unawares. He was over there just, I don't know. You know, if you shoot someone like 5 times, you go in for the kill.
Mm-hmm.
He came in for the kill, and I just let him rip one Magnum buck right in his mouth before he could even do anything. And that's where I got
beautiful.
the entire kit. Yeah, and an AUG or whatever he had.
Yeah, the new AUG.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
not the AUG. I'm sorry, the MDR. It was an MDR, but it was
Oh,
pimped out.
okay,
It had like
okay.
a scope and everything on it.
Oh, badass. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm. Me too.
First, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come. And second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come. And second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear And speaking as a gay professional, it was objectively hot.
All right.
Let me make myself perfectly clear.
I'm ready.
I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come and second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear, and speaking as a gay professional, it was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come and second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear.
Are you staying up all 12 hours?
Me?
Yeah.
Do I look like the kind of guy that's capable of such tomfoolery?
You've made it pretty far.
I have. I just found a giant Tupperware container of goldfish. So
that would keep me up.
Yeah. And it's goldfish reserved for my children, so it's like, you know, they
It's
fill
even
me
better.
up. Yeah, even more. They're stolen goldfish. They
Contraband.
can't get better than that. Yeah.
All right, what's the move? I know
Um,
you know this, Matt, more than me, so.
Come on. I don't know where the hell we are. No, we're underneath the Concordia area, I believe.
I just know there's like 4 main buildings. That's like kind of the main grasp I have.
Yeah. You know what's weird is I have like a super long stream delay.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, at least we don't have those losers following us around again.
Who's that?
The guys that stream sniped us the one raid we played.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That was fun.
Do you
know where we
regret
go
coming
from,
back
like, how
to
do we
streaming
get
yet?
above ground or no?
I don't know. Oh wait, there's a big green
Oh, it
exit
looks like a
sign right
big
there.
green- Yeah, I was gonna say this looks like an exit sign.
How did your drop stream go?
Went really well. I did all 12 hours.
Damn. Was it
I was
easier?
miserable
Did you
at
have
the
like
end,
Poob and everyone at your place?
Yeah, they came over for a little bit, but.
Oh, and then they left you?
Yeah, they didn't want to play, you know.
Oh.
It's the wrong way. Who played one raid while I was streaming? Instantly killed a friendly scav.
Yeah.
And lost me rep and then got off.
Wow, it's late night.
That sounds like him,
Everyone
yeah.
was like really tired, so we didn't really game too much. Or they didn't really want to game too much. They kind of was like falling asleep.
Yeah.
But I mean, I had a good stream. Stream for like a total of 13. Oh shit.
Where at?
Where is it?
Playgrounds? Oh no, he's inside.
Inside, yeah.
Are you even gonna fuck with him? Or?
No.
Okay.
Was there a different way to go? Than
Yeah, right here.
Oh, you can open this. Like, you wouldn't even think you could do that.
Yeah. He's somewhere inside there. I don't even think there's like any good loot in there though. I'm not gonna go in there.
There was one building Amit showed me that was cracked for loot.
Yep.
It was absolutely crazy.
I know exactly where it is too, and it's like so far away.
I hear that.
You here to get a taste, buddy? Is you about to? Where's he at?
It's a scav.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Got him.
Nice.
Oh,
Put
he
him
had-
down.
He had a nice AK. Do you want that since you have a SVD?
No, I'm fine with the SKS.
Or yeah, SKS.
Yeah, I'm chilling. Here, another one. Just don't see it.
He might be over here with me. No.
I hit it.
It? We have to go over this again.
Okay. Oh, hit him.
Yeah,
I killed him.
Don't you hear somebody else moving?
that not you walking around?
I mean, I heard somebody. I thought it was you, and then I could have swore you stopped.
Yeah. Looting a box.
All right.
That counts.
No,
You
I definitely
is this
see a
building
guy.
good?
Wait, did you just
Where?
go in a building? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that's you.
Yeah, hello. Is this building good for loot? Do you know?
No, this is good. Come over here.
I'm gonna finish looting this one. Ooh, grenade.
Go under here. I don't know if you've been in here.
Whoa,
Oh!
Oh, that guy caught us with our pants down. And we
Yeah,
still
he
managed to kill
fricked
him.
me up. Holy shit! He scared me. God.
That was just a scav.
That was not just a scav. That man had murder in his eyes. He was a human guy, wasn't he?
No.
He wasn't a
I don't
player
think so.
scav?
Do you think that was they spawned in that early?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, then yeah, that could have easily been one. No, someone else is coming now.
Oh, fuck me.
One just jumped across.
Clip that guy in the legs pretty good.
One's dead.
The other one on the left has his legs broken.
Gotta pop a heavy lead. You broke his legs, you said?
I'm pretty sure I did. I shot him
Yeah, I can hear him healing.
square in the fucking legs, yeah.
Think I can get a nade through there?
Oh, hell yeah. Nade him. That didn't get him?
Down. I see him, hold on. He's dead. Good lord. This place sucks.
Jesus, what
Why'd
the
you bring me in
fuck?
here?
Yeah, I'm like stuck in
Why'd
here.
you
So
bring
anyways, this
me
is
in
a
here?
really cool place for like loot and stuff. There's a CMS kid on the little medical tray next to you, but holy fuck, we're stuck in here. I'm like a rabid dog.
That was awful.
Everything's broken. Give me this. It's my CMS kit. But there's also good chance for other goodies like injectables,
Yeah, I
stuff
saw
like
that
that.
iPack there. I was gonna grab that you just yoinked.
Yep.
Yeah, that one.
Yep. I'll put it in this little bag for you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, there's a Zagustin in here.
I got a blue blood stem. You know about that?
Oh yeah, we never looted this guy. What's going on here?
That guy definitely has meds on him. Cause
What's this guy's story? He has a very big Saiga. I think he was a player scav.
Yeah, I think so too. Cause that crate was empty there.
He had a VOG 25. Could have used it in that fight.
Yeah.
And he has a backpack with a WD-40, ibuprofen, and sodium.
Nothing I need.
Do you have any armor on?
Yeah, I got a tier 5 rig on.
Oh, okay. I went through a lot of ammo there, dude. I'm almost fucking out. Jesus.
Didn't that... Oh, oh. Where'd that thing go? Where'd he go?
Yeah, where'd he go, dude? Come on. Show some respect. Alright, let's look at the body. Everything is crippled. Okay. I'm gonna do surgery on my leg.
Get him.
Heal? Question mark?
Shot him. Sprinted at me.
Other streamers might tolerate you backseat gaming. You do it in my stream, I'm gonna have to strangle somebody. You guys are all on the internet, so I'll do it to myself, alright? I'll do it gently though, in an erotic way.
You need like 7 mil. Will that do?
What's 7 mil? Like
$7
$7 million.
buckshot.
Oh yeah. 7mm ammo. That's almost as good.
$7 would be nice as well. But
Yeah, that would be cool. I didn't know how rich you were. Yeah, oh.
that guy had a grenade on him. What an idiot.
Devin just streams for fun. He's actually like a multi-millionaire.
Oh yeah. Multi-millionaire.
Yeah, like more than one millionaire. Like
Double multi-millionaire.
yeah.
Can you search this body here?
Oh, we're lagging.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
oh, that's what it is.
I'm just having trouble
Wrong.
getting out from that room. Damn, dude. A lot of people died here.
Yeah, they did.
You want to get the fuck out of here, maybe?
Yeah. Well, we could. Where
This
do you
is
want to go?
Terrifying. Let's see. Oh wait, I got a wallet.
Someone. I'm getting shot at.
From whence? Oh, is he straight across?
Yeah, he's behind this van. He's moving left. Yep. It's not a scab. That's a different person. You hear him?
Yeah, he's on top of this Connex, I think.
Oh, you can get up there?
Either that or inside of it.
Sounds like he's inside of it. I'm dead. No idea where from.
I don't either.
I don't know where I got shot from.
Oh fuck. Okay. He was like standing behind the fire. God damn it. Yeah, I have no idea where the fuck that guy was.
I did not
For
see
the
that guy.
initial hit. I don't know where he was. I think maybe up in that Connex, but when he got you in the head, bullets ricocheted off the fence next to me on the window. I can't piece it together. I'm getting confused.
That's weird.
My circuits are firing. Oh, but he was oh wait, he was EOD. Okay. He was just player scav.
It was just a player scav.
Damn.
Do you want a scav or no? Are you all PMC?
Hold on, let me see. The problem with scavving is I don't know if I can dump the loot anywhere. You know?
What do you mean? Oh, you too much space or not enough space? Interesting.
Yeah. He was inside the building through the chain link. That's where he got you from.
It's a banger shot.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Let me get a kit. Let me throw together a kit real quick.
No, you guys can't have this playlist. This playlist is it's a secret mix that me and Bizzle and Brian put together. You can't have my secret sauce. Devin, are you like a big music guy?
I listen to music. I mean, like, what do you mean by big music guy?
I don't know. I can't imagine like you're like, give me the aux cord. It's me, Devin. Give me the aux cord.
No, I don't ask for aux now. But I still listen to like a good share of music. But I'm not like deep. I'm not in deep into it as like say like Poob is, you know?
Yeah.
Like Poob's way deeper than I am in terms of like music taste.
You mean consumption of any sort of media? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Precisely that.
Yeah, that dude eats up fucking anything. Books, fucking comics, TV shows, music.
Anything, yeah.
Movies.
Anything. Anything that can stimulate his brain.
Yeah. Okay, I'm definitely just gonna go out with like poor man shit here.
I'm good to go. I just got another SKS.
Oh, is that where you're going out with SKS? Is that
Yeah,
this one?
I love it early wipe right now. It's been like my best friend.
Mm,
And PS ammo is so cheap.
it is. I could bring out this SA58, but I feel like they've done something to it. Like it's just so.
Oh, I don't touch that thing.
It's whack unless you can pimp it out. But like a stock SA58 is bad.
It's crap.
Not good. I really want to just go out with some more Magnum Buck and a shotgun, but I don't have any shotguns.
Do that. Can you just buy one from Jaeger?
I could theoretically, couldn't I? Let's see. Ant actually got me this Jaeger guy.
Ant got
here.
you a gun?
No, he got me Jaeger.
Oh, that's
What a
awesome.
nice guy. Actually, he was so nice. He brought me to Jaeger, and then I looked down. I did not see the letter, and I go, "Oh fuck! I never even got the introduction quest." And then he brought me out. I went and selected the quest, and he brought me back in.
That's so funny.
Yeah, you can tell he was just like, "What the fuck?" Like he didn't even accept the goddamn introduction. He just assumed it would be here. I don't think I should have to like talk to mechanic and get his
so
blessing
funny.
to go out to the fucking woods in order to go get a letter that's on the dirt. Like it should just be there.
What's like really funny is that the fact that Ant was walking you through woods, considering his like knowledge of the game. That's great. It's like the blind leading the blind.
What are you
almost.
talking about? He's like he's the woods guy. You're talking about him, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean he knows woods, I guess.
He knows woods.
He also thinks a duffel bag is a guaranteed GPU spawn on woods, but yeah, he knows woods.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize how green we were talking here. Well, dude, I'm out of the loop. I've already said it on stream today, but I went on this like fucking Jeopardy thing for Tarkov. And
yeah, how was it?
it was fucking horrific. I didn't know a goddamn single question.
Wait, like it was like Tarkov related questions?
Yes,
like,
I thought it was like gonna be like questions about like streamers or like people or like the basic shit about the game or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just
It was
like
in depth.
oh, it was like highly technical knowledge about like guns and like ammo types or weird
Oh
shit
my
like that. Oh,
God.
and then there's stuff about the Chronicles of Rizzy, which is like apparently
I haven't
some
watched a
side.
single one of those.
I haven't watched
videos.
that shit either. Stuff about the books, stuff about the developers, and I'm like, I know Nikita.
I know nothing of that.
I know
yeah.
that Dimitri
That's about
guy
it.
because he's my handler.
That guy don't even follow me back on Twitter, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
He must
ghosted
have.
me.
He has a disdain
He
for you.
He doesn't like exfil campers, I guess.
You probably got him once or twice.
Yeah,
Or
probably.
or
yeah.
some like.
Oh my God, Sam! What is that outfit,
dude? It's drip or
What
drown,
the
dude.
fuck is happening with you? Is that an Alton,
I don't know. I found it on a roof.
bro? You look like an old like city knight or something. You know what? I don't even know how to explain it. You look so goofy with that helmet on.
No. I look like yeah, I look like the guards or whatever from like Fallout 4, the dudes that are at Yankee Stadium. They got,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
ass,
literally.
like a baseball helmet turned into a combat helmet.
That is so funny looking. All right, let's do it.
Oh shit. Let's go. Let's see here. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the helmet from Spaceballs. That's what I was thinking of. It's exactly what that looks like to me.
Escape. Who does all the updates for Tarkov? Is it Escape from Tarkov or is it Battlestate Games?
Battlestate and Escape from Tarkov both post them out.
Let's see. I'm gonna do
Make
battle.
_CTHULU _great again cheered. X500. At General Sam 123 my hobby is rocks and I would like to share my hobby with you. I wanted to send you some minerals and my question is if there was any specific rocks you would
Anyway, you can pretty much source anything with enough time. Low grade emerald. Something I can.
I don't know what kind of questions you like. Did you get any points?
No, I was like negative 3,500. Like I got Junker was like, he was at like 4,000 or something like that.
Negative 3,500.
Yeah, I really fucked up. This
Dang.
guy, this is such a weird question, dude. This guy's like, hey, I would like to share my hobby with you. I want to send you some minerals. And my question is, any specific rocks that you would enjoy? Gee, I don't know. Let me look at my goddamn rocks I would enjoy
my
list.
mineral list. Hold on.
Yeah, my mineral list. Oh, do you have some cadmium or something? I'd fucking kill for some cadmium. What are you talking about? No, I don't have a fucking rock list. I'm sorry. This guy's offering to do something nice. I'm tearing him apart. I don't want your goddamn rocks. Keep you and your dumb rocks out of my fucking house. No, rocks are dope, dude. Yeah, any funny shaped ones. That's what I'm really about. I don't really care about what they're made out of. Yeah, just funny rock shapes. Yeah, I want diamonds. Do you have any diamonds? You have any like this, like a size of a goddamn ostrich egg? Do you have any fucking huge diamonds I could have? Oh man. Yeah, I'll settle for topazes, maybe some sapphires, emeralds, or something like that. Yeah. I'm goddamn public enemy #1 to the mineral community. This guy's shitting on us for liking rocks. All right. I still have time to go get a little sody pop. You keep them entertained, Evan.
All right. Well,
keep the people on the edge of their
themselves
seat.
entertained.
No. Your audience can stay entertained on their own. My audience needs constant attention.
No, they don't.
You tell them a little quip.
You don't give them any attention.
A little
What do you
quip
mean?
about your life.
You
a
give
little
your audience
factoid.
Zero attention.
What are you talking
Don't
about?
say that
This guy, he talked about rocks like 5 minutes ago. I said something about that.
Yeah, I read one message and talked about it for a couple seconds.
Yeah.
I give my chat attention.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, look, now they're begging for it. They're like, oh, talk to us, Devin. Tell us things.
Please, 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 please.
Yeah, rock them to bed with words real quick.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Yo, Devin, you want to
Adam's
hear?
so entertained, man.
Yeah.
What's up? Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Fuck! It was something. It was awesome. It had a beginning, middle, end. It was all good. It was a whole ass statement.
Whole
I was gonna
sentence?
say, yeah, whole ass sentence. It was good too. It was...
Mr. Love
What kind of soda did you get?
7767 just wasted
I was thinking about going
5,000
to grab
bits.
one myself.
Too much, you idiot. We need
Diet
rocks.
Dr. Pep.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't think I have that one in the house. I think my parents have like 2 orange sodas in their fridge. And
Hell
that's
yeah.
about it. Uh-oh.
Hey, big boy, weird question.
Hello?
You followed my brother on Twitter. Was it because you got confused and thought he looked like your brother? It seems like the only possible reason to me. His Twitter was DVG
Sam?
Plan.
Yeah.
My entire PC just crashed from Tarkov.
Nice.
Everything, I can't see anything.
Nice.
I
found buckwheat. That's good. A buckwheat moment. We're in the liquor store, above the liquor store.
I'm gonna have to like restart my PC because I'm just
Oh.
on a black screen.
Oh no. I'll take
I
care
can't
of your
see anything.
viewers while you're gone.
Okay, I'm gonna just hold the power button on my computer because I literally can't do anything else.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
He'll be back, everybody. Don't fret. Got that Magnum buck. BP rounds? Are you kidding me? 30 of them? Hide those right here. There we go. Let me out of here. All right. Turn up the tunes a bit. All right, hold on. I'll get you guys a little bit on. There you go. Yeah, I'm waiting for Devin.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Well, what happened?
I don't know. I loaded in. We were loading in. My PC went. All my screens went black. All of a sudden, Tarkov had a big old Unity error, and I go to my dashboard or anything.
Do you even think you like can load in?
No, I can load it. I'm opening the game right now.
All right, I need to turn down this music. All right, there we go. I was jamming out to Young Lean while you were gone. Apparently
Young
there,
Lean.
yeah, there are some people that are old ass motherfuckers shitting on this song.
I don't know if I know of any songs made by Young Lean.
Oh, you're not a Young Lean guy? What the hell?
What is that supposed to mean? You think?
No, he's like I don't know. He was like prolific on the internet, like over like 10 years ago, probably. A little bit less than 10 years ago, like 8 years ago. He was very big, and he was kind of like a meme a little bit. Genuinely a good guy, he seems like, but he's like Lil B, but Swedish.
Lil B. See, you're throwing out names I don't know. That's what I mean by like I don't know.
Okay, so you're like
I listen to music, but I'm not.
All right, do you know Alanis Morissette?
No.
What the fuck, dude? I went in the total opposite direction for that. All right, have you ever heard of a band called Led Zeppelin?
Yes.
You ever heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes. Though I know I am just wasting it.
Oh, thank you for the resub and 5,000 bits. That sounds like a lot. So,
that is a lot.
You're in.
I'm
Dude,
in.
I almost fucking dry fired your ass.
I'm not in.
I'm looking at you.
I'm dead on my game. As I was loading in, I'm dead.
What?
I'm dead.
No, I'm looking at you. You're good.
No, I'm telling you right now, I am dead. Like it says, my PMC is severely wounded, and I can't do anything.
Should I kill you?
Yes, you should kill me. I'll run a scav for you do that raid. Just tell me when you're out.
Oh my lord. He's unkillable. He's a zombie.
Oh, you can't even kill me?
No, I can't.
That's weird.
I just dumped a lot of bullets in the top of your
A
little
shame.
noggin.
I really like that SKS. That was my first time taking it.
I know. I
for
can't
a
even get it
spin.
off of you.
It's so weird.
Maybe I can level up my. Does this count as fucking owning people? Hi. Wait, waste all my shotgun shells just unloading on you. All right. That sucks. You have a lot of good shit too. I would have loved to get out with some of that.
Yeah, I know you would have.
Damn it. I think others just see the corpse and can loot them. Oh, fuck. Don't tell me that. People are gonna... That would be great, yeah, if Devin, you ended up getting, like, stress resistance from...
That'd be badass.
Yeah. You beat up. Courtyard, collapse crane, scav checkpoint. Fuck.
That's the second time that's happened to me on streets. I don't know why it's happening. I think it's a RAM thing, but I don't know.
There's a bad memory leak on this map, apparently.
I think that's what it is.
Concerning. Especially since now I'm alone and I have this badass helmet that costs so much money. Let's see. Courtyard. Scav checkpoint. Where the fuck am I? I am at...
You're by catacombs right now.
Yeah, entrance to catacombs. I need to go to collapse crane. I just need to go all the way down the road. Like I own it. Just a little walk down the road. Take me just a minute.
Dude, take your time. I ain't stressing.
Me neither. It's like the
What up,
fucking
dog? What's your
most
favorite kind
dangerous
of
road in
TV
the
dinner?
world. Wait, what? What's your favorite kind of TV dinner? What the fuck's a TV dinner?
What's considered a TV dinner?
Isn't that like a freezer dinner? Like
when people say
like a
TV
Hungry
dinner, I
Man?
assume like kid cuisine.
Yeah, I'm thinking kid
That's what
cuisine
I
or like
think of.
Hungry Man meal type things.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a Hungry Man meal?
I've had like a Devour. I haven't had a Hungry Man.
I had a Hungry Man meal, and honestly, I enjoyed it. I had it like probably
probably
a
great.
decade ago, but it was like, yeah, I tore that shit up. It was when I was like over at my dad's place after he had like his own place after divorce and everything.
Yeah, a bunch of stock in the freezer.
Fuck. TV dinners aren't bad, yeah, but you're eating like 80% nitrates. Like, it can't be fucking good for you. Ah, shit. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen a scab do. I'm out, by the way. I like point blank this scab with a shotgun, and then he like closed the distance on me so I couldn't get my barrel back out. If that makes sense. Like he like rushed me so I had no room. My guy just kept like turning his barrel up in the air.
I just killed some fat PMC on streets just now.
Damn. Devours have 400% your daily allowance of salt. Hell yeah.
That sounds about right.
Oh, man. I've been using BP on scavs lately. They're so damn strong. Okay, in that instance, it was just my fault. They're not OP, but it was just a weird move that he did, that he like rushed me and gave me no like room. Dude, have you ever had a Stouffer's mac and cheese, Devin?
Yeah, those things bang.
Those things are, I think, the best mac and cheese.
Oh, hands
Yeah.
down. Yeah, I completely agree.
Abby makes like from scratch, from scratch. Like she's not making the goddamn noodles herself. She says it's from scratch, but I'm like, so what? You took some pre-made noodles and threw them in the water and then put cheese on top of them. But she makes like her own mac and cheese, and she tries like doing it up, making it in like the Instapot or whatever, the crock pot.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck that, dude. Stouffer's beats it every time.
Dude, that shit. I don't know what they put in that. Probably a lot of chemicals or something, but that shit bangs.
Yeah.
A couple minutes in the microwave. Oh my god.
It's so creamy. It's great.
It's so good.
Yeah. Nothing better than Kraft Blue Box. Give me that radioactive yellow. I couldn't get my kids to eat like any sort of like mac and cheese until I got them the SpongeBob shaped mac and cheese from Kraft. And all of a sudden they were like, "Oh, I'll eat it because it's SpongeBob." It's weird psychopathic behavior. Eat your childhood hero.
God, I just got so much loot. Just finished the task. That was so awesome. Now I have a kit for next raid.
Oh, yeah.
It's lost.
Yeah, me too. I did really well in mine as well. So.
Did you get out?
No, I fucking got obliterated.
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
I thought you just wanted to walk down a road or something.
Yeah, there was some complications along the way. I got fucked up by a scav. I told you the whole thing, but you were in the middle of fighting. You were killing someone. Yeah.
I killed a guy, and then instantly 3 other player scavs went to swarm his body. So I was like trying to loot quick and make sure they didn't get his loot from me. So I was just like paying attention to that.
I didn't even think about that. That's so dastardly. You could just like.
I literally did it to a guy like a couple scav raids ago.
You just watch someone kill someone and you just take their
you
loot.
instantly just drop on the body and just start looting as fast as you
Yeah.
can because they can't do anything about it.
I mean, they can, but if they kill you, you just go
but
like,
it's not
fair
worth
enough. You were willing to pay the price. That's yours. You earned it. You killed the guy and ruined your scav rep. Dude, this guy wanted that loot.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a dirtball move. I give you a big high five for that one. That's real scumbag behavior. That's fucking dirty.
I did it on customs. This guy, I was playing with Z-Chum earlier, and this guy killed a fucking mean-looking man. And these guys were like, "Yeah, we got him. And I instantly go and just grab his 2 really kitted guns and run away.
Oh yeah.
Let me see what gun to use. I have a 104.
Where are we going and what are we doing?
I don't know. What do you want to do? I assumed you just liked playing streets. So I was like, fine with playing streets.
I kind of want to do something like take something a little bit slower because I'm gonna bring either an MP18 or a Mosin. I'm gonna bring a Mosin.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Somewhere
Tell me,
where
I'll bring a Mosin. I love using a Mosin.
somewhere where a Mosin can just tear someone's ass apart and I get to pick up their loot. How about that?
Well, like, if we're using a Mosin, you want to snipe, right? Like, sit
Yeah.
down and snipe, or do you want to
Yeah,
run
yeah.
around with a Mosin?
No, let's post up and let's take them out. Or do you
What do I
want to
like?
try that little grocery store spot?
With a Mosin?
I mean, with whatever.
I mean, I'm down. I'm game.
Yeah.
I won't bring a Mosin though. But
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna bring one for that either. I was just thinking about that.
I found this G36 off someone. I'll just run that.
I'm gonna bring not that. I'm gonna bring a regular ass AK.
That's perfect.
And trooper armor.
That's what I'm rocking. Food and water.
Yeah, we're gonna be in a grocery store, but yeah, I'm gonna bring some.
Yeah.
What kind of food do I have? Where's that? Oh, there we go. Squash. Wait, don't I need squash for something? peas.
The trade for the what's it called? The Hollow Dilnik.
Vladimir.
Yeah.
Hollow Dick Nick.
Hollow Dick.
How much is a CSA? Oh, that's actually 20,000 though.
I don't think I've ever seen you up this late.
I know. It's like I'm a whole new man, right? How badass is this?
It's crazy.
Yeah, you didn't think you were gonna see badass Sam doing badass shit, like staying up real late and
way up past his bedtime.
getting
No one to
super
stop
cranky
him.
in the morning. Yeah. Nobody's crankier than this guy.
All right, I'm ready to rock.
I know. Hold on.
You're good. You're good.
It's
Take
all
your
coming.
time,
It's all
man.
coming together. I think. Should I get like headphone stuff? Nah, we'll peel that off someone else. I'm gonna put on a little USEC hat though. Makes me look official.
Yeah, you sick hat.
How late do you stay up most nights? Awesome talk.
What was that? Sorry. What are you? Why are you wearing these? Whatever. Let's do it.
Why am I wearing
What's
what?
up with the hat? The tan hat
That's the USEC hat.
and the bare face.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh. This guy watched for 7 hours and he got nails. Oh. Carlos, what the hell are you doing up? It's 3:25. Like,
No, dude. I go through this all the time with them, Carlos and Peanut. They're on the West Coast.
oh, okay.
Because Peanut always
Oh.
joins at like 5 a.m. when I'm gaming. I'm
Yeah.
like, what are you doing?
What are you
He
fucking
goes, it's only 2 a.m. What do you mean? I'm like,
Alright.
oh.
You
I
were about to
forgot
be in
I'm the
trouble,
degenerate."
Carlos. I was about to give you a little spanky spank. But you're all right. Midnight, that's perfectly fine. As long as you're, tucking yourself into bed here in just the next couple minutes. Oh, man. There's a lot of people that are just rebelling. Like, they're just like, I'm fucking pissed off. This guy's got the worst goddamn drops. Everybody else is fine.
Wow,
These drops
thanks
are
for
dog
like
shit.
the Tuta Shonka I got from you. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I had a lot of control on this one.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, Booty? Nice to see you. How you doing? Isn't it weird? Devin, did you meet Booty Swagger?
Yeah, I know, Booty.
Okay, all right.
I met him more than I've met you, actually.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
I met him doing the Wubby thing. And then randomly when we left, he was also at the airport. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell are you doing here too? It felt very much like New Vegas when you're like, have you played Fallout New Vegas?
I have played New Vegas, yes.
You know the big fucking computer guy, the big robot
Yeah.
that just keeps running into you, and then you quickly realize he's following you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing at the airport too, dude? Can't get away from this fucking guy. Ah!
He's following me everywhere.
Yeah. Carlos said we sent him. We sent him. Booty, I don't know if you heard the story, but right when we went and talked to you, right after that, we went to the bathroom. Stolt went in the bathroom and shit out like a gallon of blood.
What?
Yeah. He fucking apparently drank a bunch of ceramic shards that went through his intestines and made him shit blood everywhere.
How did he drink ceramic shards?
It was when we went to dinner with Charborg, and he knocked over a big carafe of sake, and it like shattered the top of it, and he still drank from it. And apparently there's like microscopic little ceramic shards that went all through his intestines. He went to the
Oh my god.
He went to the airport with me, and like we went to the bathroom at the same time, and apparently he sat down on the toilet and just lit rip like a gallon of blood out of his ass. Got up, didn't say a word, got on the plane and flew home. Gave me a hug goodbye and everything. And I'm like, dude, you could have just died.
Told you?
Yeah, he told me like 5 days later. He could have just been gone.
Christ. That's so bad.
Yeah, I'm like, that, like, dark blood? He's like, oh yeah, it was like black. What the hell?
You're supposed to like immediately go to a hospital.
A hospital, right?
If you, yeah, oh yeah, that's really bad.
Yeah. He's like, it bled for like 4 days and then I was fine. I'm like, holy shit.
4 days?
Dude, I bleed one side of my asshole and you got me sweating, all right? 4 days of it, I'm
fucking medical forum known to man. How do we get out of this fucking prison?
there's a fucking door right here. This door's pretty nondescript, dude. It's hard to open too. Thank you.
Oh, that was a wall.
Oh wait. This is the place that Omid was.
This is a really good loot.
Yeah, this is the good loot. Let's go in here. Hello, is anybody
this is the roof
here?
you can get on.
Ooh, gas welder glasses? We'll take.
Hot.
Red ornament? We'll take. Oh, 40 BPs? 7.62s?
Yeah, those are big.
Yeah.
Ooh, 1G phone. That's money.
Money.
If I could talk to
I'm
money.
assuming you opened up this bag here.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I kept moving.
Am I stuck?
4 words.
Jesus.
I'm gonna drill. I need this.
I need to get ahead of you so I can get some loot.
My last start. My last.
You don't want the RAM?
Spark plug. I can't hold it. I think my bag's full already. I totally could have held that, but I don't need it. Not gonna check the jacket next to me. I was being polite.
No, I'm just rushing to get ahead. I need this PL15. Ooh, a little apartment here? A little jacket?
Oh, is it the apartment with the oven?
You mean
open?
No.
Yeah, there's good loot in the oven. Oh no, that's not it.
No, this
Wrong
is
one.
the other
Wrong
apartment is like underneath us maybe?
Oh, did we pass it already?
I don't know.
There's one apartment that Omid showed me that had crazy loot.
Yeah, it's all like hidden, and so I'm trying to remember where it was.
Did you play with Omid yet?
Yeah, I played with him like on wipe day. I haven't played with him since.
Okay.
We played in, I think we played and we're like learning Streets together. I haven't played with him post Streets knowledge, you know?
He knows so much.
Yeah. Well, that guy's a gamer. He's through and through. He's a 100% gamer.
Go up here.
Oh, you want to go up? All right, let's do it.
This is the roof you can get on, so...
Oh, yeah, this is the one I was going to show you. One of them.
What?
To get up on top of the scaffolding.
Yeah, so you get on the scaffolding, and then you get on here, and then you need to get a buddy. And
To also
so
do it?
One person, yeah, and you jump, and then you're up on top of the roof of that entire building. It's like crack.
Uh-oh. Woo!
Apparently we missed a lot of loot on the,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go check it out.
Oh, damn it.
You have to jump crouch it.
Yeah. There's...
It's really hard to do with low levels as well.
Ooh, look at that little mag. That was the one that I was going to say is good just because you can... I mean, if you're up here in this corner, if someone comes up on the roof, you have ample time to... Like, there's no way they're going to...
Yeah.
There's no way they're going to come up there and just go like, oh, he's going to be above me and to the left. You
Yeah,
know?
but the problem is a lot of people look up here from, like, other ways.
That's
you
true.
get sniped up here all the time.
I was having a problem with scavs down there by the grocery store. Speaking of which, do you want to go down there?
Yeah,
Or do you want to hit
That's the spot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's totally do that.
Let's hit it. Let's see. This way? Hey, do you want to hit that apartment?
What apartment?
Oh wait, we're first floor. It's not gonna be here.
One with the gold spawn?
Yeah.
I mean, if you need the loot, we can totally do that. Don't matter to me.
Let's run it.
I'm chilling.
I think there's definitely like that. I haven't restarted the game in a while, and my stream's starting to run like shit.
Yeah, I think
this game is rough, man. I restarted it earlier, and I forgot I haven't done it in like 2 hours probably, and it's just been chugging, man.
I lag like crazy on this game.
Yeah. Chugging.
Or on this map, I guess.
All right. This is the place, right?
I don't know.
The fucking Christ.
Here's someone.
In here?
I don't know if they're in here. It's right here, right? This is the spot.
Fuck.
I just like floated across. You back up a tiny bit and jump. Okay, it's not solid. That's all I wanted to know. You can come back here.
If you look out though, like your gun and stuff sticks out past the. Oh yeah. Like what you're doing right now, all you are is just a little pair of legs.
Really? Okay, so what I'm doing is just like kind of like alt leaning over the side, and then when someone comes, I'll just stick the gun out and shoot them.
Word.
That's goofy.
Yeah, this is
I was gonna see if we could get on like that.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hear him?
Yeah.
Definitely someone coming.
I have like 3 hoses on me if you want to pick like 2 of these up.
That's masterclass.
I'm gonna see if he falls for it.
Yeah. Nah, man, I got a lion. I'm good.
Yeah, a little delayed, but good.
Don't report us, guys. There's people are saying they're gonna report us. If you were complicit during all my false hacker ban or hacker reports, you can be complicit to this, all right? Everybody that killed me today got a goddamn report. I think this guy's hacking. It could be the most like bullshit kill that was like obviously earned.
Yeah.
No, it was
cheating.
Hacking.
I don't die.
It has to be
I don't
hacking.
die to normal people.
I'm gonna turn the other way so I can see the other. Hold on, can I try to shoot something here?
Yeah. I was gonna ask if I could do the same thing.
Yo, we can't
Did not
shoot out
work.
of this. We're gonna have to get out of it.
Worked for me.
No, it didn't.
I can see the impact on the wall.
Where?
All right, I'm gonna aim. Oh.
Okay, yeah, you can.
You have to lean out.
Oh, okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah, we're basically hiding, and then we just gotta lean out to shoot them. It's a little sketchy.
Oh, I can't.
Oh my
Fuck, I was trying to take out the lights, but
shit. You wanna pick up these 2 hoses? Hello?
oh, are you turning to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking to this guy now.
Oh.
Hello?
I know if I should have responded or not.
He said hello. I wanted to talk to him. Hey, can you hear me? I'm in the grocery store. What? Do you hear what he's saying? He sounds like a Charlie Brown character.
Yeah, he's like. It's like really distant.
That's
Oh, dude.
want loot.
When I got up to go like get my animal crackers or whatever, I opened up the office door and my wife's just standing there on the other side of it silently. Like I think she was like sleepwalking. I was like, holy God, like scared the hell out of me. It's like out of a horror movie.
What do you think he's coming in?
Yeah, I think he's coming in. See if he sees us right off the bat.
Yeah, should we just not move and see if he walks past?
Yeah.
I'm totally down for that.
On.
Buddy?
My fucking left.
You want to talk to him?
Nah.
No, you just think we just be quiet?
Yeah.
Maybe curiosity will kill the cat.
Making me worried. Hello?
But he's worried. He's worried, Sam.
Well, you talked to him. You're the guy that was talking before.
You can hear me. There's a guy outside with an M4. I don't fucking want him.
No, he's gonna hear the direction you're talking from.
Hello?
What the fuck? Hello, buddy. You fucking with me or what?
Is he coming in?
I don't know. Did you hear him?
Yeah, he didn't.
Hello?
Buddy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you hear me.
Hello?
You're fucking with me. I'm done with this shit. Who the fuck? Are you fucking with me? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Bro, I swear we're in a fucking Verizon commercial. Can you fucking hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello, Hamora.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can fucking hear you.
I'll bring back the music in just a minute. I'm listening to. He's so far away. I'm just trying to listen to him. Hold on. This guy's getting pissed, dude.
He's not happy at all.
Ooh! Did that hit you?
Hello?
Okay, I guess I didn't fucking.
This guy's mad.
Just fucking hello.
Friendly? Hello? Are you friendly?
Hello.
Friendly.
Are you friendly? I threw a grenade at you, so I don't know if we can be friends.
I'm friendly.
I don't know. I don't know about that. You need my little max energy drink? Glug glug. Glug 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 glug.
Friendly, hello?
Buddy, I don't think you're friendly. You're fucking- I don't appreciate it.
One more time in English.
Hello?
Hello? Dude, this guy, how is he putting up with this for this long?
He's like, he's staying in such a perfect other end of like, you know, he's right around that corner.
I know.
How's he staying out of view that well? Like, I haven't seen an elbow. I haven't seen an ear or nothing pop around that corner.
He was not happy with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Devin you're definitely giving off NPC vibes at that time. Hello? Like, it's like the same hello every time. Hello? Oh, hey, Toast Rack. What's up? Yeah, when you asked him, can you hear me for like the 5th time, and he fucking lost it.
He was not happy about that.
Can you hear me? He's like, yes. Reminded me of Alex Jones with the whole, of course I can fucking hear you. I just waved to you. Oh, man.
I wish he decided to come check it out, though.
I know. He was so scared. He was too intimidated.
Friendly?
Hello? Do you think he did the grenade as a player, Scav? Or do you think he was a PMC?
I think that was a PMC. I think a player scav wouldn't care about coming in this room.
Yeah.
I convinced the guy one time in D2 when I had an impact grenade. He knew I was camping down there because he heard me move. And I told him I couldn't hear him because the door was closed. And he opened the door to talk to me. And I just impact grenaded him through the door. And
that actually works? Just like, hey, dude, open the door. I can't hear you.
Dude, I think something's bugged with the voice, but I think you have to open the door for me to hear you. And he opened it, and I just chucked a grenade through the door and killed him.
What a fucking sap. I just want to like imagine how that guy was sat at his computer looking at the death screen. Like, I just got fucking played so hard. Yeah.
So good.
Dude, I think it might be bust. I'm not sure if anybody's coming.
You want to just keep moving, or do you want to wait? I'm fine with either. It's up to you.
Problem is all quiet too. It'd be different if we heard people stomping around.
Still
or
got
something.
32 minutes in this raid. I mean, I could sit here for fucking all 32 of them. But if you want to move, dude, I'm with you. You know.
You are built different. You are capable of
You
sitting.
tell me what you want to do. I'll roll with you.
Oh man. All right.
This spot would be way cooler if there was actual loot in this building. You know.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't just a pass through for scavs, that would be fucking
Yeah.
dope.
Maybe people like love to come loot this building, but I think people just don't even come in here because I don't think it has anything in it.
That's true. Yeah.
That's like shitty food.
I'm gonna pop down and grab some stuff. Excuse me, Connie Milk. That's big.
Ooh, that's big money.
That's big stuff, man.
So you're telling me I'm invisible right here, besides my legs?
I mean, your legs definitely, like, if you sat dead ass still like that, I would not in a million years just be like, oh, there's legs! legs. Because it's, I think mostly what people look for is just player outlines.
Yeah.
And so, like, if I'm spinning around,
And
I'm just
also
going to be
we're,
like,
way out of like where people are looking in general, because people are looking straight in front of their gun. We're not.
Yeah.
We have to look up on top of the shelf.
yeah, you just don't have the outline of a person.
Can you shoot the light out?
No. Not those. That's really cool, by the way, the tiger graffiti, and then they put the
Yeah, it is sick.
construction lamps there for eyes. It's pretty badass. All right, let's get out of here.
Roger.
Let's get.
Roger, Roger.
I feel like my stream is just shitting the bed. Whoa.
Yeah, you said there's a guy you killed with an M4 and a trooper if we wanted it, or level 4.
Oh, yeah.
He took the M4. Sounds like he did want it.
I got headphones now, though.
Oh, what's this? It's underneath area here. Interesting. It's so quiet. This is the quietest I've ever heard a
I
streets
know, right?
raid.
This guy had a backpack. Taking that. Let's go.
You want to get involved? You want to get a little weird or no?
Yeah, let's do it. That's at the car park, though.
Is that a bad thing?
Scav out in front of the bus there. It just sounds like it's a lot closer than it is. It's on the other side of the map.
Okay, okay.
But there's a mounted machine gun over there. I think that's what that was.
That's what players have.
There's no way.
Times. No, it is.
I just got shot in the fucking head.
Oh, I'm dead. I didn't even hear anything.
Oh, fuck.
I didn't even hear what shot killed me.
Oh! God damn it. I saw a guy the last second.
I didn't even hear that guy. Oh,
He
it was a player.
Yeah, he was to your back left.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
All right, I got to restart this game, dude.
All right, I might call it a night.
Oh, yeah, it is almost like
3:40 in the
4.
morning.
We got to find some jackass that's still streaming and act like we're bestowing a gift onto him. In reality,
are you
we're just
getting off as well.
I might, dude. I kind of want to just have like a normal goddamn life for the rest of the week and not be trying to fix my sleep schedule.
Yeah, if you're gonna keep streaming, I was gonna raid you, but if not,
let's see.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Shut up, lady. Sorry. When you turn on Twitch and they just autoplay some random ass streamer.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
Oh, I'm gonna drop him on Wellen probably. Oh, wait, or Toothy. Toothy's big.
Toothy got drops right now.
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah.
He does. He does. Good call. Good call.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get out of here and talk to the chat for a second.
Do your thing. Do your
All
thing.
right, man. Good night.
All right. Good night. Well,
Oh, I left too early. I didn't get to say, like, he was about to say something nice. I just fucking left. Anyways, guys, turn off this tomfoolery. Thanks for stopping by. Probably gonna raid Wellen. I am so goddamn tired. It is time for me to lay down horizontal style for a couple hours. Before waking up and doing nothing. Actually, I'm probably gonna edit tomorrow. Yeah. Probably gonna, I don't know, dude. Yeah, Toothy from Rust or Wellen. That's a hard decision. That's a big toss up there. Both those guys are badass. I don't know who to raid. I raided Wellen last time, but Toothy's already got like 13,000. I don't know. Let's see how high we can get Toothy. I might give it to Toothy then. But and he's actually good. Really good at the game, so hold on, let me make sure I get this right. Oh, I do also have the credits. I have end credits if you guys want to see that.
The end has come, but incredibly, one man is left alive.
Here we go. We got our credits. Thank you, guys. Without you, I'm nothing. You know what I'm saying? You guys make it all happen.
And if you feel that you have the rap talent that should be out there, compare yourself to all the rappers that you like. And then use a format.
Let's see here. I gotta make sure I get this name right. Toothy.
Yo, I can freestyle. I can this. Freestyling is dope. I can freestyle all night long because I'm strong. My name is Guru. What's up? Suckers don't belong in my realm because I'm at the helm. See what I'm saying? I can always freestyle, but
let's see.
Brothers
Raid.
that's the way to get on. You have to make a fat demo tape. 3 of your best songs. Get the money. I don't care what you got to do well. Don't murder or nothing like that to get the money. But I'm saying, get the money, go in the studio and have 3 of your best tracks and send it everywhere. I used to go in the record shops and look on the vinyl and get the address of the record label or the management. Because sometimes even if you get in contact with
I made a split decision.
they'll get you a record deal. See what I'm saying?
We're changing it. We're going to Wellen. Wellen needs more viewers. Sorry. Toothy's made it, dude. He's got 13,000. He's there. We gotta get Wellen up there. Wellen's a good guy. You guys give him big hugs and kisses. Big smooches right there on his big old forehead. On that big old ass receding hairline. Little kiss right there on top of his little head. Alright. Later, guys. Good night. Come on. Alright, I'm dumping 19,000 on him. Alright, later. I'm getting out of here.
But incredibly, one man is left alive.